Hello, everyone. Well, I'm Dethi. If you don't know me, I'd be a little surprised, but well, this is now my event. So I just want to thank everybody for everybody that helped with the event, everyone that's here in person. Alex Soren in front of me. We've got a bunch of people. I could not possibly name everybody. Kashi helping with the production. But regardless, I'm really really excited. This is the first Deadlock LAN. This is history, and it's happening in a fairly scuffed way, but we're making the best of it. And there will be a YouTube video explaining basically everything that happened, but it's a whole story, and so we're not going to get into it today. But I just want you guys to sit back, relax, and enjoy kind of the vibes. A lot of people met each other today for the first time. We've got a bunch of people, making friends, connections, and that's really what it's all about. So I'm personally really excited to, play as well. I'm really excited to have met everyone, and I'm really excited to be able to organize this event. We're offering, free snacks to everybody here and stuff. So we're using the community's money. Thank you guys so much for your donations. Trent Wells especially, who donated 3,000. I have no idea who Trent Wells is. If you are Trent Wells, please speak up. But like $3,000 to make this happen is completely insane. The prize pool is bigger than it was before the event got canceled. We're able to give free snacks, we're able to do a bunch of cool stuff. And so thank you guys so much for tuning in, and I'm really, really excited for a fun day of Deadlock.
All right, we are live. Thank you, Deathy, and welcome, Deadlock fans, to a historic moment for our community. It was 1 year ago today. The spirits and the characters of the Cursed Apple were released to the world. Now we are here for the Death Slam LAN, a milestone that represents our dedication, passion, and love for all things Deadlock. Whether you are there in person or watching from around the world, we thank you for being a part of this landmark event. So let your voices be heard and your chat messages be plentiful as we embark on an epic day of Deadlock action. It is an honor to be a part of this event, and I couldn't be more ecstatic to be here for it today. I'm HD Philly B, and along with me for this wild ride is Jord. My friend, are you ready for this?
I'm excited. I'm more than ready here, Philly. I am pumped. I'm excited to see what's going on. Not too many games today, but like you said, it's a monumental moment in Deadlock here. Kind of fresh game, just getting up on its feet. And even released, right? So we still got plenty of time to really develop this scene, and I think this is a great place to start with these tournaments that we have, and also now with this LAN in Toronto that we're seeing the live feed over there right next to me. Get to see some of the players. Maybe you already know a couple friendly faces, friendly here for those at home and us here. So I'm genuinely very, very excited here, Philly, to get started to these games and to see what we are gonna be getting from this tournament, right? Are we gonna see anything new, anything revolutionary? Only time will tell.
Absolutely. We start our day with a best of 3 play-in, so we'll take a look at the bracket here. We have the University of Toronto versus TLD. They'll play in a best of 3. The winner of the series will go on to face Deathy and the no-name Avengers for their shot at taking home 5,600 Canadian dollars as the grand prize. So a lot on the line here for this tournament. And as you mentioned a little bit, a new patch just dropped on Tuesday, so there's a lot to talk about going into this LAN. Nobody's kind of figured out the meta. A lot of heroes were hit with the nerf hammer, so it's going to be very interesting as we head into this game 1. But I want to get your thoughts on the patch and some of the things that stood out to you.
Well, sadly to everyone at home, I also have not figured out the patch. Not that you care about my opinion anyway. However, we are going to mention a couple things that the community and I've been noticing as well. Throughout the patch, obviously, we'll bring up the 3 biggest changes. I would say, regardless of balance, that would be the mid-boss crystal change, the no more teleporters on the sidewalkers, very, very important just for macro in the game overall. And then also the melee changes. A lot of characters going to feel a little bit more clunky. Melee build's going to feel a little bit more punishing. Still going to be very, very playable, very good, but definitely a little bit better in order to counter them. A little bit more timings to find that, right? If you miss a punch, then you're going to have to wait a little bit longer to get another punch. The damage bonus when you parry going down a little bit. So things have changed just a little bit. But the biggest one, Philly, that I want to talk about is the crystal change for the mid-boss. Now, when the mid-boss spawns, it fixes its HP at whenever it spawns. So if it spawns early and no one goes for it for another 10 minutes, it's going to die very, very quickly. And then when it drops the crystal, it's not just one crystal anymore, Philly. It's going to be 3. After the first mid-boss kill, it will be 4 crystals, but it's going to be 3 whole crystals for people to take up. And whoever does claim those crystals gets, I believe, let's make sure I'm correct here, a 20% max HP, 20% fire rate, and 15% spirit damage buff, and another life. So that's a pretty substantial buff here, Philly. So whoever, you kill mid-boss, you have a pretty free crystal take, no contesting going on. You can just put that on your carries, let them walk in and do absolute work, or put it on your initiators, let them dive in, die early, they respawn full HP. It's a pretty big buff rather, in my opinion, from the old patch. So I'm curious to see how the players are going to use that in this tournament today.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's been a lot of discussion on Reddit about, is this a positive change? Is this, something that will stick around? I mean, they're still working on it. This is a game in progress. And as a game designer myself, you want to try different iterations. How will this impact the decision making between the players? So obviously in your ranked games, there's going to be some arguing. I should get the crystal. You should get the crystal. But in competitive play, when there's money on the line, you give it to your priority folks. As you mentioned, your carries, your initiators, people that need to do the damage. As a support player, sad because now I don't get any crystal buff, but I got to play a little bit more careful. But I think to your point, it's a really big change. I'll be curious to see how these players prioritize giving out the crystal, as they take the mid boss. And it's 4 crystals once you take subsequent ones. So, that's a little bit more wiggle room. My friend, I usually ask the question, who's going to have the better mid-boss take when we're going through the draft? We'll still be able to talk about, who can burn it a little bit quickly, but in terms of, securing the crystals and things like that, might be a little bit more of a different discussion. So I wonder if that will influence the way these teams draft moving forward in the tournament today.
Yeah, I do still think fighting the mid-boss is very important. Obviously, you can just walk in and snag 1 of the crystals or 2 of the crystals if you can, and it definitely will harm the other team a lot more, in my opinion, nowadays. Actually, probably not as more as last time, because last time, one person steals it. There's a big steal, everyone goes crazy, right? But it definitely does a lot when you're denying those 1, 2 teams later in the game 3 crystals from your opponent's carries, so you can just take them out a lot better. Obviously, I personally think it's a buff. However, I've seen mixed results, so who knows who is right and who is wrong on that one. We'll have to figure that out today. But it definitely, I think, does alter the draft in the sense of, these big mid-boss changing characters aren't necessarily as changing anymore. However, in my opinion, the characters are really good at that, like Dynamo, like Abrams, for example, are 2 I can think of off the top of my head. I think those characters are actually very strong right now anyway, just through the patch. I think Abrams looked like a big loser of the patch until you actually play him. I think he's an incredibly huge winner of the patch. Melee a little bit more clunky on him. However, with Express Shot, I think people are running now. He just one-shot people anyway off a charge. You charge, punch, auto attack. It does like 500 with Express Shot. It's absolutely stupid. So I'm curious if we're going to see that today. But a lot of the similar picks that we're going to be seeing anyway, I think are good regardless.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll talk a little bit more about that when we get into the draft. The one thing that I want to kind of highlight still with this mid-boss change, because it is that impactful, folks, is it now there's more of a war of attrition when it comes to your ability usage, right? Because you have to kill the enemy team basically 9 times or 10 times, depending on how many crystals they gather. And so what we've been seeing in the meta recently is these big wombo combo ultimate kind of compositions, right? You put the Death Slam into the black hole, into the frozen shelter, etc., whatever it may be, the seismic impact, and you try to clean up the fight real quick. Well, with this rejuve change, right, the fact that they respawn right away after 3 seconds, I mean, once you use those ultimates, you have nothing left. So if you are trying to bank on winning the team fight after just expending all your ultimates, it can't be the case anymore. You have to be able to then hit your shots, save something else in the tank to be able to clean up those kills once they revive after those 3 seconds. So I'll be very curious to see how these teams are tactful about, using those abilities in the fights. Mid-boss aside, my friend, we talked about the walkers, and you and I casted Core 6 last weekend, or the teleporters rather. We casted Core last weekend, and people were changing early on to switch up the lanes to get a better matchup. They won't be able to do that anymore. That's going to impact, how you put your lanes together here in the draft.
Yeah, I think so too. And lanes probably being like half the coin there, right? Lanes, you kind of have to stick with your lanes or find after a death maybe, or after a full reset back at the shop. You can definitely find those changes still. It's just going to be a little bit higher effort, or you're going to be stuck there a little bit longer. But I think the bigger deal is later in the game in terms of macro. A lot of teams like to stack one side of the map and either leave one person at the other end, or have someone ready to come back and teleport to catch that wave. You can't do that anymore. So you now need someone, unless you're just going to give up that whole side of the map, give up that whole walker. You kind of have to have someone ready to be there at all times, whether so characters like Mirage, like an Ivy, characters that can really quickly get there, I think are going to be pretty good prio in my opinion. I think Mirage is already pretty strong, so we're going to be seeing him a ton today in both tournaments, as well as today with the LAN, right? So I think that's going to be a pretty big prio. I think characters that can find that 1v1, find that split push are definitely going to be pretty interesting to see if that's prioritized or not. Not quite sure exactly what these teams are thinking or not. We'll have to see as we get in there, but you can't just walk up to the back, go, oh, I'll catch the wave after the fight, and then go catch that wave. Even if you win the fight, your walker is going to be dead by the time you get back there.
Yeah, so a little bit more of that macro decision making, right? When you design a game, it's all about how do you give those players a decision point, right? And that's how you create your tree. And of course, in MOBAs, there's decision points to be made at every single second of the match. And now here's just another wrinkle for your mind to kind of parse through as you're trying to survive here in the Cursed Apple. But you make a really good point. Ivy, not touched at all in this most recent update, so could be a very strong support. We know she's already a really good laner, kind of facilitates their carry, and especially how important the early game is in Deadlock. Could be a high priority pick. Mirage, base bullet damage reduced by 10%. Maybe a lot of people are cheering for that, except if you're a Mirage main out there. But still, I mean, that guy is just clicking. He is clicking heads, and he's a very strong laner to boot. So I think, yeah, still high priority. The other person that I'm kind of thinking is still going to have high priority for me is Vindicta. Wasn't really touched too much, had a quick little like meterage change to the tether. But other than that, I mean, the bullet damage is still the same. She's going to be very strong here. So I would imagine her and Infernus will probably be the ones being picked up. I saw Zergy and Deathy all playing Infernus a lot over this past week. So I would imagine the bartender probably going to go pretty high here in the draft.
Yeah, definitely a very, very strong character right now. I think M1 characters right now in general with the gun, just kind of how gun works right now, as things have slightly shifted over from that really big spirit patch we had. I think Infernus is very, very strong. Another character I think is a big winner of this patch is actually Wraith. I think Wraith is absolutely disgusting right now. I've seen a lot of people just destroying lobbies with her. I think she does... Last patch she was pretty good. However, now she just... I'm not exactly sure, to be honest with you, exactly what happened. I mean, obviously the bullet increase helps a lot and the damage growth helps a lot. Maybe that was just enough to push her over the edge, but for some reason, she's been being played everywhere. She's been destroying everywhere. So I'm definitely looking at that character today, who is going to be picking up the Wraith just as that other bullet option. And then one more thing to talk about, I think, character-wise, that did get hit a lot, but people have pretty mixed feelings about it, is Shiv. Big nerf on Shiv. However, I've heard a lot of people say that he's still good. He's still, it doesn't really matter that much. He's still doing a lot of damage. He's still doing what he needs to do. Maybe it's just slightly more annoying to play now that his rage falls off a bit quicker and only can stack on players. It does not stack on the denizens in the jungle anymore or anything like that. So you definitely have to poke around from afar. Find those knives means a lot more nowadays, I think, than before, where you could just get rage once and then keep it up as long as you're keeping your jungle up over and over again, which I think is a good change personally.
Sure.
So I'm curious to see if people will still priority him or not, because last patch he was first picker ban no matter what. So I'm curious to see if that will change.
Yeah, absolutely. So his skill cap is kind of just escalated up a little bit more, and since we have some of the best in the world coming out for this LAN here today, especially on the no-name Avengers that has, Deathy and the like, definitely could see Shiv if he does squeak through. Something I do want to highlight a little bit about is some of the item changes, and I think that exemplifies the effect that the M1 damage is going to be that much greater because the resistances have been decreased on a lot of the items, and we'll talk about that. But what I want to talk about now is the draft. We have it ready for you. I'm excited to get into it.
Excited to get into it here, and for those who do not know, we will be casting this first play-in, we're going to be calling it. There's only 3 teams in this LAN. Like I said, a little bit smaller side of things. Things kind of were a little last minute. However, still monumental nonetheless. We're going to be having a very beautiful best of 3 from the University of Toronto versus TDL. So we'll have to see how this game goes off here. And as you saw in the bracket earlier, the winner of this will be going to face a lot of the familiar faces and names you might have seen over in the, I believe, known Avengers later on today. And so let's just get started with this draft here in this, we'll call it a play-in, a semifinal, whatever you want to call it. A first-round game here of the Toronto LAN here, the Death Slam LAN. And we're starting off strong here. Like you mentioned, a Vindicta ban already.
Yeah, and that makes sense. Like we talked about, she has a good catch, a good assassination. She can also come back from behind because of that ability. Yeah, the tether was reduced just a little bit in terms of meterage, but that's not really, I mean, these characters are so pinpoint that doesn't really even matter. So these folks know, they've done their research, they're taking the Vindicta off the board early. Then we have the Sinclair, another character that was not touched here in the most recent patch. So still a very strong character. Usually I would save Sinclair for maybe a second round ban, because then you can see what kind of ultimates are coming online. Is he really going to be that vexing, pun intended? But for now, TDL, they're taking the Magician. He's off.
Yeah, Magician kind of always been, you know, a little bit of a wild card pick. He was kind of never really pick or ban. However, there was one patch where a lot of people banned him because he was very scary. I still think he is a very, very good character. He's not played a ton. He is a little bit weird to play, so definitely one of those more niche picks. But if you have someone that can play him, it definitely can be a very, very scary pick. And who knows, maybe the University of Toronto has a Sinclair fiend. You know what I mean? Like we don't know exactly yet. Or actually, I don't know. Maybe you do if you have the stat locker up for all of them. You saw anything you wanted to know, but I did not see anything, so I guess that might have just been a safe ban there. We should be getting the first pick here from the University of Toronto, and I mean, it could really be anything. I think there's a lot of strong things right now. You could just pick an early carry. You could pick like an early engage, try to just get that off the table right away. I mean, it's a new patch, right? I haven't seen any competitive games on this patch yet, so I really have no clue exactly what people are going to be bringing here. However, it's a little bit of a taste of the old here with that Warden first pick. He will never leave. I think Warden definitely still a very, very strong player in the meta, and I mean, not surprised to see him here first pick.
I mean, he just does everything right. I mean, he's got wave clear, he's got M1 damage, he's got escapability, his ultimate is nasty, he can 1v1, he can team fight with it. I mean, it's just, no matter how much they just keep boinking him down with the nerf hammer, he's still going to be really good. I would expect this player to probably go on to Stellar. That's kind of been their carry players, played the Warden, the Infernus, the Talon. That's kind of where their hero pool lies. So if you can get your carry player their first pick, you do that. Air Striker Alex has played over 500 games on Abrams. So I would expect the University of Toronto to prioritize him if they can. The Mirage being the first pick on the side of the TDL, not a surprise here. We have the, I'm going to say Riser, maybe Rizzler, I don't know, but they are a big Mirage player for the side of TDL. So you want to make, like we were just talking about, you want to lock your carries in first, and that global impact, as you mentioned, especially with the removal of those teleporters, getting some of that on the board early and often, going to be crucial.
Yeah, Mirage talked about a bit. I think that early teleport definitely very, very strong. Being able to manage that side lane as well and just be on kind of cleanup crew for a lot of the game, going to be pretty good. And another character here we saw a lot last patch. Looks like not much is changing so far here, really. But to be honest, I mean, not really much has to change when characters like Seven and Warden exist. Seven, another insanely good carry. You can go more into that ult build, more into that gun. Kind of, you know, his 3 build, that passive, right, kind of go more into that. So we'll have to see exactly which way they decide to go for that. Usually it's more gun nowadays. However, if we do see a gun carry being picked for TDL later in the draft, we could just be seeing a full ult 7 build, just managing a lot of those team fights. Just get up in the sky early. I guess it just really depends on what University of Toronto ends up picking as well. And there you go. Like you mentioned, as University of Toronto, second picks the Abrams here. Very, very strong character right now. I think a huge winner of the patch somehow, even though I think they meant to nerf him. I mean, who knows? I'm not really sure exactly what I was thinking, to be honest. They're very elusive with their patches and very elusive with those notes. I see the notes, you know, the melee's being changed. It's going to be slower for some characters. It's going to be clunkier. I play Abrams. I'm like, oh, this doesn't feel that great. And so I don't pick him in my actual game. Then I queue into my first actual game. He builds Express Shot, and I get 1 shot in 6 minutes into the game. So beautiful. And then there we go. Like we talked about again, the race. So it looks like the reads were fairly correct here, Philly. We're going to be at the Warden, Abrams, Wraith first 3 picks for the University of Toronto. That's a pretty scary front line, scary damage there already. We'll see what TDL decides to answer with.
Yeah, absolutely. And, sometimes we talk about the patch notes, right? And I know, folks, we're hitting on it a lot, but this patch, it just came out a couple days ago and we're having the first ever LAN, so we have to talk about it because the meta is up in the air. And normally at big tournaments, the meta kind of develops because there's just so many games in quick succession. But because there's only 2 games today, basically, or 2 series rather, we have to really kind of break it down for you. The Abrams wasn't hit at all. And sometimes we have to talk about what characters weren't touched, that they are going to be the ones that might excel or move up into those top tier picks. The Wraith, I like. This is a good pickup here, especially because now she's not so much of a late gamer where you have to kind of 5 protect 1, have her kind of scale up. Now she's a little bit stronger in that early game, which is really where sometimes Deadlock can be won and lost. On the opposite side, that 7, like you mentioned, they're going to have to really build into that Spirit build if they want to do that with their ultimate because of all the nerfs that it received over this past patch. So they might have to reduce some of that orange that they want to buy and really scale into the purple and the green. On the final pick here in our first phase of the draft, it will be the Calvin. I love Calvin, such a great all-around support, really good laner. You can pair him basically with anyone and help him succeed. His ultimate does so much work. I would imagine maybe a Lash Dynamo might come through here. We're looking in this next phase of the draft to be initiators, from my opinion. So maybe the Paradox might see the Holiday. So I would expect that bans to might be targeting some of those positions here as we move into it. There it is, Paradox.
Paradox did get buffed too, 10% more weapon damage, I believe. So I've been playing it a lot. It definitely feels very, very strong early on. I still think they end up building Bomb anyway. However, that early gun damage does end up helping them get some kills early on, get some more lane pressure. So definitely a strong ban there. And speaking of not being touched, like you mentioned, Kelvin virtually untouched in this patch. He did get a slight nerf with the bouncing of his Arctic Beam, not being able to bounce off objectives, which I think shouldn't have been able to been a thing anyway. That's a bit silly. So a little bit of kind of like a quality of life for the other players, I think, on that Kelvin change. But I mean, essentially untouched. And you got to think here too, Philly, with that dome resetting the fight, that's all more important nowadays, especially if you do get that mid-boss crystal, right? Like you walk in, maybe you get jumped, 2 of your carries go down, but they have that crystal. If you can get a good dome covering 1 or 2 of them, I mean, that's a free life. Once again, free safety. They're not going to be touched once you put that dome down. So it's very, very valuable. I think the character was already really good, maybe even slightly better now, but it's hard to say that given how strong he was before. I think he's just still the best support character in the game, in my opinion. Kind of, a bit uncontested there. And then on the other side, we are going to be getting a Yamato ban, who I think has been pretty interesting lately. A lot of people have been playing her, trying to see if she's good or bad. I don't think she's bad. I think she's pretty good still. I think the build has just changed up a little bit, and so you have to go a little bit... I've seen people playing a bit more punch style now, to be honest with you, even though the punching got changed. I think people don't really care about the melee change, to be completely honest with you. So that's a bit of an interesting one, but we will not be seeing it for this game, so no point to even mention it, as we are going to be seeing that in Furnace in that 4th pick here. That's more gun damage for TDL. 7, and in Furnace. That's a pretty big carry squad here. However, though, they are missing those critical engagers, like you mentioned before, so I'm expecting their last 2 to have something like that, but this does open up the University of Toronto to kind of counterpick them here early, and they end up going with a Bebop, maybe to kind of help with that zone management, find these picks early as well, now that the Paradox is gone. And I'm expecting them here. I mean, maybe they can steal something away, or are they going to go for a more supportive pick because they just don't really have one yet?
Yeah, it's a very, they find themselves in a conundrum here, because it's like, okay, you have the Bebop, he can initiate, right? Though his was hit with the nerf, so his early game is a little bit more volatile because he doesn't have that 10% innate bullet resistance anymore. He kind of scales it up with boon level, so he's going to want to scale up a little bit more before he tries to go in with some of those engages. But a lot of times we see people just build in vitality anyway. But it's like, okay, do you then pick up the Holiday here because it's extra lane pressure? Then you take it away from the side of TDL. They don't have that extra initiator person, because that's what they're missing right now on their side. How do they get into these fights? How do they try to win these maybe 2v2s, 2v1s if they don't have somebody starting the fight? Because yeah, in Furnace, maybe he wants to run in, maybe he wants to use his ultimate, but he doesn't want to stick around. He wants to be in the back and kind of shoot from afar and have somebody else take the brunt of that damage. We do know that Lalo, who was on the No Name Avengers, is helping out TDL, kind of subbing for them for the LAN tournament here, is a big Mo and Crow player, Dynamo player, Ivy player, and they still haven't picked up a character for him. So I'd be curious to see if maybe they get a Mo and Krill. We know Mo and Krill with the Infernus is pretty good. They can combo in the Afterburn, just doing so much work. So might expect that one coming up here soon. Only time will tell.
Yeah, Moen Krill, also untouched. I'm pretty sure he's going to be another very, very strong character at this patch right now. I think locking down someone early on, just that singular combo lockdown is going to be critical in this game right now, especially as these characters are starting to get taken away here. Holiday being one of them. That lasso going to be helping out the University of Toronto find these early picks. Start off these fights, like you mentioned before, it's another option for them here with the Bebop and the Holiday. They have two potential pick targets now to go for. However, that's going to be taken away by one because they do have the Viscous to get these cubes with the Kelvin support as well. That's a very, very supportive roster here for TDL, and then the Mo and Krill for that engage is really all you're going to need. You find one pick, you stay in that death ball with the Mirage on the side. Pretty interesting comp here for TDL. And then Ivy going to be getting finished off here for the comp of the University of Toronto. Pretty interesting. It does cover the side lane a bit. You do have the Wraith that can kind of do that job as well. However, with how much damage she does now, you kind of want her in the fight. So I definitely understand the Ivy pick, you know, clean up those side lanes or find those engagements with the fly-in, with the airdrop. You know, they have a lot of pick potential as well. A bit of a weird one for the University of Toronto. I definitely am going to give the edge to TDL. I think it looks like a very, very clean comp. It looks very easy to execute, which, like I've said many times before, the easy to execute comps tend to be the ones that come out on top here. And also, it's just a lot of damage. I think the one thing they might be missing, they only really have Mirage for that pure gun damage. But I don't think that's going to be too big of a deal, as there are not really too many tanky members on the side of University of Toronto. Abrams is going to be tanky regardless, so I think if you can shred them with that burn, with the 7 damage as well, maybe with a little bit of Mirage damage to top it off, a little siphoning bullets action there in the end, it'll be just plenty enough to pull you through for this win. But pretty interesting all around.
Yeah, absolutely. I really like the Viscous pickup because he's got the save. So if somebody does get hooked, get lassoed in, you know, give him the cube, provide that little extra sustainability, and maybe you don't get one-shotted right off the gate. So really liking that pick right there. The Infernus Calvin, I feel like we've seen that paired together, the Fire and Ice combo, a good amount. So I would imagine maybe those two put together, and then maybe, you know, you do the 7, the Mo and Krill, or Viscous and Mirage, something like that. So we'll see how the lanes kind of get tossed up there. But yeah, it's kind of this team fight comp versus this pick comp over here. So I want the University of Toronto, they want a good early game. They want to be able to take maybe that mid Guardian down first, and then allow some of those folks to rotate around the map. So I would imagine that Bebop and Holiday will be in that mid lane, try to put a lot of that pressure on, and then expand. Folks, because we're out of LAN, we have a very special segment here for you on Death Slam. We're going to send it over to Soren with an interview.
Hey everybody, welcome to Toronto over here. I've got Saucepan joining with me, the team captain for TDL. Saucepan, how you feeling? You're a part of the first Deadlock LAN event in history. How does that feel?
This is a pretty awesome event. This is a really good feeling, and I'm glad to be here.
Yeah, that's great. So we've got you here. We've got the draft up here on screen. How do you feel about how the draft went so far? It's a very interesting mix of styles between these two teams.
I don't want to give out too much, but it's definitely like a player choice and hero pool issues. You know, obviously, you know, we kind of get a team together, but I think it's a very solid draft so far, and I think we're gonna have a really good game.
Yeah, you mentioned hero pool issues. You've had a lot of changes between the qualifiers a couple days ago and coming here. I know that there were some issues with players being able to make it to Toronto. How has that affected how you prepared for this match?
Not affected too much. You know, we got the players here. That's all that matters. We're here ready to play. We're gonna kick some ass.
That's true. We're all here to have fun, no matter what happens in these games. So what's something that you want to highlight about your team and what they're doing that maybe the viewers can watch for? Something strong that you're good at, or a particular player you want to shout out?
Definitely gonna be looking out. Just definitely looking for smaller plays, not just the big death ball match meta as of last patch. Definitely looking for those little smaller interactions, a lot of split pushing today.
Yeah, all right, there you go. Thanks, Saucepan, for joining us.
Thank you.
See you in game.
You're the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Soren and Saucepan, the captain for TDL. Saucepan, kind of the carry, right? Plays Infernus, Geist, Mirage, and so they have 2 of those picks in the draft there. So looking forward to seeing what Saucepan can do. What cookery will he have here in the Cursed Apple? But I really want to hit on what Saucepan said. It's more now about these tinier engagements. How do we win some of these 2v2s, 2v1 sort of situations, and then allow that for us to snowball throughout the match, take some Guardians, take some jungle farm, etc., and play that more macro level game off of that. So a really intelligent piece there from the captain.
Yeah, it's actually funny you said that, because that is really my question too, on how they are going to win these smaller engagements, because the side of University of Toronto has a little bit scarier characters for those little ganks, those little skirmishes early, especially in that early mid game, with that Bebop, with that Holiday, with that Wraith, that Abrams. And all these characters kind of thrive in that gank type scenario. And so we'll have to see if TDL can keep their cool, find some good positioning, maybe get some solid Kelvin and Viscous saves here. Moving Krill from the top ropes, finds a combo out of nowhere, A lot of cool things could happen with that comp. However, it is going to be a little bit more difficult, in my opinion, for them to execute that early game if they're not set up correctly. But on the other end, you do still have a Viscous, you do still have the Kelvin, you do have a lot of insurance to make sure that your carries survive, make sure these characters are able to make it to that mid to late game. So I think they'll be just fine. I think we're going to be getting a pretty good game here, and I think University of Toronto is going to set the pace for not only this game, but for the day. See if they can get some early picks, get some early kills, early lane pressure, or if it's going to fall short and TDL will just steamroll them over in these fights.
Folks, there's 5,600 Canadian dollars, which is about like 4,500 USD on the line here. That's a big chunk of change. So yes, Saucepan and Soren, they're like, yeah, we're here to play, to have a good time. But folks, when there's money, that just stirs something up deep within you, and you're going to put your best on display. Especially, we got fans in the crowd. People are buying tickets here to be a part of this historic event, the first ever LAN in Deadlock history. So there's definitely going to be some fireworks in this one. I don't know, my friend. I think let's do some final thoughts here. I'm liking the University of Toronto's draft. I'm a big fan of the pick composition. I love the way that Holiday can, bounce in there, lasso somebody, then you get that combination. And I think the further this game goes, the more of that late game ability University of Toronto has with the likes of the Wraith and the Warden. So it's going to be a little bit scary. I think they've covered all stages of the game really well. Who do you like in this one?
Hey, I mentioned it before. I'm a big favor of splitting the desk here.
Yeah.
And I like TDL's comp. I mentioned it's a very easy to execute comp if you can get past that laning phase. And I think they have the tools to get past it. They have the opportunity to put some safe characters in each lanes. They can put a Kelvin over with the Infernus. They can put a Viscous over with somebody else. They do have the Abrams as well that can do a lot of work early on. Or sorry, the University of Toronto is the Abrams.
Yes.
They do have the Mirage, is what I meant to say, early on. That does have a lot of pressure. It does have a lot of lane presence. Can definitely find some picks here and there. So I do think that they have the tools to get through that early game and kind of start to steamroll this one. So I'm going to go with TDL. I do think it will be an interesting one. I think it could be a pretty close game, just looking at the comps, not necessarily looking at player skill or anything else.
Sure.
Hey, I'm excited to get started.
Yeah, this is going to be one for the history books as well, and it will be a best of 3 between these two. Whoever wins this one will go to play the no-name Avengers, so Deathy and his squad, in a best of 5 finals. So, man, this is going to be a long day. We're ready to head into the Cursed Apple.
Do me a favor. If I'm punching someone in the face,
Here we go. University of Toronto on that Amber side versus TDL on that Sapphire side. And just so everyone knows, TDL does stand for the Toronto Deadlock LAN. That's why we're not calling it the first name. That would be very, very confusing if we just called them Toronto Deadlock LAN over and over again at the Toronto Deadlock LAN. So we're going to be going with TDL for the rest of the day here. We'll see how far they get. As we get started in these lanes, we will have that Infernus and the Mowing Krill. Could get some picks early against that Ivy and the Wraith. Over in that middle lane, we do have the Kelvin and the Mirage against that Holiday Warden. Definitely could be a little bit scarier for the Sapphire side there. TDL need to be careful with that one. And then over on this left-hand one, I'm thinking we're going to be getting a lot of action, as we're seeing right now. A bomb already placed on that Viscous. It's going to be that Viscous Abrams. Very, very volatile, very scary. One hook and you're dead against the 7 and the Viscous. So they do have the cube to cover it, just in case, but scary all the same.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so in terms of the lane number 3, I think there's not going to be too much kill potential until we hit the ultimate mark, because that's when the combo comes online, and then the telekinesis from the Wraith as well to lock somebody down. So I think that lane, they're probably just going to be content to farm up for the first couple of minutes, and just wait for those ultimates to come online. This middle lane, though, very peculiar. I'm curious that they put these two together, of all things. I mean, some good lane pressure, but right now they're being poked out.
Yeah, honestly, I think it's less of that this is a good combo and more of that they needed to make the other things happen. I think you have to have your 7 with that Viscous to save you, just in case, right? I think 7 has a lot of potential to do damage early on, but it is a risky damage, right? It is where you have to walk forward, put that stun on, not get jumped in the meantime, not take too much damage in the meantime. So definitely a little bit riskier, and they kind of lucked out getting that Viscous in the same lane as the Bebop and the Abrams. Definitely lucked out there, so you're able to just save your carry, save yourself even from these hooks, from these shoulder charges. Definitely very interesting there. But back to the mid lane, like you were mentioning here, the Mirage and Kelvin can definitely do work, right? It's definitely not as scary as that Warden and the Holiday, but I think it definitely can do a lot of work, as we're seeing a little bit of damage already here. The Kelvin maybe stepped a little bit too much forward, and the cage plus the melee coming in. That's going to be the first kill for the University of Toronto. TDL stepping a little bit too forward there.
And that's Zephyr, one of the admins for Death Slam. He was a part of the event, and he was subbed in for the TDL squad because they needed an extra member. The support man goes down first here in the mid lane. We knew there was going to be a lot of kill potential in this one, just because the Holiday just so much spam damage with those barrels. You saw them connect a couple in that engagement there. That's exactly what the Ward needs to get off to a good start.
Exactly what you need here. Good start. Not going to mean the most, but definitely is going to help out overall. Having that Kelvin down a little early in Souls is definitely going to help you out in the lane, make it a little bit easier to shove forward, not get bullied out by those Arctic beams and the like. But I think they should have learned their lesson there. I think TDL kind of realized exactly how much pressure that you can put in there. I think the Mirage, staying pretty with this Tornado. Can't really get caged with that ability. And then also with the Kelvin now, should be getting enough souls to get all 3 abilities. Should be able to have that, I guess, survivability in the lane. They still, I feel like, are going to get pushed in, as we're seeing right now on the minimap. Getting pushed in a bit over and over again. Hard to take space control against that Warden in the Holiday. But I think it should be a bit easy for them now after that early death. One thing that we haven't really mentioned a lot, though, is that right-hand lane. We're seeing a lot of kind of stalling in that lane, kind of back and forth, pretty much 0 tower damage on both sides. I'm not really too sure exactly what's going to happen there, but I am going to be watching for those ultimates, for when that combo comes up, when that Inferno ult comes up, to see if we actually get anything.
Yeah, like we said, they're going to be biding their time until that 3.4k soul mark, and that's how we know the fireworks are about to be unleashed across the Cursed Apple. Here's the Mirage going really deep. The Flask, though, a snipe from downtown, stellar on a tear. Already has 2 in this one.
The alchemical flask from downtown there, a little 3-pointer onto Riser there. Looks like I was wrong. I mean, I guess the damage is just too much in this middle lane, especially now that they're ahead so many souls. That's 3.6k for both Cater and Styler here on the Warden and the Holiday, respectfully. And they're getting another one onto Zephyr here. It looks like TDL is falling apart in this mid lane.
Oof, and that's, you can only sustain for so long against the magical or the spirit might in that mid lane there. So having your Warden kind of fed is a little bit scary. So TDL, they're definitely going to have to be communicating about that. And I really like this because if you win the lane, that allows the Warden, he can kind of stay there, farm up a little bit more, but it releases the Holiday. You can see her right now on the mini map. She's making her way to the bridge buff. You can expend her to go over there. She goes for the melee, but a parry is even better. It's a 1v1, and we have a pause in the middle of it all. No! The first one of the match. It wouldn't be deadlock if we didn't get a pause.
A little unfortunate there with the pause. Pretty insane fight. I think the Holiday had that kill, but then the parry turns it all around. Lalo, with that Mystic regen, is going to start healing up and is going to start putting out that damage. That burn already procced on Decatur. I think the Holiday is going to start running away. Look on the chat. Don't do this to me, says the Holiday. Very, very scared here. Even though you have that soul increase, you're losing this fight. I'm not sure if it's going to be able to turn it around. We'll have to see, as we are going to be restarting here in 2 seconds.
Oh,
Never mind.
I didn't see who got the buff because that could be impactful here as well. If they get the gun, a little extra gun damage. Holiday did get it. Okay, so depending on what it is, if that's like the health buff, then maybe can stay around a little bit longer. But like we were talking about right before this, now that they've won the lane in the mid, that allows the Holiday to then make these rotations, right? Go to the bridge buff, get whatever it is, then go to lane number 3 and turn the tides in your favor, win that stalemate, and then you can get that Guardian pressure, which then changes what is happening in that lane. So I really like the strategy going here for the University of Toronto. We're going to take a little bit of a pause as the University of Toronto team needs to disconnect and reconnect, all part of LAN things.
Yeah, a little LAN moment, so we'll be back shortly. They're figuring it out, as you can see from the live feed there. I guess that way. Live feed there. There we go. You can kind of see exactly what's going on here with the teams hopping up, seeing what's going on. Oh, the PC's just off. Okay, they're figuring it out. So it'll be a little bit, ladies and gentlemen. We can talk about kind of what's going on here in the game. One thing that we didn't mention, kind of while that craziness was happening in that mid lane, is that right side lane for the Infernus and the Mo and Krill, rather. They managed to chunk out the Ivy very, very far to where the Ivy went to go run boxes, went to go heal up. They got about half health damage on that tower, actually. So they started getting a little bit more damage, a little bit of a soul lead there on that right-hand side. So TDL, while they're losing in the mid lane, did manage to get a good chunk of a lead on that right-hand side. And the Infernus, definitely someone you're going to be wanting to get ahead early. And Lalo, as we're seeing right now, on that pause coming back here, if he can manage to get that kill, I think that's going to skyrocket this Infernus to get TDL back into this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And then if he's ahead, you feel even more emboldened to go for the combo ultimate ability. Then maybe go with your concussion combustion, lock him down even further, and then find some eliminations there, get that early Guardian, freeze up a little bit of that map. So yeah, there's a lot of things on the line. Just because we're saying, the mid lane is kind of going one way, you got to look it's a whole 3-lane game. You got to look across every single side and see how it's going, the interplay between them all. My friend, something we didn't really mention too much in the draft is that there was no Lady Geist and no Lash. Lady Geist had some pretty notable kind of changes to how her kit operates. She kind of was been tapered off over patch, kind of been lower priority. Now, non-existent.
Yeah, kind of a weird change to the bomb. Honestly, I'm not really sure if it's a good, bad. Like, I'm not really sure exactly what that means. It's a bigger radius, a little bit higher cooldown, doesn't stick to things anymore. I think I'm reading it right here. The tier 1 changed, so you're actually getting even more radius instead of less cooldown. So it's interesting, right? It's a little bit faster, a little bit wider, so it's easier to hit, but it's going to be doing a little bit less, and you're going to be throwing it out a little bit less often. Right. So, kind of a toss. So had definitely I think it's kind of a nothing burger change, to be completely honest with you. I think the character's still about the same. To be completely honest with you, Billy, I think the character was kind of overpicked early. I think it's definitely a strong character. It's a safe character. It's not like you're going to pick Geist and then, they're going to slam a character that just perma counters Geist and the game's over. Sure. That's just not happening. Like, you pick Geist, it's Geist. You're getting spirit damage. You're getting a little bit of gun damage. Like, it's just one of those hybrid carries that you're going to be able to do a lot with. One of those kind of frontline characters as well that you can flex into those defenses. So just one of those characters that's always safe, but I always thought it was a bit over-prioritied. I think there's a lot of characters that are a lot stronger, and I think a lot of those characters are picked in this game right now. That Warden, right? That Seven, that Infernus, now that Wraith. I think a lot of those characters are a bit more of an issue, in my opinion. But I do think there's a pretty high chance we'll be seeing Lady Geist today in general.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm always of the opinion that when they first created the game, it was the 4 lanes, and they created characters specifically to kind of be in those 1 lane 1v1 situations. I always call Lady Geist like a duelist, right? A 1v1 specialist. Really wants to take those 1v1 engagements because she knows she can turn it around with the use of the soul exchange. So just wanted to point that out there for the folks at home. There was a nothing burger kind of change for my sheet that I have the stats. I put anything that's kind of just an adjustment in yellow. That's how it's marked here on my spreadsheet. So definitely something there. But then the Lash, right? A good initiator, a great ultimate, not picked up in this one. Going through the stat locker, looking at everybody who is playing in the LAN today, not really any Lash mains on either of these squads. So as Saucepan alluded to, some hero pool kind of issues going on, right? Can someone even play the Lash? If you can't, don't even pick him. It's not worth it because you still have to execute on some of those major abilities. And he's kind of the keystone piece if you do select him in your draft. So just wanted to throw that out there as well. I'm sure we'll see Lash, though, further into this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, hey, who knows? Maybe Deathy will pull it out later. You never know. I mean, it is the Death Slam tournament year, so anything could happen. I think for this game in particular, the Lash wasn't picked because... like you mentioned, I don't think there's really any Lash players on TDL, or at least anyone that really wants to prio it. Or sorry, not TDL, on University of... Oh, no, sorry, yeah, I was right. On TDL, excuse me. The pause got me all frazzled. On TDL, not really anyone to pick it there, and they picked the Kelvin too, so on the University of Toronto, you're going against the Kelvin. I mean, you can pick a Lash into it. Should you? I mean, probably not. It's not the best thing ever. And there's a Viscous too, so someone can just get cubed if you only get one guy anyway. It's not the greatest. I think the Holiday was the right choice. I think the Bebop, a tiny bit. I mean, I never want to say Bebop is the right choice. Sorry, Bebop names, but that's just kind of how it is. I mean, I think it definitely works a bit more consistent-wise, especially with the Paradox being banned. I think Paradox would have been a really good pick for them if they managed to get it, but smart on TDL to ban it away. But yeah, I definitely think Lash just doesn't fit into this game here, but I do think he's still pretty strong. I do think he can do a lot, and I think there's a high chance we'll be seeing him later.
Absolutely. Well, folks, we'll be seeing you in just a little bit. We're going to head to a break as we work out some of these issues.
When nothing Oh, we're live.
Flyer.
We're live.
All right, prompt us.
That's how you start the stream. I don't really think that they can hear me on stream, but basically you can tell them that we're fixing the tech issues right now.
So we're fixing the tech issues right now. That's
Yeah.
what I've been told.
And I hired you guys to be the podcasters to kill time.
And I've been hired as a podcaster along with Posh Rob to kill the time.
We have been hired as podcasters.
I along with you.
Yes.
You're not gonna get that.
We're not getting
We're not
paid.
getting
We're not
paid.
getting paid a single dollar for this.
Yeah, so I want you, while we fix the issues, I'm gonna show a little poster.
Yeah. That's a good poster.
Let's see. So it says Deadlock Rising canceled.
Huh, wait, that's weird. Canceled.
Just,
What?
It also says sold out at the top.
Sold out? Wait, how can something be sold out and canceled?
Yeah. This is interesting. So actually, I received this poster at 8 p.m. on Friday.
Okay.
Here we are. So what do you guys think about this poster?
I mean, do you have any initial thoughts about Asab?
No.
The Reveling Rabbit? I mean, he really reveled.
It's a poster.
He really reveled up right now.
Rolled up.
Yeah.
Doubled up.
He was hopping around the LAN and, tried to do the LAN and just stole everyone's,
Is there any way we can see
time.
the chat while we're doing this?
No, unfortunately, I
No, I can pull it up on my phone, right?
Well, yeah, you should do that. You should do that.
There's gonna be a little difference, like,
All right,
Yeah,
chat.
that's fine.
but one thing I will say is, how did you guys live like Friday night? Like Friday night, I got the message was canceled, and then I started like thinking,
How did we live?
yeah.
Oh.
How did you live through it? In the sense of,
Oh my god, that was so traumatic. I don't even know if I could talk about it right now. I might just get like PTSD talking about it. Can you talk about it? How you lived through that Friday night?
Well,
That was so stressful.
I'm dead, so
You're dead?
Yeah, I just didn't live through it.
Yeah.
ABG, you are so chopped.
Who said that? Who said that?
Focus DL. Okay. Okay, thank you, man.
Yeah, I mean that Friday night will be a night I'll remember for the rest of my life. I heard Discord.
I did hear Discord.
Who DM'd me?
but we don't know. But we heard maybe probably disabled Discord.
At ABGDL. Hello, Chopped. Hello, Crayon. ABG just got his hair implants in Turkey. Chopped up. Yo, this chat. Yo, you guys try to get banned or what? What is this chat?
If we talk about something, we'll start a little bit.
Of course.
Yeah, let's talk. Let's talk.
Deadlock drama. So
Yeah, go for it.
for the Tesla invitational, I messaged Vegas all the details. And everything.
Right.
And he just didn't tell you guys anything.
Well, so far as I'm aware, no one else. I know about it,
Yeah.
but nobody else on the team knows about it. I don't
So
think.
Vegas just said like your team is down without asking anyone on your team.
I mean, everyone is down, so he wasn't wrong to say that. But so far as I'm aware, no one else was made aware. So
And then
I don't know. I mean, JKW signed us up for a different tournament that's happening on the same day. So, but I'm sure that tournament's gonna get moved because they don't. Why would you want to? We have no tournaments anyway, so probably don't want to overlap there. But yeah, we have. I don't have any info at all.
But this is what I gotta say. Who's more at fault? The person for forgetting to let the teammates know about the tournament, or the person booking a tournament on the same day as another tournament?
Probably both.
Yeah.
It's probably both now.
Probably both. That's what I was talking about with Saab.
Kind of at the same. I mean, obviously, you know, I just figured if I mess with one person on the team, you know, the team's a high one.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
No, that's
Unfortunately,
not
the team is not a hive mind.
how it
Well,
works.
well, I mean, I think it's a hive mind now, but I mean, Vegas, which wasn't here, he wasn't home, and I mean, you know, he. So we have Lord and M instead of Vegas, and Vegas is taking a break from the game. I think, yeah, chopped and M, yeah. So Vegas is taking a break from the game. I think he deserves it. He's been playing very hard for a long time. There's a point where he had the most hours on NA out of everyone, and I think he's just burnt out. So it's a good time to take a break. Nobody blames him, I don't think.
A little vacation.
Yeah, a little vacation, yeah.
Nothing wrong with a little vacation here and there.
Someone said they want you to go. I'm like, you guys are getting a podcast.
Yeah.
We need to get closer to the mic.
No. What I'm saying is, I'm prompting.
Oh, you're prompting too
Yeah.
much. Okay. So we're supposed to talk.
Give you guys a subject.
Yeah, give us a subject.
Okay.
I'll repeat what you say for the chat. Wait, Bebop? Okay, the subject is Bebop. What do you think about Bebop, Sub?
Yeah, good champ. Probably need to nerf the hook a little bit. I mean, listen, like when you ask a question like that from the perspective of a player like me, I'm just gonna think of it as like a balancing thing. So I'm gonna respond with balancing answers. So I think the hook needs to be nerfed. The weapon damage can be buffed. I don't think all the nerfs that they've done so far is really like has any point to it, because the broken part of the champ is that they can just insta kill you from across the map. So probably just nerf the hook, half the cooldown. Maybe don't give it back off the uppercut max. And yeah, I mean, other than that, I got no thoughts on Bebop. Good. People say that Bebop should be removed, but I don't think it should be removed. I think a hook champ in a MOBA is not that bad of an idea. I think it's just like industry standard, you know. There's lots of precedent for it.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I think Bebop existing is fine, but why are they making the hook champ's hook the size of Jupiter?
That's true.
Why is it his arm, his hand is like the biggest thing on the planet, and it will literally grab you around cover? Why don't the devs just like kind of think a little bit outside the box and make the arm like really small so it's like a hard skill shot to hit? I don't know. That's just my opinion though. That's just my thoughts. Oh.
Oh, because the game's in third person, right?
Yeah. Third person hooking, Chad. That's what it's about.
I think it's fine. I think it's fine.
I mean, I think it's fine, but just like the hook being so big leads to like people getting hooked behind cover. Like if I'm hiding behind boxes in my lane, I should not get hooked if he hooks above the boxes, just because I'm like a big fat chungus bone curl or something. Yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna prompt you guys for the prompt.
Yeah.
But alright, next prompt is who's gonna win the next Tesla game?
Oh. That's a good one.
Wait, so
Yeah.
did they hear you ask that question?
No, okay, chat. I'll say it. I'll say it.
Repeat the question.
Yeah, he doesn't have a microphone. I'll repeat it. So,
Go ahead,
chat,
repeat
the
the
question was, who do we think is going to win the Death Slam Invitational? Well, it's definitely not Melee Creeps. That team doesn't exist anymore.
That team doesn't
Yeah.
exist anymore.
So we can cancel that one out.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
granted that, you know, my team is playing in it, I'm going to have to say that it's going to be us.
Think so?
But yeah, I do think so. I'm sure Valhalla has a fair chance, though. Maybe some other team can do a bit of an upset as well.
Yeah.
But I'm inclined to say that Hydra Nation should win.
Well, who is invited? It's you guys,
Valhalla and
who
Pierce
else?
team. Pure Kicks Puppies. That's
Pure
her name.
Kicks Puppies, does he?
Yeah. He died. Probably not. But
I mean, why would they name themselves something like that?
I don't know. They're mean, probably.
Like, isn't that like slander? It's like illegal
Eh,
to like name your team name.
I'm
after,
sure
like,
he agreed to it. It's okay.
I mean, maybe he didn't.
I think he did.
Okay, maybe he did. So what about? Okay, so you got Hydra Nation, you got Valhalla, and you got Pure Kicks Puppies.
Hold on. Average Jonas said, "Hey ABG, thanks for lending me your yellow Lambo. My red one was getting old. Sincerely, your fellow average gamer." Of course, Jonas. No problem, man. Yeah, you take the Lambo, bro. It's all yours, man. I don't need it anyway.
So what about the lower teams? No, not the lower teams, but the qualifying
The
teams.
qualifying
yeah,
teams, yeah, from the
any
opens.
opinions about those guys?
I mean, I want to
updates?
say that Little Troops should probably be the most threatening
Troops?
team from the open quals to watch out for.
Yeah, watch out for Little Troops, guys. I'm coaching that team.
He is coaching that team. You want to borrow the headset? Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Either one.
Take
could borrow
subs.
both.
All right, Deathy's here. Hello, Deathy.
What's up, chat? All right, AVG left. I just stole his spot.
Yeah.
All right, so here's what's happening. We're almost everybody's back in the lobby. We unplugged a couple fridges, so that should hopefully, make it so it doesn't, trip the breaker again. The owner says it's never happened before. I believe him. He has no reason to lie or whatever. He's been a great guy so far. The venue's been awesome. So it's just unfortunate technical difficulties, and everybody, including myself, that's running the event is a little bit stressed out by this. So thank you guys so much for bearing with us. Kashi, I'm pretty sure you're hearing me, so I think everybody's getting back in the lobby, and I think basically imminently we should be good. I'll coordinate on my phone just to make sure we're all good. But how are you feeling, Kashi?
I'm feeling good. I feel good. I think this event is great. Like, even if there's like these technical difficulties, at least what you guys did in the context of like setting everything up, the production, people flying out, it's insane. Like
Sorry?
the fact that this was
100? 100 tier 1. What? I'm being informed that there was 100 tier 1 subs.
Gifted.
What's happening? Who gifted 100? The peace. Oh, dude, that's a goat. The peaceful Kraken 100.
Is that an oiler?
I don't know. The peaceful Kraken has been in my community for a while, though. He's a goat for sure. Yo, peaceful Kraken, thank you so much for 100 gifted. That's insane. Basically, what I'm gonna do with the revenue from today's stream, for the most part, is I'm gonna help. Oh, what's up? My team is all outside. I'm gonna help like fund some of the people that like flew in. There's like a few people that flew in, so I'm gonna give them maybe $50 or $100 or whatever I can.
That's nice.
Like I'm putting everything that I'm making from this back into the tournament one way or another. So I'm not actually making any money from this, if anything. Dude, my hotel was so fucking expensive.
How much was it? Wait, where are you staying? Oh, I'm not gonna.
I'm staying at.
I don't think that's a good idea.
You know,
I don't think
yeah,
that's a good idea.
probably shouldn't say exactly, but I'm staying at a hotel downtown. It was extremely expensive because apparently the Prince picked the worst weekend possible. This is the busiest weekend in Toronto in all year. I didn't know.
How much did you pay?
You know, like for 2 nights with my wife, it's like with tax, like $1,000. We couldn't find another hotel that was like because we needed to be in a specific position to be next to the bus that we took as well because we need to leave Monday morning at a specific time and everything. Well, I mean, I get, you know, yeah, we got scammed. So
I was gonna say the hotel I'm staying at was only like 150 USD with all the taxes.
yeah, I don't know. We got scammed, bro. I don't know. Like. My wife booked it. I didn't like. Usually my wife books stuff. She couldn't find anything else. I trusted her, but we got owned. Anyway, is everyone back in the lobby? Do we know? Kashi can probably hear me. Okay, we're waiting on ready checks. Okay,
right,
so
I think it's probably it then.
we're gonna be going back to the game soon. So I'll let Kashi tell me when we're going back to the game, and we'll kill the time until then. So the other thing that I want to talk about is like meeting everyone in person. It feels so surreal.
Yeah,
like for example, like we've talked a bunch Kashi in the past, you know, but like. Being next to each other, it's just like
it's like a.
It's just a little weird,
but it's cool. It's a cool kind of.
Because like you know the person, it's not someone you haven't known. Like you've played we've probably played hundreds of games against or with each other.
Yeah.
But like to be next to each other, and I've got all the no-name teammates outside. What's up, guys?
And just all the
They're
other
giving me hearts
as well.
Yeah.
10 gifted.
Average Jonas with 10 gifted. Holy, yo. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the gifted. But yeah, this event is crazy, and it's been crazy to like pick up the pieces. Like, you guys have to understand. At 8 p.m., I was informed. 8 p.m. Friday, I was informed the LAN was canceled, and then from then on, fundraisers, set up everything, contacted the venue, made sure the players like we got production. Like, holy, what's up? They want to talk to me? Oh, I think everyone's good.
Okay, I think this is.
People are good. People are good to go. Kashi, can you confirm the lobby's good or? Yep. So thank you guys so much for bearing with us. Hopefully this is the last tech pause technical issue we have. I really hope so. If we have it again, it's a little bit out of our hands, unfortunately. So we're really doing everything that we can. We're gonna throw it to the casters. You know, thank you guys so much, and hopefully we can play some Deadlock and see some Deadlock happen today.
Oh yeah. I'll see you later, chat. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Welcome back, Deadlock fans. HD Philly B and Jord here. We are finally back into the action. I couldn't be more ready for it, and we have it's a standoff of epic proportions right now over the bridge buff. I mean, Creator has gotten the bridge buff, but they are in a sticky situation here, friend.
Yeah, I think Cater got the spirit buff. It was a spirit buff, if I remember correctly. It's been forever, but we get it now. We're back, right? We're back here. No lasso. There is an Infernus ult. Not sure if they need it here in this scenario here, but there was a parry from Lalo to turn the fight around, and now it could be anyone's game here. Maybe a headshot from Holiday could close this one out, but any second now. I mean, I'm excited. Any second now, we're going back into one fight, and then probably into another 5 minutes of laning, right? So maybe not too much to be excited over, but I am very curious. I think Infernus is winning this one. I think the burn is going to do too much damage.
Well, friend, during the interim, we were talking about how important this kill could actually be because of how they're winning in this lane a little bit. Before it was kind of a stalemate, but they've gotten some Guardian pressure. You can see a little bit of ticks on that Guardian in lane number 3. You think that if Infernus can get a few extra souls, maybe get something off this kill, they can actually really start pressing the issue in this lane.
Yeah, I mean, if Infernus is who you want to get fed here, right? 3.4k already, along with the 7 who's doing pretty well for himself as well. So if your carries when your TDL can get strong here, it will kind of just nullify the fact that the mid lane for TDL, this Mirage and this Kelvin, haven't been doing quite as well this holiday. 4k, this Styler on Warden 4.5k, I just realized, so already very, very ahead. It looks like we are going to be getting ready checks here, Philly, so let's get this started.
Okay, let's see. Do they do a handshake and back off? I think the pause gets the Holiday out of dodge this time, but that was looking a little bit precarious in that one. So it looks like the Infernus will go back to lane, but a little bit worse for wear for doing so.
Yeah, sadly we didn't get the grand conclusion we've been waiting for. That's all I've been thinking about for the last hour, but it's all right. We'll get the rest of the game. I'm happy to be back into it.
Yeah.
See the state of the things here. Looks like Bebop getting real low over on this left-hand side as well. The Abrams gonna have to kind of show some presence 1v2 against this Viscous and 7 here. And the 7, like I mentioned, doing fairly well for himself here. 4.1k already just off of pure farming, but might be in trouble here as the Abrams 1v2 is going in, looking for the 7, finds the stun, finds the slam, finds the punch, but does not find the kill. The Abrams now needs to run away and finds a good little engage, but just cannot find the finish.
Yeah, well, he doesn't have his lane partner there, so it's hard to find the finishing blow when it's just a 2v1, and you have a Viscous who's rolling through with the goo ball, gets it cubed up, and heals you. So, you know, a good play there from Airstriker Alex diving in from above, but the kill potential wasn't really going to be a threat. What is a threat here, though, is in the mid lane where Styler, for those of you just joining in, is on a 4-player kill streak so far. He's just been farming heroes in this mid lane.
And if you're TDL, this is not who you want to see get fed here. The Warden can do a lot with this soul lead, and Styler, a player we've seen a lot in the past, and at least in some of these tournaments recently. I know in terms of the different tournaments I've been seeing recently, and is pretty good on this Warden, has seen him on before, so is definitely comfortable in this scenario. So we'll have to see if he can carry this lead further into a late game. But there are other people that could definitely be doing things as well. It's definitely not all on the Warden, but the Warden gonna make life very, very difficult for TDL here.
Absolutely, and I did see the Wraith as we were kind of panning through the items, did go for the Spirit Shielding, which, you know, gives the barrier if you take a massive amount of Spirit damage, so really playing it a bit safe here, knowing if the combo comes in, the concussive combustion comes in, right, that's a huge amount of Spirit damage from these guys, so provide a little bit of that defensive ability, but that kind of curbs your scaling of your damage in this early game. Once again, we're looking over at this mid lane. That Guardian is on its last legs.
Yeah, Spirit Shielding definitely kind of a norm nowadays for Wraith, especially into the Spirit characters like the 7, as we're seeing, or the Infernus specifically, in the lane here. You kind of build Wraith a little bit more spirity nowadays. It's still a gun build, but it's more Tesla bullets, and then you go into Boundless, into those type of items. As the mid lane turret now going down, that first Guardian going down for TDL here. They back away, but it looks like they will keep their lives, and looks like that lead from the mid lane is starting to pay out dividends for the University of Toronto. We'll see if they can continue it here.
And now we have a skirmish. The combo is finally expended, locking down the Wraith, but where is the follow-up? It's not there. The Wraith is just getting tickled after that one, and she'll get out of that one. Here's the concussion combustion, but it's only onto a stone form, and that will not crack the Ivy. They do retreat under their tower, but it's taking some significant damage.
Taking a lot of damage, but so are the players here. It looks like Lalo and Saucepan here more than healthy enough to start pushing this Guardian and try to get one of their own. However, here comes the Holiday. Here comes the Roam over here from Cater. Wants the revenge from that Infernus, but looks like TDL are wise to it.
Yeah, they sniffed that one out, and that's exactly what we were talking about. For the folks who were just joining us, it's this mid lane. Once they win it, they allow the Holiday that can make these roams, make these ganks across the map, and then kind of press the issue. Whereas the Warden can kind of stick here. He's farmed up enough that he can kind of survive the 2v1. He has the last stand, so he'll just be farming up troopers, accelerating his scalability into this one. And then Holiday's free to do whatever she wants to. Really, right now, hanging around this lane number 3, wants to get something done with this Infernus and this Mo and Krill, knowing that both of the ultimates are expended. Finally, on lane number 1, it's the Amber Hand getting the upper hand here.
Yeah, it looks like the Bebop and the Abrams finally exerting some of their presence here, as they kind of have been trying to do all game. It's like they're a little bit ahead in souls, so they're able to shove in this Viscous and this 7, who are really just playing their lives at this point, right? You don't want the 7 to die. You want to keep him safe, keep him farming souls over and over again, get as high as you can. Same with this Infernus, and here comes another hook, though, but this time they get the Viscous, who is going to be more than safe into here. It's actually the Bebop taking the brunt of that damage as the cube, or rather the ball, coming in, stopping a lot of this damage. And another engage over on the other side here. It looks like this Infernus and this Bo and Krill are starting to get pushed in a bit, and we're seeing the spirit damage, the card damage coming out from this Wraith is so much.
Yeah, it has that extra charge online and the Quicksilver reload as well, so you can just be spamming those things all day. But now it's like a 3v2 over here. The Warden is just fine to stick in the mid lane like we were talking about. This Holiday just putting it in, another combo, this time locking down the Wraith again, but she uses the slip, but can't escape. Lalo gets another shot in there, finally takes down his opposite number here in lane number 3.
And that's 8K for both Saucepan and Lalo here. That's very, very huge for TDL. You got to keep up with the Warden. Styler almost at 10K here, so trying to keep up as much as possible are the carries from TDL just to make this game, you know, survivable to get into a late game, which I do believe TDL should win looking at the compositions here. But the University of Toronto running a bit of spoiler to that. They were ahead in gold for a long time, but now they're back at about even after that play. And really, it's only the Warden that's ahead. Everybody else is about even or behind, as Lalo now getting that Guardian over on the right-hand side here. It's going to be 1 Guardian to 1 on both ends. So pretty even game, which is exactly what you want if you're TDL.
Yeah, we were talking during the break, like, hey, is this going to be kind of one-sided? Is there a way back into this one? And it's through those folks on lane number 3 for TDL, the Infernus and the Mo and Krill going to have to be working in tandem to get the, you know, to keep pace with this Warden who's at 10k souls. I mean, that's pretty far ahead. The urn, though, my friend, it's on the map here. Both of the teams kind of looking at it, kind of not. It depends on if the Holiday makes that rotation. For now, though, we do have a hook in. This time he gets the right target. It's the 7, but immediately the cube comes through. The Abrams, though, a shoulder charge in, but thinks better of it. That Guardian's still very healthy. They don't want to dive it just yet.
Not diving it just yet, and this is kind of why you want that Viscous with the 7. 7 is a character that has to make himself vulnerable to do damage. You know, you see later in the game with his ult, you know, he's hovering in the sky, he's a free target, right? However, with the items that he builds, it is a lot harder to kill him in that ultimate, and that's the same in lane. He has to walk up, be in range, be in, you know, line of sight to actually do a lot of the damage that he's going to do. He's not quick peeking, he's not throwing out an ability and running away. He's got to stay on you, and he's got to run after you, which makes him very vulnerable. This Viscous is the perfect pairing for that, especially against the Bebop. You know, peeks for damage, gets hooked, doesn't matter, finds the cube. You know, maybe later in the game finds that rescue beam as well. It's going to be very, very good. So really, I think this Viscous is kind of keeping, along with obviously Saucepan and Lalo doing very, very well in their lane, kind of keeping TDL alive here, and also now allowing Zephyr to grab this urn. I think we're up for a pretty interesting urn fight here.
Yeah, well, if they can snuff him out, he is making his way across the map. A fly drop, though, does allow the Ivy to kind of change the favor over here in lane number 1. A good pull from the Bebop to save the Ivy from under the tower. Here is the Storm Cloud. It is zapping everybody, but a Seismic Slam will take him into the dirt, but it will be Air Striker Alex who falls for the dive under the Guardian.
Yeah, Alex, realizing that the fight is lost, needs to try to make a miracle happen, finds the 7 with the Seismic Slam. However, just a little bit too little of damage in order to find that kill. It looks like Attributions and the whole squad of TDL there with kind of the fence on that tower managed to pull through, and at the other end, Zephyr puts in that urn, and they also are now getting a push on this Walker, but they need to be careful here because here comes an Abrams and here comes a Holiday, angry, wanting to get a play back.
Yeah, a little bit of a revenge for the detective. For now, both of the initiators, they're just going to hold this Walker. They don't want to get anything, you know, any more damage onto the structure. But yeah, Zephyr on the Calvin, just easy turn in, slam dunk for the urn, and that's accelerating their farm here right now. They're up 5k souls, not insurmountable by any means, but it's still one objective in their pocket that they have won. The Warden now, he's kind of making his way back to the mid lane, has the final stand online. Will he let it fly? Right now, the Arctic Beam is kind of just deterring him. They expend the Frozen Shelter of all things that allows the Warden to channel it up. And here it is, the final stand. No Guardian to save Zephyr now. He may have run the urn, but he has run out of time. The Calvin eliminated. Can they find more? No, the Mirage will be able to get out of this one.
And beautiful layering there from Styler on the Warden. Finds the cage on to that Kelvin. Kelvin panics, puts down that dome, does not want to go down, but when you put down that dome, you're kind of trapped in there yourself, right? And with no teammates around you to help out, that allows the Warden to charge up that last stand and start to, you know, change the world, as they say here. Changing the game, as that's another kill for the University of Toronto, and this is exactly what you want to see if you are the Amber squad. You want to get these picks, you want to get these early Guardians, this early map pressure. Do not make it easy for TDL, and it looks like they're starting to do just that.
Oh, it's those barrels from the holidays. She's just spamming them like nobody's business, and a good direct hit on the Viscus took them low enough where they were running for the hills, and a couple of crack shots to the back, you know, take them down. The bridge buffs now back in. The Wraith able to make a rotation over to that one. Looks like Amber Hand will collect both of the bridge buffs here at the 15-minute mark.
Both buffs going in here. It looks like TDL are trying to stabilize things after a bit of an explosive play there from University of Toronto to get another Guardian. However, they still have one to get to earn that flex slot with the 3 Guardians on that right-hand side. And it's going to be 2 for TDL. But you expect that, right? TDL, looking at their composition, you don't expect them, unless they hard win lane, to be getting these early Guardians. You expect them to kind of group up, find a fight, and then get something in return. But it looks like at the 15 minutes, we are going to be getting another urn, and it will be TDL who takes control of the urn yet again. However, if you look over on that left-hand side, both pick characters for the University of Toronto, Holiday and Bebop, are waiting in the wings for this urn.
Oh, yeah, and they just have to face a Viscus, which, you know, you feel like if they wanted to go on him right now, they could maybe turn the fight and then make Zephyr think a little bit about turning this urn. Now you see a couple more members from the Amber Hand heading over there. You have both the Wraith and the Warden. Their ultimates are all online, folks. So, you know, anybody who gets caught out, they can get picked up, slammed down, and just eliminated here. So this is going to be a contentious fight. The combo is the one to start us off, but it's on the Abrams, one of the beefiest lads in the league. He goes for the seismic impact, but probably just to get away. Moan Crow chasing him down, but not fast enough. Now the goo ball expended, and you can just hook him right back in. It's a goody-goody gum drop here for the Bebop, but still so much resistance for that green apple as he is rolling away. Can the projected mine catch up? No, the card homes in, doesn't find the elimination, but still they clear the path of the urn. Zephyr, he can't turn it in, he has to drop it.
Yeah, University of Toronto kind of sacking their right side lane here, managing, you know, to not really get the urn. They wanted to put more men on that urn side, get that fight in, take the urn for themselves, but really, really good awareness from TDL to instead just kick that kill on the right-hand side. They take away Airstriker Alex, get the walker now, keep the urn safe, and they didn't lose anything. So this is just a net positive for TDL. Yeah, they can't turn in the urn, but they get a whole walker out of it. So I definitely think that's a good play for them. University of Toronto, you know, a little bit of a miss there.
Yeah, it's a good macro play, right? Sometimes a lot of teams use the urn to bait, right? Hey, we're going to turn it in, but it's all just, you know, look over here, smoke and mirrors, as we're taking your walker on the opposite side of the map, and you have some of the best characters do it, like the Infernus, can just burn through structures, pun intended. So I really like that play because Amber Hand, they committed 4 members over there. Sure, they got a couple kills, but you lose a walker, which means you're going to always have to have somebody over there to protect your base Guardians as the troopers are marching forward. So a really nice play there for TDL to give themselves a little bit more breathing room on the map.
Yeah, TDL definitely doing a good job at creeping up that soul lead just a little bit more. And remember, with their comp, I mean, if they're going even, they're winning at this point in the game. That does allow them now to pick up the urn once again. However, it looks like the University of Toronto are very, very prepared for it. The urn dropped once again. They just do not have the space to pick it up. However, the University of Toronto now deciding, hey, screw the urn, let's start pushing this last Guardian, and they will get it on that right-hand side. The Infernus is not enough to stop them. Both the Holiday and the Ivy going to be doing wonders there as a fight starting to go off here on the urn side. We have a minute and 20 seconds to cash in this urn, and the Mo and Krill starting to bring it in here. We might get a fight.
Yeah, I think we will, and we do have some of the impactful ultimates like the lasso ready to be expended here, but it is the Storm Cloud, the first to be let a leash. It's just zapping everybody, but everyone was able to run away from the last stand. Now in, this is a great angle from a Observer, not a Llama, to capture all of the action. This Warden just bullying everybody away. Nobody can take down this 18k soul. Man, it's a combo into the church there, but a couple of members will be able to help their carry out. It will be a double kill. No, make it a triple here. Make it a quadruple for the Amber Hand. They turn it around over the urn.
Yeah, TDL had a 7 ult to start sectioning off that urn to buy them time and space to turn it in. And I didn't actually quite catch if they managed to or not, but looking at the money, it looks like they did manage to cash in that urn, but at the cost of the fight, right? University of Toronto don't get the urn, but they managed to get a huge fight afterwards. Mo and Krillult on the side getting one of those last kills there. We kind of missed right off of camera there. But just a great re-engage from Styler on the Warden and just from everybody on the University of Toronto to get through, take out the 7 early. That's a lot of the damage gone, and now they're going on to this mid-boss who, if you remember, it's not just one crystal anymore, it's going to be multiple, so it's going to be way harder to actually get here as Lalo coming in with his with the Infernus ult finds nothing, and now it looks like he will be going down. All 3 Rejuve crystals are on play here, and it looks like they will be all going to University of Toronto. Lalo going down on the Infernus, TDL deciding to take that left side walker instead, so not the worst trade, but definitely not what you want to see here.
And once again, it's in a MOBA, everything is a push and pull, right? If you know you're taking mid boss, you gotta be ready to pick out something else later, right? You know you're gonna give up that walker on the left-hand side. And so that's a decision from TDL. It's like, okay, Lalu, just distract as long as you can. If you get a Rejuve crystal out of the 3, that's even better, but we're gonna take this walker and open up the map just even more for us. So I appreciate that split level decision from the Sapphire Flame. As long as they don't lose anybody on the retreat here, doesn't look like they will. It's a good call, though, from the University of Toronto to go for that mid-boss early. They had the time and space to do it. They were able to burn it pretty quickly. Now they have some of those buffed-up players. Bebop is going for a more gun build rather than the Vitality Spirit that we know him to do. So that's why they're giving him this extra buff, that fire rate, that extra HP. They really want to facilitate this Bebop in the fight. This Calvin, though, he's just kind of run and gun some folks down here. They do get the Rejuve off of Creator, and they lock him in with the Frozen Shelter. That's a good anticipatory play, but can they finish off the Sheriff? Yes, they do. 1 Rejuve Crystal off the board. They're looking for more, though. The Seismic Impact slams into the sky, but it's usually used as an escape maneuver here. When all said and done, the dust settles. 2 go down for Toronto, 2 go down for TDL.
Like you mentioned, that push and pull, I mean, that's the epitome of what we just saw. TDL loses that mid-boss, but they get the walker in return. They all retreat. The death timers are very, very low at this point in the game, and they manage to defend all 3 walkers. However, back again, the University of Toronto find a pick onto the Viscus on that right-hand side, which allows them now to take out this walker. The Mirage teleporting in is not enough, and looks like they will be able to get it and get out scot-free. The Bebop might end up going down here, but you take 1 for 1 in terms of a walker. That's for sure. So University of Toronto definitely managing to stabilize their game when they were behind. But here comes a big fight, actually. It looks, oh no, actually just the Rejuve crystal on the Bebop. I forgot it. Everything is looking so crazy. I need to get used to that new Rejuve look. And it looked like a big fight was going on, but no, it just that Rejuve crystal going down for Big Fat B. And you do still have one onto the Warden, who is going in now with the last stand.
Yeah, he's using it. They were trying to clear some space here for the urn. That is where the next big fight is going to take place. You can see a number of folks stuck in the speakeasy over here in the back alleys of the Cursed Apple, and there is a scuffle happening. 2 members go down. That's mainly the Mirage and Zephyr. They've been under the gun more often than not here in this match so far. Friend, during the draft, we were talking about what is the engage tools here for TDL. What are they going to use to start some of these fights? And right now, that is where they're falling flat. They don't know how to engage around the urn, around the mid-boss. Like, what do they do without putting themselves in harm's way? We'll get to that in just a moment, as this Wraith might not be long for this world. She's going to have to get out of dodge here, but it looks like she'll be the sacrificial lamb to allow the rest of the members to retreat.
Yeah, kind of the one player going back down. And I mean, to be honest, that looked like a lot for the University of Toronto. They get 2 kills, right? But they don't really get anything after that. The urn is still going back. No one has control of that. It is going to be in the middle of the map as well, so it's not like there's anything crazy going on there. They got the walker. I mean, they're still down a walker. They didn't really get anything out of that fight. The 2 kills are nice, yeah, but the death timers are low. Everyone's already respawned, and Icy now is the one who is gone, which will allow TDL to get that urn. So overall, in a macro sense, that was actually a better play for TDL on the back end. And you talk about how is TDL going to engage? How did they do this? They don't actually need to engage. They just need to take up space, play together. You have the Mo and Krill that can find a combo for a pick if needed, but they're really a re-engage comp if you think about it. Take up the space of the objective, play on top of it, whether it's a walker, whether it's an urn, whether it's the mid-boss, whatever it is. You find the 7 ultimate, you find, you know, some healing, some cubes, whatever you need to do to support your carries, get the poke in, and then re-engage after the University of Toronto attempt their engage with the Bebop, with that Wraith ultimate, with that Warden ultimate. You know, you kind of just have to live that initial engage from the University of Toronto if you are TDL. And, I mean, they're struggling a little bit right now, but they have managed to find some of the re-engages to get those trade kills, and it's working out for them right now, as it's about even in souls. The lanes are about even. We're kind of at a little bit of a break. However, as I say that, the University of Toronto bring in that urn. Maybe it's their time to get one finally.
Yeah, they desperately need it. They need some of those ability points on their characters like the Holiday, like the Warden, etc. And like we talked about in the draft as well, my friend, it's now a game of a war of attrition here in Deadlock, right? You can't just rely on spamming all your ultimates to win. You know you have to layer them effectively and win the fight clean. Right now, though, the goo ball is caught out. It is dangerously low. They do find the Viscous ahead of the urn, but it's not going to open it up this objective just yet. Still 4 members available, and the Mirage can be diving in at any moment. Tons of abilities the Combustive use. The Stoneform smacks right into it, but it's the last stand that we are looking at. It's the Warden. He's going to be looking to fight toe-to-toe with some of these, but against 2 carries, maybe not. It is the carry Bebop, however, that does find elimination on the back end. Now, a little bit of a scuffle here in this side room. The supports are going at it, kind of sectioning each other off here. It allows the 7 to re-engage into this fight. Puts in the static cloud, or the storm cloud rather, and this time it's getting a ton of work. Johnny gets eliminated, but the urn gets turned in, and a walker on the opposite map falls.
Yeah, I mean, University of Toronto managed to actually kind of get the better of that. It was an even fight across the board. A little cheeky play there from TDL with the Ice Dome plus the 7 ultimate. There's no escaping that one there, Philly, as Johnny is going to be going down. But a lot of work coming in already for the University of Toronto, so you don't mind going down here. But as I say that, another fight coming in, catching off Airstriker Alex, who cannot find his way back. But as I say that, he's healing, he's Abrams, he's managing to save himself, and he gets enough time to get away. 100 HP is more than enough. But as I say that again, here's another Bebop hook. The Bebop trying to find so many things right now, but I don't think it's going to be nearly enough to find a kill. As when the dust settles, we're even on walkers now, 1-1 remaining for both squads. About even on gold. Looks like we might get another KO here as Wraith, Warden all teleporting onto Lalo here on the Infernus, who cannot get away. Maybe no, he finds a flame dash, he finds the space, he's managing to get out, and somehow miraculously he survives.
I mean, if you don't have catch, right, if you don't have some sort of lockdown for that Infernus, he's got all the tools in the bank to be able to, you know, manipulate himself around the map and get out of there. The telekinesis was already expended by Icy on the Wraith, so they didn't have that crucial ultimate to kind of lift him up, slam him down, get that extra bit of damage. But this is crucial that the Infernus survives because they need him to mount their defense on this mid walker. You can see a lot of folks gearing up for it. This Bebop carry, man, you know, we see it from time to time. That's not what we were expecting. We kind of had him as like an initiator, but he's really the position 3 here. And with 30k souls, actually, maybe the position 1. They're expending, they're dumping so many resources into him to really deadlift this squad. So a very interesting choice here for the University of Toronto to trust their sub in Big Fat B to really get it done. The teams, though, they have to set their waves here. You can see the Amber Hand, their creeps, so their troopers are pushing up on both sides. So they got to, you know, level those things out before they go for the next engagement.
Trust in the B, looking like the name of the game, but also trust in the other carries, Styler and Icy, who, if we're looking at the shop, just got big power spikes. Icy on the Wraith, getting that Boundless Spirit, going to be monumental for the damage, for the card damage early on here. Styler getting that Lightning Scroll as well, making that last stand so much more vulnerable. But as I'm talking about that, Zephyr gets caught out, gets lassoed, gets taken down here with the Wraith ult as well. There's no surviving that, as that's 1 man down for TDL, who need to be careful now as they look to defend this walker. But now it looks like the Viscous might go down. Noel needs to be careful. It looks like he's starting to get away, but the Viscous, or rather the Cube, should just be enough. Yes, he can just barely get away.
And that's a sweat off the brow because they need this Viscous to save some of the carries as they mount this defense around the mid walker. Yes, you want the Frozen Shelter to help, you know, sustain your team, lock people in, find that pick, right? It's that counter engage tool that we've been talking about. So every member on the side of TDL extremely crucial to keeping themselves in the game. Still, it's been neck and neck this entire time frame. It's been teeter-tottering ever so slightly, the soul leads between the squads. So far, the University of Toronto now ahead by about 7k souls, but you could expect after one fight, it'll sway the other way.
Yeah, we actually saw the side lanes both being pushed in slowly on a bit of a slow push for TDL there. The University of Toronto had to back up away from that Mounter or that mid lane Walker kind of siege they had going on to go deal with those waves. But while they did have to let go of the siege, let go of that Walker for now, they actually managed to get a lot of souls off of that wave that managed to stack up on both sides, because TDL, they probably lost maybe at least 2 waves on each side for them here. And a great hook once again. Big Fat B, trust in the B, managing to find yet another one. Look at all this damage coming through. The Mowing Crow with the Burrow might be enough to save it, but no, the Burrow runs. Wraithbolt comes in to secure the kill. That's 2 ults down here for the side of Toronto, but can they survive the re-engage here? TDL need to play defense. They might not be able to, as here comes Last Stand.
Yeah, the Last Stand's big, but I think it's really just to kind of push everybody away and get a little extra pressure on this Walker, and so they are doing it, and they're going to put a lot of resources because they want that final flex spot. You saw the Bebop had like 3k souls in their back pocket just waiting to spend it. But I want to highlight that hook there, because that's exactly what Poshy Pop was talking about during the little mini podcast that we have, is that even if you're behind cover, that hook just seems to grab a model. There's like some negative space or whatever that just can hook onto, because the Moan Krill was out of sight. We couldn't even see him on the screen, but yeah, he gets yoinked, right? Put into the blender, just immediately bullied. So that hook is just too dangerous, and they find another fish. This time it's Zephyr, who expends the frozen shelters. His dying breath, disastrous there for the support.
Disastrous once again. I mean, Big Fat B finding the perfect targets. You actually need to get the carries. If you can get the supports that cover them, it makes the carries a whole lot more vulnerable, and it makes the space a whole lot easier to take. As there go Walker, Alex needs to be careful as he is getting a little bit low from that burn. However, they're taking all the space, and they're finding all of the hooks. Rizzer going down. Big Fat B is doing wonders with this Bebop character, and now they're going to be starting to siege the base. Maybe might turn around and take this mid boss.
Oh my goodness. This guy has got sticky fingers. He cannot miss, you know, whether he's the Bebop is broken or not, he's still got to hit the hooks. And this is what we were also talking about in the draft, friend. Oh my gosh, another one comes through. We'll hold that thought. It's on the Infernus. He has the Flame Dash. Does he use the ultimate? He doesn't have it. Big Fat B, though, does go down. They're able to turn it a little bit. The Infernus, he is feeling aggressive. He's like, all right, I've had enough of this nonsense. Let me take it to you. But the Warden's going to put him in some handcuffs. No Flame Dashing away from this. The final stand is where it'll all be said and done. The Cube, just to delay it a little bit longer, wait out that ultimate and keep the Infernus up if they can. If the Infernus can survive, they can hold. Right now, it's a full-on brawl in the mid lane. This time, it's the fisticuffs in the combo from the Mo and Krill to lock everybody down. Lalo, with his dying breath, eliminates an opposite number. It's the Holiday who will put the badge to rest for now. My goodness, chaos in the mid lane.
Absolute chaos in the mid lane, and there's still some fighting on the back end here. It looks like the University of Toronto is trying to back up. Here's the 7 ultimate. It looks like the fight, I mean, should be over now. It looks like Saucepan will be going down on the back end. TDL losing one more member. It looks like the University of Toronto is not done yet. Styler had to retreat, but everybody else is pressing forward, as we're seeing 7 going down as well. Everybody else super low, and I thought that was a fight with TDL after the, I mean, absolute miracle that Lalo did for his team. They're getting hooked, but deciding to kill the Bebop instead, as well as find another one on his way out. But it looks like the University of Toronto managed to find the back end of that fight successfully, and now they're going for this mid-boss again.
Yeah, it was a little bit disjointed there from TDL, and that's what happens with hooks, right? It's an unexpected repositioning of one of your members, because you have a game plan. I'm going to set up here, you're going to set up there, but when you get hooked, it's all chaos, and you just have to use your instinct to see if you can survive the fight, and that time disjointed, so they kind of fell like dominoes, unfortunately. The Storm Cloud, I loved its usage, but I wish that TDL had retreated off of it instead of deciding to re-engage, because should they have retreated, re-established themselves, they could have at least gone for earned while that mid-boss take was happening. I don't think contesting the mid-boss would have been the best idea, but at least you could do something else across the map with your members still alive. Unfortunately, they all fell, so that mid-boss take for free, and now this University of Toronto, they're able to grab the urn. They're going to run this one home.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what happens, though, when you have a Bebop popping off like this, finding hooks. You have a Holiday and a Wraith finding picks on the side as well. It is very, very hard to, especially when these teams are fairly thrown together. There's not there's no team here that has played with each other for months or has a lot of practice. They're all trying to figure out each other's play styles. They're all trying to figure out how they want to play. And when you have a bunch of characters sprinting at you with these good ultimates, with that soul lead, it is very, very difficult to stay calm and composed in the team fight. So no matter how much heroics the carries will do for TDL, it still is going to be a tough mountain to climb, especially now that it's about a 30k soul lead. All of a sudden, after one big fight in Boston plus an urn, University of Toronto, they're primed and ready to start to try to end this game.
Yeah, when it rains, it pours, and then it's University of Toronto collecting every single drop. It's going to be a base defense here for the side of TDL, and if they can turn it around, great, but there's going to be no objectives on the board for them to take, so it's really just like, you got to outlast a couple of fights. However, we have four members on the side of University of Toronto buffed with the rejuve, so they're going to have those extra stats to the HP, the fire rate, so on and so forth. Those are going to be your priority members, but it's that war of attrition like we spoke of. You use everything, your Infernus ultimate, your Frozen Shelter, whatever, to kill them once, but can you do it again? And we were discussing in the draft how the scalability of the University of Toronto far exceeds that of TDL when it comes to just later in this game. We're at the 35-minute mark. These guys, they're fully kitted, fully slotted. They are just going to look to put the hurting on in each and every engagement.
Yeah, now I think the biggest change for me with the mid-boss, it's not everybody that gets it, and the buff slightly changed in terms of what it does, but it also is way longer now, Philly. It's about 5 minutes. Actually, it is exactly 5 minutes when you get the crystal.
Yep.
It was 7. I think Yoshi, took it down a couple notches on the little repatch that we had on Friday. So it's now 5 minutes that you hold the crystal for, but that's going to be more than enough time to secure an urn, play it slow, push in all your lanes, and then look for a fight. Whereas before, it felt like the mid-boss, you didn't have to rush, but you had to be, prompt with your time, right? You had to push in the lanes and just go for it right away. You couldn't just sit there on the buff the whole time. So this is definitely very, very good for the University of Toronto. And TDL, all they can really do is just sacrifice the urns, sacrifice the space, keep pushing in these lanes as long as possible, because when you have a Warden and a Wraith both over 40k with extra stats and 2 lives, that's going to be very, very difficult to deal with here if you are on the side of Sapphire right now, who really are just kind of waiting in their base for any miracle to happen.
Yeah, it's going to be a very contentious fight. You'd feel like, folks, this might be the end of it if this, if the TDL falls on the urn. Then Amber Hand, they're just going to run it on home. It looks like they do just that, though. They give it up. What I would have liked to see is the Mirage on the opposite side of the map pushing, because the wave is with them. If he could ride it and at least take the base Guardians, that's a flex slot open for his squad. It allows pressure, and you're going to have to move somebody back. As they rotate there, he can just, teleport back to his base and engage in the fight. So, but they're playing a little bit scared, which I don't blame them, because when you have the bebop hook on the other end, you don't know where you're going to get yoinked from at any given moment. And there it is. The base Guardians are being dismantled here. They're going to storm the base now.
They're going to storm the base, and here comes the fight. Icy looking for a lot of damage as TDL just trying to get the wave without dying, but it looks like one of them might fall, but no, they are managing to all retreat for now. As there goes the lightning scroll, there goes the stuns, there goes the peel for all the members of TDL. And they managed to clear both the waves, but not before another one on that right-hand side is going to be coming through here. One shrine going to be down, the second one soon to follow. All TDL can do is sit and watch from the home base. Here comes Lala with the engage on the Infernus ultimate, finds a big one. That's 3 men that are going to be taken, and it's 1 off the board. Cater, no Reju Crystal to be found there. The 7 ult, the re-engage, managing to find such a strong ultimate here. Here comes everyone from TDL. A strong fight getting both members of University of Toronto without the Rejuve Crystal already off the board. It is a 64 with the 7-0 on the board. I think University of Toronto have no choice but to retreat for now.
Absolutely, and this is what we were talking about, the good counter engage that TDL does have. Yes, they don't really know how to start the fight, but maybe they can finish it. A good combustion from Lalu was able to set the fight up. Now just a few more members to fall. The retreat horns are being sound here for Toronto, but like we were talking about, there's nothing on the map for them to take. Yes, they mounted a good defense. They were able to survive, but there's no urn. There's no mid-boss. Their jungle has been just dismantled, and they're not going to go so far ahead and try to go to the opposite side jungle. They're not going to do that, so it's really tough for them, but here they go. 4 members down the zip line to this left-hand side.
Yeah, the one thing they do have, though, is a wave that was pushed in that you talked about before. No one was on it. No one cleared it. This whole time, the minions were just stacking up. They got the base Guardians, and now it looks like TDL are going to have a little bit of time to at least get a shrine or two. We'll have to see what they end up all getting here. And at the same time here, they are, the other two members rather, Lalo and Attributions, going to be pushing that mid lane, going to be getting that last walker, and it looks like one shrine was more than enough for TDL for them there. As they get the mid lane push, they get the walker gate, they get the shrine, they lose Zephyr, however, with two members of the University of Toronto down. It looks like that will not be too big of a deal. So TDL, I mean, they managed to find something in return, but I don't know if they're going to be ready to battle this mid boss once again.
Yeah, that's the trade they're gonna make. Okay, if we put the pressure on these this left hand side, then we know the troopers are gonna be marching forward in our favor. At least there's gonna be, they might have to send members over there where we can take an advantage fight later down the line. So they know that trade going into it, as the mid boss is now up, and especially losing Zephyr on the back end there. You feel like if you had the Calvin, you might try to go for this 5v5, but with how close this game is, you don't want to take any chances. Here's the mid boss. Do they decide to contest?
Do they decide to contest? And that's another disjointed issue we've been seeing here. TDL maybe not quite certain on the comms. Zephyr dying for it instead of going for that one shrine. Tried to go for that second one, fall for it. But here comes the re-engage from TDL. They are going to be taking this 5v6. Here comes Combo onto the ward, and here comes the 7 ultimate. Here comes the crystals being taken. That's 2 crystals taken for the University of Toronto, and it looks like they are going to be turning it. There goes the Viscous. Here comes Chaos in the mid-boss pit. Lalo managing to get one of the crystals himself. However, TDL is losing this fight. 7 going to be going down. It looks like Null going down, Riser going down. However, the turnaround from Lalo, getting 2 picks of his own, running back in, trying to find the re-engage, looking for the flame dash, getting something on the back end. Johnny's a little bit low, Cater's a little bit low, but Lalo is all by himself, and he will be going down here momentarily. But the flame dash is doing wonders, and he actually is managing to get out alongside the Mo and Krill.
Yeah, well, the Mo and Krill is going to try to body block for the President as best he can. If Lalo can survive, they can hold the base, but that is going to be the primary target. He's going right for the Wraith. The Flame Dash expended once again. He did sneak one of the crystals, however, so, I mean, he's feeling a little bit emboldened. He knows he can stand toe-to-toe in the fight. Man, what a chaotic mid-boss clash there, and it's that war of attrition. TDL, they expended everything, try to secure the mid-boss, try to get some of those crystals for themselves, but after it was all said and done, University of Toronto, they're like, okay, well, that just tickled a little bit. Let me turn around and show you what his damage is really like, and they were able to clean up after the fact. So that is what is a little bit concerning for me, for TDL. It's just like, it just doesn't seem enough.
Not maybe enough, but they're managing to, I mean, the game could have been done by now, Philly, right? I think the heroics from Lalo and crew at this point, I mean, Lalo, the Infernus, is kind of all on him at this point, managing to get that Rejuve Crystal, managing to somehow get 2 on the back end, and a 3rd in that Wraith, which also, by the way, gets another Rejuve Crystal off the board. So yeah, Styler and Cater both have their Rejuve Crystals still, but it's 2-to-1 Rejuve Crystal, so it's about even if you think about it. And, I mean, it gives TDL just that little bit more time to come back into the game. Now, as I say that, University of Toronto setting up an urn. They are going to be getting this one. Oh, no, actually, TDL managed to snag the urn, so they are not even going to be getting, or rather giving the urn away to Toronto, who already have about a 40k soul lead. So, I mean, it can't get any worse than this, I guess, for TDL. They manage to make it just that little bit easier for themselves to play the game. And earlier on, they didn't get their patron drop. They managed to defend with that, keep their patron alive, so they will have at least another fight or 2 in them. And I mean, this is closer than most games you'll see, so we're pretty lucky here, managing to find a couple defenses in a row. We're at 42 minutes already in a heater of a game 1, Philly. I mean, blessed to be here. That's all I can say.
Absolutely. This is the first ever LAN, so these folks are putting on a performance for us. And for those of you just joining us, this is a best of 3, and this is only game number 1, so we are in for a banger of a series for sure. All teams gathering around this urn. It looks like it will be turned in by the Captain Saucepan, but the last stand now utilized by the police officer. He's looking to find some eliminations. Just stand tall, but everyone runs for the hills. They've seen this trick before. They know they can just outlast it. Here's a good telekinesis there to lock down the Infernus. Can they follow up on it? The curse is huge to keep the bartender in place. He will go down, but have the Reju Crystal, so he will respawn, but in an awkward spot. Can they kill this man again? That is the question. Finally, Mirage getting in on the action. He needs to carry and deadlift this team. The binding word, though, will be removed from the side of the bartender. He's looking for his next victim. It will be a 1-for-1 trade here when all said and done. Let's see, though, if the Infernus keeps pressing the issue.
You will keep pressing this issue. Johnny going down on the Ivy, and it looks like the health bars for the University of Toronto are a lot lower than those on the Sapphire side for TDL, and they are trying to get every single kill they can, looking for the pinch, looking for the Warden now. Is this Kelvin? Can they find him? There's the Majestic Leap. I think that's enough to get him out, and that's, at the end of the day, going to be a 2-for-1 trade for TDL. And I mean, that Infernus getting caught out early, a great curse going to be managing to get that kill. However, the Rejuve paying dividends here, Philly. I mean, if Lalo didn't steal that earlier, he would have been dead and the fight would have looked completely different for the side of TDL here. And now it's TDL going to be finding this siege, but no, it's actually going to be a whole fight against the University of Toronto in their own base.
Yeah, it's all at the back of the last stand. It was just came up as soon as he respawns. They knew they could engage with it. Nobody could stand up to the Warden. Now the Infernus is the one they have in their sights. That's 80 seconds off the board for the Infernus. The hyper carry has been muted here for now. They went for the aggressive play, TDL, but they didn't get it done in time. It is just the Mirage who's not long for this world, and it's a cold cleanup here for Icy.
Wow, I mean, University of Toronto just managed to punish the over-aggression for TDL. Riser was too busy clearing that right side lane in their base to teleport in. And when he did teleport in, he teleported right into 3 members of the University of Toronto who just absolutely shredded him. And now, I mean, that's only 1 member. That's only 1 saucepan, not even in the base. So they're going to be pushing this patron, grabbing that drop. And this should be more than enough time for the members of the Amber Flame to take this game 1. I mean, what a game 1.
What a game 1. So the weekend. The Moan Krill is just kind of playing a little bit of distraction, knows he doesn't have the best defense in the world, but as TDL comes back, there's no ultimates, and it will be the University of Toronto to take game number 1.
Wow. I mean, you can see in the live feed there, everybody. I mean, you can see the yawns, the stretches, one of these, right? Trying to figure out what just happened on both ends, right? I feel like the University of Toronto had a huge lead after that first mid-boss. They had that 30k soul lead. They had all the time and the space in the world to end the game, but one really good fight from TDL managing to reset the game and extend it for another 15-20 minutes almost to just give them another chance. But then again, it will all be the Amber Flame. Looking at the stats here, look at that Wraith damage. That's the one thing I'm looking at. Lalo doing his best to keep up, but there's only so much you can do. Once the Infernus went down, it seems like everything went down alongside with him. Icy with all that damage. I mean, you look at the Warden with all of that damage. I mean, there's just so much. I mean, so many great plays for the side of Toronto, or sorry, excuse me, the the collegiate team over here. I just had a little bit of a brain fart there, but I mean, Amber going to be taking that first game and pretty, I'd like to say convincingly, because it didn't like they were ahead the whole time, but it got a little bit shaky towards the end. It could have gone either way, but managing to secure it in the end, that's exactly what you want to see, especially when you're at a LAN, right? The nerves are running high. You're not comfortable at your own setup. You want to get this first game to put the pressure onto this other squad, and that's exactly what they just did.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Lalu, definitely an MVP. I know his team didn't win, but had some crazy, clever plays, was really elusive, hard to lock down. So that's definitely going to be a player to watch for the folks at home as we get ready for game number 2. A lot to be said. It was a close game, and things with MOBAs is like one fight can turn it because of the death timers. 45 minutes in, people dead for 80 seconds. If you lose one fight, SGG go next. So I think TDL, they knew it was at that point. They knew maybe we had a slight advantage. Let's try to base race it if we can. Let's try to get one final shot on the patron and see if we can take it out before we go. But the ultimates were available for the side of University of Toronto. They were able to come back with the telekinesis, the final stand, or the last stand rather, just able to wipe the floor on the counter attack and then run it all the way home. So what a game number 1 here for the Death Slam LAN. My friends, we're going to take a short break. We'll see you on the other side. Welcome back, Deadlock fans, to the Death Slam LAN, the first ever Deadlock LAN in the history of the game. And what a time to do it, 1 year out from the initiation of this game, you know, invite only to everybody, but really when it hit the main stage. I'm HD Philly B here with Jord, and we had a fantastic 45-minute banger of a match for game number 1. We fought through some technical difficulties, but we got it done, and we are rolling full steam ahead. We're moving on to game number 2.
Yeah, a little behind schedule, but hey, it's a LAN. It's the first LAN, and it's also a last-minute organization of the first LAN. I mean, everything that could have gone wrong has gone wrong, but we're still here. We're still persevering through it. We're still figuring things out. I think still doing a great job. So shout out to all the organizers. Shout out to all the players sitting there waiting and, you know, putting on the thing. I see a lot of people grabbing some food, staying fueled up, making sure they're still ready to give us a good show, which we very much appreciate. And a show we got for that game 1, right, Philly? A 45-minute gamer. Oh, a little love. I appreciate that one. Appreciate that one there. You see the live feed over on the left. The players kind of just conversing right now. I think the draft is almost ready, so we'll be there momentarily. But we can talk about that game 1 a little bit more. You know, I think we saw a lot from both teams, Philly. I think it was a really great showcase for either or. Managing, you know, TDL managing to stay in the game for about 20 minutes longer than they probably should have, showing us exactly what they can do if they get the souls and they get the resources that they need. But also the University of Toronto setting the stage, setting the pace, putting things forward. The billion bebop hooks we got that game that keep that game progressing further, to keep that game hype. I think, you know, great showing for both teams. I really think it could go either way in terms of this best of 3, which, remember, for those just joining us, it is a best of 3. The University of Toronto did take this game 1, so in this next one it will be game 2. So if they win this one, they will get the 2-0 and manage to play no-name players later on in the day. Or if, you know, on the other end, TDL managed to win it, we will be going to a game 3. So that's kind of the state of where we're at right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the first game gives these teams a lot to think about. You saw Lalu being kind of the mega carry, hyper carry, whatever, the main star on the side of TDL. So in your draft coming forward, what are you going to do? Are you going to try to protect him more? Are you going to facilitate him more? 5 protect 1 kind of style? But then you've shown your cards here in game number 1. So University of Toronto may not have known that Lalu was goated. Now they know that he is. They know that they're going to try to lock him down. He's going to be priority target in each and every one of these engagements moving forward. So they're going to plan for this in the draft. I think we'll see a couple of adjustments as we move into it with the picks and bans. I think Bebop is going to be taken off the board. I think you'll rather have the Vindicta up there in the sky shooting shots, because you know what you can do, right? You can put in a stun, you can buy knockdown, you can do things against that. The Bebop, tough. You either buy the debuff remover or you got nothing really, right? So I think that might be one of the main adjustments we'll see here moving into the draft. We talked a little bit about, we didn't see Lady Geist, we didn't see the Lash. We brought up some points about why we didn't maybe see those characters, but maybe we will see them moving forward, because from our research, there are a couple of Geist players, especially on TDL. So maybe that would be one they kind of adapt into this draft moving forward. Maybe we'll see the Paradox come through because the Bebop is banned. There's a lot that can be adjusted here moving into the draft.
Yeah, we'll have to see. The Paradox was banned in that second phase for TDL, but that did open up the Bebop. That did open up the Holiday, other pick characters that come in, right? There's a lot more pick characters in this game than just the Paradox. Paradox kind of recently hasn't been as popular. It did just get a buff, so I think it's fairly strong, but it definitely historically has always been a very, very strong pick. So that getting taken away definitely looked like it would have done something for their comp, but the Bebops, I mean, took a step up and said, I'll build full gun and also hit every single hook. Why not? Let's just do both. So definitely was a big factor, I think, not necessarily in the win towards the end for the fights for the University of Toronto, but to get them to that position, it definitely cemented that spot for them, that sole lead, that early mid boss that they got. So definitely well played to, Big Fat B on the Bebop. Pretty good name there for going closer to there. But another thing to point out with the draft is what characters did well, and do we want to take them out, right? Like you said, the Bebop. I think on the other end, right, since it was a way closer game than it needed to be, taking away Lalo's Infernus maybe, whether it be picked or banned or however they want to do that. Infernus was a 4th pick, but it managed to be probably one of the most impactful, if not the most impactful pick in the entire game. So we'll have to see if that gets taken away, if that gets prioritized by either team in the first 3 picks, maybe this time around. We'll have to see. Sinclair also being banned early, if that's still going to stay as a first-round ban. I think a lot of things are going to change up, and we should be getting into the game momentarily. I believe we're just waiting on one more player to get back in his seat, their seat, whatever it may be. And here we go. It looks like the draft will be beginning here. TDL this time on the Amber side. University of Toronto will be on Sapphire this time around.
Yeah, and so TDL, they'll have their first pick of the litter, so to speak, in terms of the ban. So likely, we'll probably see that Bebop banned out first, and maybe take the Vindicta for themselves on the other side if it doesn't get nabbed up by Toronto. So it will be interesting to see here. It's hard to say because Lalo, coming into this was actually more of a support player, playing Mo, Dynamo, Ivy, or whatever, but really showing his stuff here on the carry. So it's hard to kind of ban him out because maybe, all right, you ban out the Infernus or whatever, but maybe he switches roles and allows somebody else to kind of take that spot, and he can kind of facilitate that person to victory. So, with such a prolific player, it's definitely difficult. But the Magician, as you mentioned, going to be the first one taken off the board here. No funny business in this one.
Yeah, TDL banning away the Magician again. There must be someone that's good at it on University of Toronto. Don't want to let that one through. Pretty safe one. A little bit of little inside info. I remember I used to play in an in-house pub server back in the day, like literally a year ago when I played a bunch of it. That's kind of where a majority of my hours came in. Lalo was like a big Infernus player back then. Like that was like his character back then. I think since then has evolved and changed. And, figured himself out as a player, tried to change things up. But I do remember the Infernus was very good, so I guess it stayed with, held up the test of time here. Once a good Infernus player, always a good Infernus player. I mean, might still just be playing it now anyway, so that's probably the case, but a little fun narrative to push there. It's the Warden actually going to be banned for the University of Toronto. That does open up the Vindicta, though, that was banned last time around, and TDL this time has that first pick, so we'll pick up this Vindicta in that first slot there. Pretty interesting, a lot of room to counter, but it's definitely a very strong character at the moment, and I think we're going to be seeing a very different draft this time around for TDL.
Yeah, and I agree with this. I mean, I think, which ultimate would you rather face, an Assassinate or the Last Stand? Well, okay, we'll ban out the Warden because we know we're not going to be able to pick it up ourselves because we're the second pick right here. So let's just ban it, make sure that carry is, not able to play the game. The Vindicta now, like you mentioned, is going to you have to play around her, right? You have to be able to protect her. You have to make sure that she can free fire from the background where you just kind of create some chaos in the front, right? Maybe you create some of those 2v1 situations, things of that nature. And plus, like, what do you find is a good laner here? Especially we know that Airstriker Alex plays the Abrams pretty much almost exclusively. You could do an Abrams Vindicta lane, kind of put those two together. I call it the fox and the hound, right? The hound just like runs through, and then the hunter's able to shoot the foxes. They're out of the cover. So that's exactly what the Abram likes to do. And we will have the University of Toronto. They will be piloting the Mirage for the first time in this series.
There goes the Mirage, first picked, or in that first 2 picks for TDO last time. This time it will be the University of Toronto taking it away, and a little bit of a new thing here. Yamato going through very, very strong last patch. I think still a very strong pick right now. A little bit kind of iffy. I've seen a lot of people playing it, not exactly sure where Yamato stands on the tier. I think it's still probably a very strong pick. And I mean, it looks like University of Toronto thinks so as well with that Warden ban going through. They decided to pick up the other Spirit carry in Yamato alongside that Mirage. So very different this time around. TDL now have the opportunity to answer. Could go for a couple things. You do see that Mirage and that Yamato, so you know kind of what avenue they want to run down. It will be that secure the Infernus for Lalo, it looks like, after the performance last game. and the 7 this time around, so they get the same carries they went with before. I believe we did hear Saucepan in the early interview before the game talking about character kind of restrictions, people that like certain things. Maybe we're seeing that here. Maybe these players really want to be on these characters. They feel a lot more comfortable on this pick. So they pick them right back up for them. However, this time the difference being they have a Vindicta, and they also don't have to worry about a Warden.
Yeah, that is a very good point. But now it's like, okay, you've kind of laid your hand. These are the carries we're going with. What are we going to do on the opposite side? And it will be the University of Toronto picking up the Paradox this time around. A really good initiator with the swap, has increased a little bit of damage over this last patch on Tuesday. So we're seeing the characters that were banned last time now making their way into the Cursed Apple in game number 2. I like this here. You have a dive, right? The Yamato can just jump right in. You can bring the Paradox, swap people and then jump them. So there's some engage there in terms of like a front to back sort of deal. But they need some front line on this side of University of Toronto, and same with TDL. But you see the bans now coming through. TDL taking the Abrams. So Airstriker Alex, what are you gonna do? What do you have in your back pocket? I mean, with over 500 games on the Detective, that does leave a lot of room for other games on other characters, so could be make him a little bit uncomfy there in this one. And then the Calvin taken off the board, just an overall good support, can kind of synergize well with anybody you put him with. So I think that's just a kind of a blanket ban, and I don't think it's really targeted at anybody.
Could be a little little Mo and Krill duty for Airstriker Alex here after this Abrams ban. We'll have to see. I'm not quite sure exactly what else he plays, so we will see as we load into the game later on. The Kelvin ban, interesting. I think Kelvin, one of the better characters in the game right now, definitely the best support in the game in my opinion, is very, very prevalent in every single draft. We see him almost every single game, so I do like that he's banned. Let's open up some other picks. Let's make things a little bit more interesting, but I also like it in the sense of they have that Paradox, they have the Mirage, they have a lot of that poke, maybe that pick potential. The Kelvin kind of runs spoiler to that with a possible rescue beam, as well as a dome, as well as all that healing coming in as well, right? So I think banning that Kelvin away is going to make their pick a lot more, I guess that potential way better for them, as well as they know TDL can play it, as they saw it last game as well. So that Paradox, and now the Wraith, who's getting picked up for the University of Toronto, once again going to be getting a lot done, I think, this game, now that TDL have a lot less of peel in their arsenal. They do still have the Viscous open, they do still have the Mo and Krill open, they do still have options. We'll have to see what they pick up here on this next 2 rounds.
Yeah, definitely going to be looking for some beef, but on the other end, it will be TDL snagging up the Viscous and the Ivy, locking down some of the tried and true supports. A guy we haven't talked about, a lot of people say I look like him, is Mr. Shiv the Gangster. Like, hasn't been picked, hasn't been banned, hasn't been discussed. I think everybody's okay with his arc being over for now. We'll see him in Chapter 1000 later down the line in the history of Deadlock, but I like the way that TDL is kind of setting up themselves here, whereas the University of Toronto, they want to play fast, they want to play quick, they want to do this guerrilla warfare kind of style, just kind of sneak in and out of the alleyways, find these smaller engagements like Saucepan alluded to for TDL. But I would like a little bit of that front line. You need somebody to help just absorb some of that damage, be the chaos inducer, right? Be like, hey, look at me over here, as the rest of your members can kind of get it done. So like a Calico might be pretty good here as kind of just a frontline assassin. You jump right in, kind of slash people around, then you run away with Ava and the rest of the team can kind of follow through. Or they might be relying a lot on the Paradox to kind of just find these individual picks and then go from there. We are seeing the pocket though, my friend. What do you make of that?
I like the pocket a lot. I think that just adds another layer of how you even deal with this to the roster. You have the Paradox swap, you have the Yamato diving, the backline, you have a Wraith that can get a pick from anytime, anywhere, and now a pocket, which just adds in another whole layer of damage. You have the Affliction, you have really just a lot of opportunities to find these picks and that damage, and plus with the Affliction, another pick that I think could have been pretty good for TDL here is that Shiv or possibly a Geist. Maybe a Mo and Krill as well, but the Affliction does really well in those early engages against those frontline characters to just kind of chip them down a bit, just kind of keep them honest with that damage. And so that kind of makes TDL's last pick a little bit harder for them to decide what to do. They still do have a lot of options, but now less so with that Dynamo being one of them, in my opinion. I think the University of Toronto now one thing they were lacking a bit last game was that kind of heal support-ish option, and that big frontal engage now being replaced from that Abrams now to that Dynamo. So very, very interesting. I actually really like that from the University of Toronto. Not 100% sure how optimal it is, but I just think Dynamo as a character is super fun to watch and to cast, so I'm excited to see that here. And we will be seeing that Lady Geist, probably going to be played more of a frontline tanky kind of gun style for TDL in this roster, if I had to guess. We'll have to see as we get closer into this game, but the comps are finished, Philly. I mean, what do you make of both of them? I think the University of Toronto have a very, very scary one indeed this time around. However, TDL, they get the Vindicta, which seems to be a comfort pick for them. Is that going to be enough to carry them through this one?
The University of Toronto composition right now is kind of very scary for me. I think their early game is going to be a little bit contentious. They're very squishy, right, as a whole roster. So if their laning phase doesn't go right, it's going to be hard for them to kind of find some of these engagements, especially with how tanky Geist can be and Viscous, etc. They're going to be playing really hard around some of these key ultimates, right? They're going to really be looking to fight around when they have the black hole available, if they have the swap available, if they can unlock this paradox early on and then create some of those advantageous skirmishes for them. I think that will be good, but it's like, okay, if you're paradox, who are you swapping, right? Okay, if you swap the Infernus, he's got a lot of escapability. Where's your lockdown on the other side? If you swap the Viscous, he can roll away. The Ivy can fly. The Geist will take the 1v1. So I think it's really tough for them to find the right target here with the Paradox swap. I think in this one, my friend, I'm taking TDL. I want a five words. Who you got it? Then we got to go for the interview.
I'm taking University of Toronto yet again. I think their comp looks very, very scary, but we will be passing over to an interview once again real quick before we start this game, so don't go anywhere.
We're here back in Toronto, this time with the University of Toronto team captain, Johnny. That was a pretty close game one. They almost came back there toward the end. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I feel like it definitely got scary around that end part there, but, we managed to come back. We turned a really big fight, and that just transitioned to finally being able to drop the patron. But yeah, it was definitely, getting that interruption after just getting the game for 3 minutes, that was a little bit rough, but I think we managed to bounce back from that, and yeah, that was a great game one.
Yeah, it was a long pause, but hey, you stuck it through. So the game went pretty late, and I heard the casters talking about they favored the other draft in the late game, but y'all took it anyway. How do you feel about this draft in particular?
I think this draft, what we're really looking for here, so game one, our biggest concern was the Vindicta, obviously, because we banned it, but now this game we have to deal with it. So I think that what we need to focus on here is making sure that we take the fights that are advantage for us, so we manage to strike first, essentially, because they have a lot of lockdown, they have a lot of damage, they can easily win team fights if we're not careful. We need to be the ones to make the initiations when they least expect it and manage to pick off one or two and then go for objectives and try to win the game from there.
Well, that worked pretty well for you last game. You were really dominant in that mid game. A lot of picks during and in between these fights. So you certainly proved that you can do that. So you're here, obviously representing the University of Toronto's esports. What kind of support have they given you for something like this?
I can say that they're letting us do this, and I'll leave it there.
There's there's not a whole lot of money in esports at the moment, unfortunately, especially for a newer game like Deadlock. But it's still cool to have you all out here, officially representing an org at least.
Yeah, it's nice to have that recognition, so people know that there's people who care about the game, and if there's other University of Toronto students who are interested in being part of this community, and we can host our own community events and stuff like that. So yeah, I think it'll be a lot of fun. Yeah,
we've got the Deadlock community to thank for a lot of this event, kind of putting it together last minute. So thank you, especially to those who supported the event. We really appreciate it. Just got one more question for you before we let you go back and start the game. So we saw a lot of your players really perform last game. Is there anyone in particular that you're looking for a big game from this time? Anyone you want to shout out to the viewers?
Well, so I will say game one was a little bit scary because our star player happened to be late. But now I am glad to say that he is back, and we are going to be seeing a lot of action. I can guarantee you that.
Who is that? Just the name for the viewers?
It's Misclicked.
Misclicked. All
Mr.
right.
Top 1 Warden, he's coming in here. Well, they banned. Actually, I think we banned Warden, so sorry to him. But he's got other characters up his pockets, and we're definitely gonna be bringing on a show for today for y'all. So yeah, look forward to it.
There you go. Keep an eye out for Misclicked coming up here in Game 2. We'll throw it back to you.
Thank you, Soren, and thank you, Johnny. And what a weapon X. We heard in the first game it was Big Fat B who was substituted in for Misclicked for that game number 1, but now their weapon X, the star player, has entered the chat, folks. So this is maybe what kind of influenced their decision here in the draft. George, we heard Johnny say they want to be the ones to engage first. That was kind of what we were picking up by the heroes that they selected.
Yeah, you have that Paradox, you have that Yamato, you have characters that want to just sprint in there, right, and get those picks, get those kills, so they're definitely set up for it. And it's actually pretty funny that, you know, shout out to, let me make sure, shout out to Big Fat B, comes in for the Game 1 sub, puts on a performance on Bebop like that, the X Factor character on the X Factor sub, then gets subbed back out for apparently the star player. So, I mean, number 1 Warden, we're getting big, you know, a lot of stress, a lot of high hopes for Misclicked here. No Warden this game around, so I have to see what character they end up on. But definitely well played, Big Fat B coming in for the sub. I mean, I forgot that Big Fat B was a sub in the first place, so it's definitely a good performance for him, definitely a memory for the ages. And we'll have to see if that sub out will be better or worse for the University of Toronto. That slight little roster swap. No Bebop this time around, so maybe it works out in their favor anyway. Maybe Big Fat B was a Bebop one trick. You never really know these days. But we should be getting into game here momentarily as Jason and everybody else comes back into their chairs. Or Johnny, rather, not Jason. Jason. Johnny, rather, gets back in their chairs. TDL versus University of Toronto. I mean, I think we're up for another heater. I'm going to be honest, Philly.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. And because Johnny hyped him up a little bit more, it's like, okay, you want him on Misclicked on a character that has skill expression. Mirage, to me, not the biggest skill expression in the world, right? What shots are really hitting? You can launch the Scarabs, whatever. Your ultimate is just to teleport around the map. I would imagine they put maybe Stellar on him instead, and or Styler rather, and then allow Misclick to play maybe the Yamato, because the Yamato has a lot of that skill expression. You have to be shifty. You have to be able to take these 1v1s and really duel people on the Samurai. So I'm looking for him to make some of that impact because he's on a high skill character. But like we said, their ease of execution is kind of in that red zone, right? It's going to be pretty hard. They have to be trying to play their game, and TDL, they know that. So what their game strategy is going to do is get them off their tempo, get them off their timings, making sure that their rotations are scouted out, making sure their comms are clean, making sure that this guerrilla warfare gets snuffed out immediately. And if that happens, then TDL, they just kind of can pace themselves through each stage of the game, early, mid, late. Then they win a good team fight around an objective like an urn or mid boss, whatever it is, then run it all the way home. And then we have ourselves a game number 3 here at the Death Slam LAN. So, chat, let me hear you. Who you got in this one? Is it the University of Toronto with their high pressure, high paced composition, or you like the slow and steady TDL and taking us to game number 3? George, I'm very excited for this one, especially with some of these new players that we have coming in.
Very cute dog over there on the live feed there. Look at my dog. I was looking at the dog. Cute indeed. But yeah, I mean, hype for this game 2 here. I think it's a lot of same themes as game 1, right? We saw kind of similar comps, a little bit slightly different characters. Instead of the Bebop, we see the Paradox. Instead of the Abrams, we see the Dynamo. So pretty same kind of themes going back and forth here for either team. You still get the Infernus, the Seven, all those characters on the side of TDL. And when we saw last game, when TDL managed to keep the tempo in their favor, keep it slow, keep things controlled, they looked a little bit better. They looked a little bit more controlled. Their team fights looked a little bit less shaky. However, when you introduce the X Factor, the Bebop hooks, the Holiday Lassos, all of these scary little initiator tactics from University of Toronto into the mix, it started to shake TDL to the point where they just didn't have that fight anymore. They did not have that controlled environment anymore. And when you're at a LAN, and when you're with a brand new team for the most part, it's going to be pretty hard to keep your cool and keep your calm in these fights, or even just stay together and fight together. It's already hard to fight together in this 6v6 MOBA that we call Deadlock anyway, right? It's already very, very difficult to play these team fights. It's now going to be even more difficult when you're not at your in-home setup, when you're not used to the comms, when you have the crowd behind you, all these things that we at home don't actually need to really think about.
Yeah, and we alluded to that a little bit during that game number 1, is that in some of those engagements, it looked like TDL was a little bit disjointed, right? They would they would retreat when two people were going in, or they would use the storm cloud, and then we're like, oh, we're fighting this, but we're already down our carry. Like, so it's some of those things that if they shore up in this, they'll easily be able to dismantle this composition moving forward. Once again, folks, it's about this early game here. If the University of Toronto can survive the early game, not give up too much for free, they can then hit their timings from there and be able to play this skirmish game that they want to play. It's about, can TDL disrupt those timings, making sure they can keep them in lane, keep those Guardians under pressure. What we haven't talked about yet, my friend, is kind of the lane predictions. What do we think is going to, how are the lanes going to match up? Like, you have a Dynamo, where you're going to put him with the Wraith, with the Mirage, with the Yamato? Where do you think he's going to go?
It's hard to think. Last game we did see pretty interesting. I'm trying to remember the exact lane. So it was that Warden and that Holiday that kind of broke up in the game in that mid lane here. So I'm curious to see if there is going to be that breakthrough kind of like mismatch lane that we saw last game. That Mirage Kelvin just did not quite stand up to the damage of the Holiday Warden. No Holiday or Warden this time around, so maybe it'll be like a Paradox Mirage. That tends to be a very strong lane. You could get that Yamato in with, I mean, honestly, if I think about it, TDL kind of have the slightly scarier lanes. I think there's a couple characters that look good in the early to mid game or in that transition phase, like the Paradox, like the Yamato, like the Dynamo once he finally gets that ultimate. But pre-ultimate, I mean, I might favor the Infernus. I might favor that 7. The Viscous Cube's going to keep whoever he's in lane with safe, right? He did it last game with that 7 who got hooked over and over again, but then cubed over and over again, right? So honestly, it's really hard to predict these lane matchups. I think that we're going to try to see some pretty volatile lanes, pretty scary duos as much as they can for the side of University of Toronto, but I mean, TDL is probably just going to do a similar thing they did last time. They're probably going to end up putting that Viscous with one of the carries, try to have 2 other characters kind of side by side, just make sure you're playing safe, to surviving your lane. In terms of like what's winning for TDL, that Vindicta lane, definitely something that we want to look out for. Whatever lane that Vindicta's in, doesn't really matter who she's paired with, can definitely cause some issues depending on who you're up against. So yeah, definitely keep an eye on the Vindicta early for TDL. I think that's kind of the game changer, the X factor in this game for them that we didn't have last game. We had 2 supports. We had, a lot of different, the double carry, as in they had the Mirage, they had the Infernus, they had the 7, they had a lot of gun damage, but they didn't really have that catch, right? They had the Mowing Krill, but early on, that's not really gonna do anything. You're just surviving, right? So this time around, they have the Vindicta, they have the Stake, they have some playmaking potential. We'll see if they can convert an early lead into a later game, or will the University of Toronto take this 2-0? That's kind of what I'm looking at right now.
Yeah, that's very. I love. So we've seen this kind of style of draft before. It's like it's not like University of Toronto is drafting a composition that's like the craziest thing we've ever seen. This is guerrilla warfare, skirmish tactic kind of compositions, right? Kind of run at you, find the picks that we want, get people out of position, disrupt tempo, etc. But it's still very scary because, like we were just talking about, what are these lane team ups gonna be like? It doesn't seem like there's some synergy there, but Johnny seemed very confident in this composition, so it may be something they've run before in the scrims, so they know exactly what to do. But scrims is one thing, being on a stage in the LAN with the people behind you, cameras on, the lights, etc., that's gonna be something a little bit different. So I'm just worried if they can weather the storm in the early game and not lose too much, right? Maybe you lose your Guardians across the board. That opens up the map. That kind of invites the Amber hand sign, TDL, to invade your jungle or whatever. But that's exactly what they want. That's the trap that is set here. We're dangling this little piece of bait over here. You think there's free souls for the taking, and then pounce, jump, then take somebody down. Then pounce, jump, take another person down. And as they keep doing that, they'll get their lead where they want it to be. Then they can roll that into the objectives that they want to take. So it's just about, can they bend, not totally break, and then, jump back, so to speak. Whereas TDL, like we talked about, pretty much extensively, they're just going to be steadily going through each stage of the game. They're going to set their lanes nice and cozy, nice and easy, and just try to roll into it. The game is now finally starting, folks. Let's hop into it.
And we do have some news, a little bit of an update. Apparently, Big Fat B swapped in for Airstriker Alex here. So University of Toronto have a little bit of a flexible roster here. Big Fat B going to be on the pocket this time around. I guess we can just take a look at some of these lanes. We're going to start with the right-hand side before the action really gets underway. That Wraith and that Mirage is going to be a bit of pressure, but it's against that Infernus and that Vindicta here. Lalo and Saucepan on those characters respectively. And we're going to have misclicked. Heavily hyped up before this game by the coach, or by the star player, or rather the captain, I should say, on the Wraith this time. And then the Mirage is going to be icy this time around. Looking at the mid lane, that's already starting to get a little spicy. We are going to have that 7 and that Viscous yet again for TDL. They did that last time around. However, Zephyr this time will be on the Viscous, and Attribution's back on that 7. And on the other end, the and the Paradox definitely has a lot of pressure in that lane, so need to be careful there. Styler on the Yamato, and it's going to be Johnny on the Paradox. And lastly, we have the left-hand side, which I'm not expecting too much from. You have the Dynamo in the pocket versus the Ivy and the Lady Geist. Going to take someone to really step out of position to get a kill here, in my opinion. And on that Dynamo, we'll have Cater, and on Styler, or sorry, excuse me, and on the pocket, we already talked about it. We do have Big Fat B, who is already going really, really low, so needs to be careful there. As Zephyr over there, or sorry, excuse me. Oh, actually, the picks are completely wrong here. I'm reading the wrong things. It's going to be Noel back on the Viscous, and Zephyr is going to be on the Ivy. Excuse me, everybody. We got it all figured out now. Things are being updated now, but I believe everything else is about the same.
Okay, well, that's how the lanes are shaken out here. So maybe not too much kill potential going in lane number 1, but those are your 2 big wombo combo ultimates. You want those guys to be able to get the farm that they can, the Dynamo and the Pocket, speaking of. So it's interesting to pair those 2 together, because you feel like they each need a little bit of farm. Whereas in this mid lane, I'm really looking for the Yamato to put the pressure on, as she's doing here. Can she find the first blood? The power slash, the crimson slash will do it, as Creator, with a shot from range, finds the first blood.
Yeah, right as you say it, on cue here, the Yamato managing to find that power slash perfectly charged onto the Viscous there. Noel already going down this early, and maybe we'll be seeing a bit of a repeat from last game. This mid lane might be the one to break open yet again for the University of Toronto in order to extend their lead further. However, this time around, TDL have a very scary lane themselves on this right-hand side. We're seeing them with that stake, with that Infernus burn, starting to push in and get some early tower damage, but not going to be anything too crazy now. It's only 3 minutes into the game.
Absolutely, but this mid lane, I wanted to make a point before the action broke out, is they want to unlock this mid lane. They want to win it the side of the University of Toronto, so that way the Paradox and the Yamato can make those rotations around the map, and then probably have like the Mirage or the Wraith go mid lane to farm safely by themselves, right? Get those the souls that they need, and then that Yamato can kind of make the rotations and find those ganks across the board. So that is what I'm looking for in the mid lane. It's going to be Null on this Viscous to really stabilize that lane, make sure that the troopers do not march forward to that Guardian, kind of stabilize it best they can, so that way that advantage doesn't come through. I mean, already under duress, they know this, the University of Toronto. That's why the Goo Man is priority target number 1.
Yeah, I mean, already getting a little bit lower once again, but we'll be getting back and healing up just fine. They do have a limited time to work with, though. Their tower already almost at half HP there. Styler and Cater doing a pretty good job so far at getting this tower poke early. We're already seeing a fight now on this left-hand side. Needs to be careful here. The Stone Form going to be saving Zephyr for now. Its pocket definitely has a lot of damage to play with. You have to be careful if you are TDL here in this lane, as it's the second lane that University of Toronto seem to be kind of shoving in and winning, getting a lot of this tower damage. Another half-health turret already in the books here for the University of Toronto. TDL need to start leveraging what they do have, and that is that right side lane. But as I say that, Saucepan looks like went low from some where in that lane, and they actually are way behind in souls as compared to the University of Toronto on that right side lane. Already a 3K soul lead here, and it's not even 5 minutes into the game.
Oh, Johnny, he let us know. He knew there was some cookery in the kitchen for the University of Toronto. They are looking to close this one out, and it's a double kill for Big Fat B over in lane number 1 as we fight over the bridge buffs here. It is the Wraith versus the Infernus. We've seen it, but the cards, the gambler will beat the bartender every day of the week. 7 is there just to clean up an easy kill, and now as the ultimates are online, the fireworks start to be expended here in the Cursed Apple.
Yeah, that left side lane, that lane 1, like you said, resulting in a double kill and also a Guardian take as soon as Riser comes back to lane, is going to be just taking an affliction straight to the face. There is no swap yet for this Lady Geist, so it's going to be an easy kill for the University of Toronto, who find a Guardian and another KO now. It's going to be a 5K lead, not even 6 minutes into the game. I mean, maybe this isn't going to be as close as we thought. Maybe University of Toronto found the picks they needed. They had their star player sub back in, who we saw find that 1v1 against Lalo and find that buff. So maybe that's what they need, but TDL definitely not out of it yet.
Yeah, absolutely. Still a long way to go in this one, but that's exactly what Johnny was saying. The captain for Toronto was like, we want to press the issue. We want to take the fights. We want to be fighting on our terms. And in lane number 1, it's this pocket, just the spam damage with the cloak is just constant. And then what that does is it instills fear in you, especially with the Lady Geist with not many escape tools, where you're like, oh, could he be teleporting on me? Could he be teleporting? And you don't know. So then you play around that, and that's exactly what he wants you to do. And the item build that this pocket is going for is a very close up range. You saw he had close quarters as well as monster rounds, right? He really wants to be up in your business, just pelting it in with the shotgun. So I really find that interesting. I would like him to build a little bit of spirit so he can keep that poke up. Right now it's the Storm Cloud though, it's huge.
It's huge, and here it comes the damage here as the 7 finally finishes up the Storm Cloud. Great parry there for Styler, who manages to find the melee. That punch from the Viscous would have done absolute wonders, but a great parry to stop it for now. It looks like everyone's starting to disengage, just a little bit of poke on either side, but Zephyr gonna be the one that falls, not even in the fight. Over on that left-hand side once again here, Riser has to hold that lane 1v2, and now on the right side, Icy needs to be careful. This Vindicta starting to put in a lot of damage, but the refresh here, the damage from Mirage, finding the shots, finding the damage to put this Vindicta out of the sky might be enough to secure the Guardian for just a little bit longer.
Yeah, I like that. It's just a little bit of lane pressure, right? It's like, don't move forward. Don't feel so comfy in the lane that you can secure the souls that you so desperately need, because it is a double carry lane on both sides. So everybody is going to be looking to consume souls as much as they can. So really just kind of a warning shots over there. This Viscous, though, just been taking the brunt of the damage in this mid lane. The Guardian about half health. I'm looking in the next couple of minutes for the Yamato and the Paradox to really take this one down so they can start rotating across the map, especially when the urn comes through. Here's a nice napalm. The concussion combustion hits onto 2. It's about, can they find the kills? No afterburn slots just yet, but it will be Icy who gets melted after that dive.
Yeah, great dive there from Lalo to take down both members. Not quite getting the Wraith done, but low enough to where it doesn't matter. Taking out Icy as well. Lalo looks like back into the second game, doing wonders for his team. Gonna result in maybe a Guardian take, but it looks like Icy gets back in time with that Mirage ultimate to defend that one there. But a big fight in this middle lane. The Paradox is looking in trouble. The swap coming through, trying to save them for now. It looks like it actually will. There comes the Yamato up. There comes the Viscous ball. Everything, all the cooldowns are coming through, but it looks like the Viscous is getting the short end of the stick on that fight here. University of Toronto just barely squeezed by and managed to get that one kill.
Yeah, that was well worked, and that paradoxical swap was really just to reposition themselves, so that way they had the advantage. They could use the high ground, get a little of those headshots, and then re-engage on their terms. That's exactly what the University of Toronto wants to do. Engage on our terms. The Goo Ball tried to sustain using his ultimate as best he could, but it was all just inevitable. Fortunately, though, the 7 was able to survive. They did lose the Guardian for it, but they didn't lose their position 3 carry. That's what's important, but this is the turning point in the match, folks. This is where it could all go wrong, because the Yamato and the Paradox are now rotating. You can see the Paradox making their way over here to lane number 3, where we just saw a kill.
Misclicked going down early. That's not what you want to see with that Wraith, who needs the time to scale. But over on the other end, TDL need to be careful. It looks like Lalo going down to a great swap there from the Paradox that has more than enough damage to take them down. 8.1k on that Paradox and 11k on Big Fat B, who's on the pocket. We thought Big Fat B was getting subbed out, but it looks like, you know, still in this one and still doing absolute work as the buffs are spawning up for both teams here. It's going to be gun buff on that right side, movement buff on the left, so nothing too crazy, as the Dynamo is going to be getting this gun buff here. Or at least it looks like he will be once the 7 shows himself. There we go. Yamato getting that movement buff, so we might see a little bit more action out of them. That Lady Geist ends up going down kind of in all that craziness there. So just some normal lane pressure. It looks like TDL trying to ramp up and get this Guardian on the right-hand side, but 3 members of University of Toronto are going to be trying to stop that.
And this is the you couldn't write a better start here for the University of Toronto. This is exactly what they are looking for. And there is Icy finding his opposite number there. Saucepan, we're just putting that one in the trash. The sauce wasn't good enough. But this is man, you can't state enough. The high tempo game ability from Toronto is just immaculate right now. They're taking Guardian after Guardian, but a gauge comes through. It's the Storm Cloud. They said enough is enough. The Quantum Entangled has helped everybody get out and give them a little extra that firing range. But still, we have the high ground now, Obi-Wan, and they are able to find the retaliation. They saved their Guardian here for now.
Save it for now. However, Lalo's revenge is coming in here, and it looks like they might get a Guardian of their own as he gets another kill. Big Fat B going down. I think that was on the left side, actually. Hater goes down earlier, as we saw. It looks like TDL are on for a little bit of revenge, getting both walkers on that right and that left side. Well, not the right side yet. There's a little bit of a scuffle going on, but it is 1 HP, so it should be going down any second. There we go, and a Dynamo might be going down as well. He has no more dodges. He has no more HP. There's the 7 chasing him down, and on the other end, Lalo trying to get another one. But Cater coming back in on the reach here. The Paradox isn't enough to come back through. It looks like they will take away Lalo. Now 7's on the run.
And it's just the tug of war, the back and forth, the reinforcements for either side making their presence felt. And oh my gosh, it's just a bloodbath here in lane number 3. But it has to be, because this is where the urn turn in is. And they saw the Ivy, right? You can see them if they have the urn, so they know she's making her way over here. But if we have 3 members and we take the Guardian and the troopers are pushed up, there's no way she's going to try to dive into that one. So a needed skirmish. They knew they were going to sacrifice a couple of people, but they're having the map control and the lane control over here in lane number 3. So well worked from them. Now it's about, how does TDL decide what to do from here? What are, you know, we lost all of our Guardians. We have the urn, but we can't turn it in safely. What's our next step? Looks like, you know, Toronto won't let them think about it.
Not letting them think about it. However, TDL finding a good 7 stun in the mix here. Yamato going incredibly low. Styler needs to be careful. There's no Yamato ult available, because if they go down, it looks like the mid lane Guardian might go down as well. But a great swap to peel the 7 away from the fight allows the Yamato to escape. And they should have more than enough members now to defend this mid lane Guardian, which is really TDL's only play here. Styler actually ends up going down anyway. I'm not quite sure exactly what that was too. Big Fat B now had a huge skirmish against Lalo. The affliction comes out, but it's not enough damage. Lalo getting that kill in the middle, and it looks like TDL are striking back, still behind 4K. However, they have a man up, and they will look to pressure this mid lane, maybe pressure one of the sides and get something going for them.
I mean, so it was a fantastic assassinate from downtown there for the side of Saucepan, who got that elimination in the end. But I love the creative usage here for the paradoxical swap, as we are seeing it again. The Vindicta plucked out of the sky. It will be the cube to save the carry. That's exactly what the Viscous is here to do. She punches the cube there, so that way the Vindicta can try to survive. The Yamato dives in, but there were 3 members surrounding the Samurai, and that would be the last word from them. Disaster there for Toronto, but this is exactly what we wanted to see from the side of TDL. They knew the game. They knew if they could withstand some of that pressure, this guerrilla warfare, then the Toronto has to dive deeper into their map now that all the Guardians are gone. Okay, fine. We'll allow that. We'll absorb this pressure and counterattack because we have the saves available from the Viscous, from the Ivy, etc. So the game plan is working to either side here in this one. It's going to be a very close match here, friend.
It really all depends on these early urns, which we're seeing getting picked up right now. Only 40 seconds to turn it in, though, so I'm not quite sure if that ends up, or that will end up successful for them. It looks like there's really no one here for TDL on the right-hand side. The Dynamo might have more than enough time to dunk this one in. It looks like he will, as the zipline gets stopped right at the Walker for TDL, who just got caught lacking a little bit. That's going to be more souls for the University of Toronto, and that's going to be slightly bigger lead for them, which is exactly what they need after that failed play they just had. Here comes the Wraith Ultimate, trying to get this Vindicta out of the sky here, but the Walker looks like it might go down anyway, as the Geist just does not care the fight. She's just going for the Walker over and over again. She will get it. That is going to be worth every week, even if both of them die, and it looks like the Geist is going to get out of that one anyway. Only the Vindicta going down.
Is the trade worth it? That is what Toronto has to be saying, right? And sometimes you can argue either way. I think especially getting the kill onto the urn onto Johnny, you want to accelerate the farm for the Dynamo so that way he can be a little bit tanky, get those ability points into the black hole, because that can be your win condition later down the line, because you know you're going to have to team fight in some of these portions. What a crazy turnaround though in lane number 1. The Lady Geist able to take down the Yamato in a 1v1 on the retreat. I mean, that just shows the duelist capabilities of the Lady Geist. No matter how much they change her, put the nerf hammer to her, whatever it is, she's still a 1v1 specialist. That's how they designed her from the start. So able to show her prowess there. We're going to have an urn contention here. The ultimates online for the University of Toronto, as well as the big ones for TDL, excuse me. I don't know if they'll be able to get this one home. Dynamo, he's going for it.
He is going to be going for here. No swap on the Lady Geist. However, that shouldn't matter too much. The pocket going to be going in a little bit deep. 1v3 now. Needs to be a bit careful, about half HP, but should be okay. Backs up for now. It looks like the urn just stalling for a bit, but the more they stall, the better it is for TDL, who is pushing that right-hand side. But as I say that, actually, Icy goes down, and it looks like over there on the right-hand side, the Wraith misclicked. The star player that's been hyped up this whole time manages to defend that Walker for now, and manages to allow the University of Toronto, that Dynamo, to dunk that urn once again. Saucepan can only get a little bit of Walker damage before he has to retreat, and overall, just a good play from the University of Toronto.
Yeah, and there was a 2v2 carry M1 skirmish over there in lane number 3. Both members, or both teams, lost a member, and they got a little bit of Guardian pressure, but I like this from TDL. They know they can press the issue in the lanes and win it from a macro perspective, because University of Toronto, what they want to do is fight. Find you off in the jungle, find you trying to take an objective by yourself and eliminate you, and then find the little advantage and turn it into a big advantage. They were doing that well in the early game. Can they still do it now here in the mid game? That is the question. As more objectives come online, you have to make more decisions. Do we fight here before we try to go for mid boss? Do we try to go for the urn and dunk it once again, which they did so successfully once more onto Johnny, so accelerating him just a little bit more. But look at the map state for them. I mean, they've lost a Walker on this left-hand side. They've taken a bunch of chip damage on the one in number 3, so they haven't really been able to be in the lanes because they're looking to fight across the map.
Looking to fight across the map. They still have that gold lead. However, it's still the same lead that they had 10 minutes ago, right? So it hasn't really increased for them at all. It's still technically a lead, but as it's about 18 minutes into the game, it's not actually going to be that big anymore. Here comes the Viscous trying to catch out this Paradox along with the Vindicta. And will they be able to do it? That's kind of the name of the game here, but with all the members of the University of Toronto coming back in to support, it looks like TDL are on the back foot now.
Oh my gosh, and a big rescue beam, but I think he just put her in a rock and a hard place. The Vindicta has to use the flight, but it's a power slash. Will cut the wings of the witch, and she will go crumbling down. I think it was Null just overstepped there, tried to play aggressively onto the Paradox, use some cooldowns, and then didn't realize their carry was behind them, just getting stomped on. So they do get eliminated. Here's the 7 though. It's this lane pressure. That is what the TDL want to do. They know that because they're fighting across the map, Toronto, they are able to freely take some of these things in the lane. It's just, can they survive? Here's a nice time bomb and the wall to block some of those shots. The 7 though, he's going to skate away.
Gonna skate away. A little bit of a good play there from the University of Toronto to open up the map for them, but a great answer from TDL as well to get that middle walker at the same time here while all of that happens. But as I say, that TDL losing another member here. Viscous going down. This could allow the University of Toronto to go for something here, but with the waves all pushed in, it looks like we'll be just seeing a reset overall. One player I definitely want to highlight and take a look at here as we get further into this game is the Paradox. Cater on the Paradox. We looked at the build earlier. It actually was a Fortitude, Majestic Leap, Knockdown Paradox. So there's almost zero damage actually on the Paradox herself, just the base damage. It's going to be purely for that engage, purely for that swap, for that pick potential, right? As we're seeing actually a pick right now over on to this Infernus. Lalo needs to be careful here.
Oh, and that's exactly what it is. The Majestic Leap allowed her to get in time for the kinetic shot to stun up the Infernus, but you're going to need a little bit more than that to lock down the bartender. Here is the paradoxical swap, though, to put somebody out of position. It will be Zephyr under the hammer once more. The gargoyle cracked here. The big storm cloud, it's hitting onto 4 members, but doesn't have the unstoppable just yet, so feeling a little squishy up there in the sky is the 7. Still skirmishes around the map, ladies and gentlemen. This is a huge, I mean, this is a game-deciding situation, it feels like at times, because the way these players are going at it. They want to win some of this money. They want to be in the best of 5 finals. Here's a combustion. It's big. It slams onto a couple. He does get stunned, though, at the end of it, and the rest of the team will retreat. A huge fight there in the mid lane.
Yeah, TDL managing to fight them off. They lose Zephyr very, very early with a great swap, plus the wall onto that Ivy. However, a good little rally, a good little team fight, 5v6 for TDL, managing to hold off all of the members of University of Toronto and keep them at bay for as long as possible here. The Pocket just doing so much for them here. 28k already, and trying to be just a big annoyance, you know, thorn in their side, just sitting up on the buildings. 1v5 there. You can see all the members except for Infernus TDL trying to find this Pocket, trying to find the kill, and they managed to do so. The Pocket was not quite able to get out alive, almost gets 1 for 1 there, but Riser managing to stay alive for now. But on the other end, the Wraith is going to take down Lalo here. 30k against 21k. That's going to go towards the Wraith any day of the week, and now that opens up the Wraith to take this Walker pretty much uncontested.
And that's what Wraiths are good at, just the structural damage. Oh my gosh, though, but Big Fat B on the Pocket, I thought he was going to take that 1v1 with the Geist. He was so close. One more shot probably would have done it, but you love to see those two battling it out. Still, this map is opening up. There's just structures falling left and right. It's Yamato now at this point making the earn run. I think she'll be able to score the touchdown. And there she goes. No contest here from the TDL team because they don't have their ultimates available for the fight. They have to let it go.
Now finally, University of Toronto taking their lead that they had, the very slight one that they've had since the beginning of the game, and just transforming it into an even bigger lead. The only thing bad about their map state is they don't have any of those walkers, but you know, with that big of a soul lead and the fact that they still have one more walker to take, that's actually not that big of a deal, given that they should be able to win most of these fights if played well. TDL have that walker to defend, so at least they have an objective, and they do have a lot of time here with the fact that they have all these ultimates. They have the Vindicta, they have the Flame Dash, they can clear these waves as much as possible, especially with the Kudzu bombs as well. Can they stall for a long enough time, though, to actually get in this game fully? We'll have to see. University of Toronto are going to start to try to find even more picks here after that play, but I don't think too much is going to happen for the next minute or two.
Yeah, it looks like they're just going to set the waves, right? Make sure that they're kind of balanced. Nobody's pushing into anybody. Clear the jungle farms. If there's really anything left on the map, everything's already been eaten up. But I like the base defense here from TDL, and I think it's going to be really hard for the University of Toronto to kind of aggress into the base, past the base guardians, and you know, utilize some of their cooldowns, because like we said, they want to fight out here in the streets, not necessarily in the base. So they're going to be maybe waiting for a mistake from TDL, like they're going to go for a mid boss and then they turn it. The Flame Dash, yeah, indeed, but maybe he thought better of that one. The telekinesis being lifted, but he's able to get out of that one. Just some abilities exchanged here in the mid lane. Nobody fallen just yet, but the space given up here from the University of Toronto might allow TDL to go for the mid boss.
Yeah, TDL getting a lot of poke here. The Flame Dash, they're looking for a pick early on right there onto a couple members of the University of Toronto there, but misclicked with that Wraith. Putting that telekinesis on ended up scaring them off sufficiently enough to, you know, buy them a bit more time. I don't think the mid-boss is going to be coming up quite yet, as we do still have a little bit of jungle on both sides. Singer Sacrifice being taken right now by this pocket. A little bit more souls for them, but one thing to note, right, is almost 20k soul lead now, and look who has that soul lead, right? It's going to be that Wraith, it's going to be that pocket. Misclick and Big Fat B. I mean, Big Fat B had a great performance last game and was the person who subbed out for Misclick, and now Misclick back in on the Wraith is going to be, you know, in a big position this game. With all these souls, you have the position to carry. They've been doing well so far. Let's see if they can do it. TDL don't really have a singular member on that level of souls, so they really need to work together to win these fights.
Absolutely. And this is a very tough point in the match for the University of Toronto based on their composition, because they can't force an objective with a full team fight because they know they'll lose it unless the Dynamo goes in for the biggest ult you've ever seen, right? It's got to be a fat black hole in order to suck, you know, gobble up a couple of people and then get the damage in. But it's about these engagements right here. That is what they're looking for. Bait them in with a neutral objective like a bridge buff and just eliminate them because they have the stronger burst to do it. And with Lalo off the board, now they can roll into something more.
I don't think any of us have looked at that yet as, you know, another kill for University of Toronto. They are in position now to push down this Walker, so we'll hold that point just for a little bit here as they're trying to defend 4v6 as long as possible. The University of Toronto doing such a good job at poking them and walking away, poking them and walking away. Looking at this pocket doing the same thing on the other side as the urn is being taken onto TDL side of the map. TDL are just starting to lose control. As one thing I wanted to focus on here as they're turning in the urn is this pocket build. Pure gun. He just went glass cannon. He has burst fire. He has leech. He has everything. Or sorry, vampiric burst, not leech. He's got absolutely everything in order to take these 1v1s. Look at this gun damage here as he's finding yet another kill onto the 7. Now maybe even on to this, or on this Lady Geist. I mean, University of Toronto are just starting to steamroll.
Yeah, and it's off the back of that one pick onto Lalu. Somebody stepped out of line, and that's exactly what they were waiting for. So patient play here from the University of Toronto to wait out and find their timing, right? And that's what they did. Now Lalu desperate to kind of save the base, even though the base Guardians went down. So the final flex slot will be open here for the University of Toronto, which is huge for them because they banked up so many souls. They're going to probably get their final buys in before maybe diving into the base one last time. It depends if Lalu goes down. Ooh, that's a little bit scary. Now all 6 members of Toronto are here. They're ransacking the base.
40k soul lead, full base lead. They have everything they need. They're going to be dropping the patron. They're going to be going to buy, grabbing that mid-boss even maybe, as they have so much time, so much control. A 42k soul lead here, Philly. I mean, if you're TDL, I'm not even sure what to do at this point. You're at LAN, maybe try to get in their head. I would try to, like, kick the desk a little bit, unplug a PC or two. Like, there's not really too much in the playbook for them at this point, but everything for the University of Toronto is starting to go right. This Wraith, this pocket, even this Yamato now is starting to do a little bit of work. And it's just, you know, you add a mid-boss Rejuve Crystal on top of it. I have no clue how TDL are going to deal with this.
And they have to secure these crystals. That's the big thing. 3 of them up for grabs. It's a teleport in. It will be null. He will get 1 out of 3. Now it's a huge engagement here in the pit. The Dynamo does not have the black hole to expend in this one, so you can see them retreating here for now. They do find the Hibiscus, though. That was the priority target, and they get him once again. The Lady Geist takes a couple shurikens to the chest, and she goes down. It's a desperation play here for the side of TDL, but they had to do it. One more member is looking to get locked down. The Flame Dash not fast enough. The Samurai is wary to those tricks. On the back end, though, Johnny, the support does get expended for his troubles. They're trying to peel for each other to get out of the pit alive, but it's no can do. It'll be a full-on ace here for the University of Toronto.
Full on ace, and with all those members down, the death timers are just way too long, and it looks like with that patron drop, all they have to do is just push 1 wave, and they should be able to end this game here. University of Toronto doing what they promised here, subbing back in their star player who's been doing so much damage, so much carrying in this game. Big Fat B putting up another performance, but this time on the pocket instead, and now this base is going to be going down. Saucepan can only sit and watch, throw down an upfire or two, maybe get one for his troubles, but no, it looks like it will be going down. That's going to be the 3-0, or the 2-0 rather, for the University of Toronto, and TDL out of the tournament.
I mean, and that was pretty clean from the University of Toronto. I love, they had two great discipline plays. One, wait for some timing, a neutral objective to come up. It happened to be the bridge buff. The Infernus stepped out of position. They jumped him, just like we talked about in the draft. They were able to cascade that to another elimination, save your friend syndrome. That's 2 people down. Now you know you're 2 players up. You can find a bigger advantage across the board. They do just that. The second discipline play was they went through the base, they took down some shrines, they weakened the patron, then they went back to the mid boss, right? Instead of trying to push the issue, go to the mid boss, take that down, secure those extra buffs for yourself, number one. But number two, you're forcing the Amber Hand out of their base to try to contest you, right? Because there's nothing for them to do in the base. They can't really defend it. There's no jungle, whatever. You go to the mid boss, you have to fight them in there, but they're already behind, 1 in souls, 1 in ultimates and abilities. You know you can take that fight clean, and these little 1v1 engagements, they do just that. Then they run it all the way home. So wow, University of Toronto really putting on a show of how to run this great, like, in-your-face kind of rush down composition from them. They knock down TDL, and they move on to the grand finals to play the no-name Avengers. That is going to be one you don't want to miss.
Definitely do not want to miss it. TDL are going down, putting up a fight, especially in that game 1. So definitely claps to them, you know, getting that 3rd place, still something, right? They qualified, they get there. They had a good game, they had a good showing. Obviously, they've had some roster issues as well, so I think they did their best. They did as much as they could do to secure just a little bit of pressure. That early late game on the game 1 was definitely something fun to watch too. So, you know, well played to TDL. Show some love for them in the chat. Thanks for putting on a show at the very least, but it is all the University of Toronto. Collegiate representative coming in here, as Collegiate Deadlock is getting started as well, so that's something to take advantage of and look at too. A little bit of a showcase for possibly what we might be seeing from that league. But will they be able to take on some of the biggest names in Deadlock, all kind of merged together onto one team? All Eternus players, I believe, more than all Eternus players. Very, very talented player individuals on the no-name Avengers. Deathy, kind of, you know, the tournament organizer, the host, you know, the channel that you're watching. Will they be able to take them down, especially with these crazy comps they're pulling out? Or will the no-name Avengers kind of, you know, stomp them, put their foot back on the gas, and take them away? We'll have to see. It is LAN. Anything can happen in LAN, but, you know, that will be coming later on.
Absolutely. I think we have an interview. I heard a voice in my head. We got to confirm. Do we have an interview come? Okay, we are setting up an interview for you for one of the members of the University of Toronto because they won that series. But like you mentioned, who's waiting in the wings? I mean, we have Deathy, we have Lonal, Gibbs, Poshipop, ABG, Excuses. These are all names you've known, names you've seen, names you are watching their streams from time to time, right? These are extremely good players, but in a best of 5, it's a war of attrition and endurance. Can you last the entire series? Can you have a composition in your back pocket that's going to really throw the other team off, kind of like University of Toronto did? Or do they have more tricks in the bag? That is what you are going to want to witness. But Jordan, as you mentioned, there is Deadlock happening all around the scene, right? There is the Deadlock Invitational happening. So the Death Slam Invitational qualifiers are this weekend. We'll be casting a match for that later today at 7 p.m. On this channel, or what, the Death Slam event channel.
It's actually going on right now.
There is game 1, right? It's a Swiss format here to determine what 5 teams will be qualified for the 8-team event, because 3 teams were already invited. So, but you know, that's in the Death Slam event channel, so you can definitely, you know, pop over to them, keep them up on a second tab so you can see all of the Deadlock action. But to your other point, is there is the collegiate Deadlock scene, which you know, we're a part of as well. I casted their season 0. They had 16 teams across the United States and Canada, so hopefully we see the University of Toronto join up with them and get a part of that scene. They're doing their summer mixer on the 10th. I'll be casting a match for that too. So there is Deadlock happening. This game is alive and well. Don't let the haters fool you. This is going to be a game you want to follow. It's been out for a year, like we mentioned, man, and you can see how much it has popped off. Everybody wants to get a piece of the action. So definitely, there's a lot of things going on here in Deadlock. The interview's still being set up, but any of your thoughts about how the growth of the scene and where we're at now?
it's the perfect time to jump into it, right? I think a lot of friends that knew about the game before, especially a year ago, it kind of, got a little leak, and then everyone's like, oh, I want to jump in, invited 1 billion people from their friends list to play, exploded. That's how I got into the game, I know, last summer. Just kind of exploded into it, got an invite, wanted to try it out, put in all my time back, and took a little bit of a break, as I'm sure a lot of you have as well. But coming back into the game now, it's being updated constantly. We have a big update coming in, I believe, at least, I'm not going to promise anything. I have no clue. There's no leaks here.
Don't spoil it. Don't spoil it.
I'm just like you. I have zero clue when anything else is coming, but I assume there's going to be another big patch, another big update coming in the rest of the summer at the very least. And it's a great time to get back into it. So if you're not playing right now, start playing again. If you're not in tournaments, start to figure out that. There's a lot of tournaments for any skill level, so definitely check that out. Check out the Death Slam League, Slam Invitational, all the things hosted here by Deathy. Thank you, Deathy, again for doing all that. And production too behind us. Thank all of you for figuring out and hustling through this day that we got. A busy day today, but we do have an interview prepared here, and we will be sending it over to you here, Soren. So enjoy that.
Thank you. We're back here. We hear you over in Twitch chat. We have here Max, Big Fat B from University of Toronto, the pocket player in this last match. So the obvious question, why Glock it? Why are you going with the gun build? I mean, it clearly worked out for you. You did fantastic. Why did your team decide that was the play over Spirit?
Oh, actually, the race player on our team was like, for the game, I said, guys, I'm going to go gun pocket. And he was like, you're banned. Do not, or you're kicked from the team. And I was like, okay. But then in lane, we were like, I was kind of beating them with guns. I was like, you know what, I'll just go all the way. It's fine. So I just kept going. And I mean, we already had a decent amount of spirit damage. And like my normal build, like I think Sniper is like Majestic Leap, and you just explode people with Spirit Burn. I feel like it's very hard because I think they had like Viscous, Rescue Beam, Ivy, Guys as well. Like, oh my gosh, if I boom a Guys, I'm gonna get boomed myself for sure. So I was like, you know what, probably consistent damage might be a bit better, and it opens up for like Capacitor, which is like counter. So yeah, but yeah, thanks to the guy on YouTube where I found the build.
YouTube guides coming in handy for a deadlock LAN. There you go. Find your next build on, I don't know, Average Jonas's builds or something. Metro.
I'm sure Twitch chat probably has seen the video on YouTube.
Yeah, but there you go. It can work out, and you had a fantastic game on it, so it definitely paid dividends. Another thing that I gotta ask, because I saw you over there on your monitor, why are you playing in windowed mode, man?
Okay, so originally when I first started playing like games in general, I used to play on like an 11-inch MacBook Air, and I would just play on that, and it was like okay at the start, but it deteriorated to the point where, so my main game was like Dota 2, and I would play on like towards the end of its lifespan, I would have like 11 FPS or something, but like it was fun. It's fine. I'm not like that anymore. I'm better now, but I still play on laptop. I don't have a PC. So like when I got here and I was like trying to adjust, I was like, whoa, this screen is just so big. Like I can't see, dude. Like my peripheral vision is only like this big, and the screen is like, it's like ginormous. And I was like, I can't see how much. I can't see like. I don't know. I just can't see. Like I'm just permanently tunnel vision. So
There's
like,
so much. It's a big screen.
Yeah, it's just too big a screen. So
used to little picture-in-picture frame.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I was like, okay, you know what? I'm just gonna play in borderless mode. I'm gonna play like on the lower resolution thing, and then all my teammates were like clowning me for like, what the fuck are you doing, dude? Literally like throttling us.
Understandable.
Like, I can't. I just can't play normally. And it's like, yeah, that's it. That's it. I'm just not used to the big screen.
Hey, it fits with the vibe of the rather informal setup that we have for a lot of this LAN. So that's all that we really had. Just kind of a short interview here with Max, a Big Fat B. Congratulations on the win. You're going to face Deathy's team in the big best of 5 for the finals. How does that make you feel?
I don't know. Honestly, I think we have like a 10% chance of, maybe lower. I don't know. We got super cooked in the qualifiers. I missed like all of my hooks, but I don't know, whatever. We all lost like all 3.
So I haven't saying there's a chance, to use the line. All right, well, we'll be excited to see you up here in the finals for the Deadlock LAN, first ever LAN. So stay tuned for that. We'll go to a quick break and then come back with game 3 for the finals.
All right. Well, before that quick break, you're going to see our friendly faces because this will be our final time here today. HD Philly B and Jord, it's been an absolute pleasure working through this play-in series with you, and what a memorable one it was. As Soren mentioned, we're going to go to a quick break, get everything set up for the grand finals. We'll see you after that.
Hello and welcome back to the Death Slam LAN. I guess the name is now in Toronto, guys. Our first LAN in Toronto. Welcome back. I just want to give a quick shout out to A Zone Gaming. Thank you for having us in your venue. I appreciate you a lot. And I think Deathy and the team, everybody here at Death Slam events appreciates you guys a lot. So shout out to you guys. I'm here. Oh, my name is Tridanium. This is my first or second day here on the job. And I'm here with Caster Admiral. How you doing, Caster Admiral?
I'm doing good, Try. How about yourself, man?
I'm doing fantastic. I'm ready for a fantastic day of Deadlock today. So I'm excited. I'm excited to see these players. A lot of these players I've been watching throughout my entire career in Deadlock. So it's really nice to see them in person. Well, we're not in person, but they are in person together playing with each other. How about you, man?
Yeah, I'm excited to see it. It's unfortunate, though, like you said, that we weren't able to be there. I mean, we're on the sunny side of California at the moment, so, you know, we're enjoying the West Coast sun for the time being. But, yeah, it is awesome to be able to see a lot of these players be in action. I mean, this is the first time that this has been a LAN event for a Deadlock, like you said earlier before. And overall, it's just a great vibe that we're bringing here. I know there was a little bit of technical issues coming along the way, but you know what? That's just the natural aspect of esports production. You just kind of have to go with the flow, you know?
Yeah, no, definitely. And I think they handled it perfectly, too. And so far, the production seems flawless. Everything's amazing. But let's go straight into the brackets right now. So, University of Toronto actually takes out TDL in 2-0 for the first series here. And they're going to go up against the no-name Avengers, and that's Deathy's team and everybody here in Toronto. So, it's going to be a great match for the final series, guys.
Yeah, definitely, and I think it's going to be a very exciting one as well, because arguably enough, we are going to be seeing very high competitive level here. I mean, they are playing for a prize pool, so again, it's that necessitation that all of these players want to be able to play at their highest peak, because again, there is value that comes out of that. You're not necessarily just playing for the sake of, you know, having fun, but at the same time, you're here playing because, you know, you want to take names, you want to prove yourself on the proving grounds when it comes to Death Slam.
Yeah, and then, you know what? They're all in person too. So, you know, tensions are rising. The heart is there. Everyone wants to be and show up for the first LAN of Deadlock. And this is making your name in history here. So whoever wins here gets imprinted into Wikipedia forever. For at least until Deadlock's over.
At least until the game starts actually being released, and then we get to see that
Exactly.
big update, the rumored big update that we've been all, you know, grinding our teeth
I'm crossing
for.
my fingers, man. I really want. I'm hoping we see that soon because I can't wait to see more Deadlock open in more eyes, man.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I mean, like, arguably enough, when it comes into seeing the development of the game, we've been there for such a long time, right? We've been approximately playing for about a year now. Arguably enough, there's been other people who have been participating longer than we have, but the community's still showing strong, right? Like, we have been supporting this game for such a long time. We've seen it in its early stages of development. We've seen such a transitional period when it comes into this game. I mean, coming from even the map changes when it was four lanes to 3 lanes, and then the map drastically changing mid-boss, becoming something entirely different than what it used to be before.
Yeah, no, definitely, man. I mean, I've been here for over a year. I think I got in June of last year, and it's August right now, so a little bit over a year. And happy birthday to Viscus, by the way. I think Viscus came out yesterday, a year ago. So we're seeing a lot of changes. You know, Viscus, the 4-lane changes. We have new item icons, and then, you know, everything is starting to come together, and it's looking beautiful to me. And, you know, props to Valve. You know, the game is looking fantastic. I'm excited for where it's gonna go. I want that open beta now, and maybe a Vampire Bat tomorrow. So
Yeah, okay, arguably enough, I think we talked about this before, that it's like we're excited for the new characters, man. I want Frank. I want their interpretation of the Frankenstein's monster. I mean, how, again, it is just a cool concept to be able to take a lot of these like public IPs and just turning them into something entirely different. I mean, arguably enough, the character designs for a lot of these characters is like one of the main reasons why we like to come back for them as well, because again, Valve does such a great job when it comes to designing characters. These characters are all cool in every aspect.
yeah, it takes off like that occult fantasy, like noir vibe. Like it takes from movies. You guys ever watch like like a Jekyll and Hyde story, or urban myth and legends, right? You have Geist, a woman who's lived forever. We have Empire Bat, who's going to be a vampire. We have Frank, obviously that's Frankenstein. We're taking myths from urban legends, we're sticking them into the game, and then it's so different. We've never seen it before, and if we haven't seen it done this well. And
Yeah.
honestly, we're seeing the competitive side of it too. So, you know what? This event here at Death Slam events, well, thank you, Deathy, for taking it over as well. happening in live in Toronto is going to be a beautiful thing.
I mean, yeah, arguably enough, like coming back into this event, like this is what we love to do. We love seeing the live aspect of it. And speaking of live aspect of it, to go into the pick ban phase this year, University of Toronto, arguably enough, taking that 2-0 lead from the last game against No Name Avengers. So I'm kind of hoping to see that we get to see a little bit of a different kind of ban type, right? University of Toronto might want to go ahead and go against No Name Avengers, and typically what we've been seeing a lot of times is we've been seeing the Fern getting banned. So I wouldn't be surprised if that ends up being the first pick.
Yeah, no, I mean, if we're taking anything out of like invitationals from yesterday, we're seeing a lot of Yamato bans, a lot of Mirage bans. Actually, the first ban here from No Name Avengers is going to be Sinclair Magician, and that's an interesting ban because I think that is something that Deadly plays, but they were the side who actually banned them first. And Vindicta coming out of the University of Toronto. How do you feel about that?
I'm arguably enough. You and I have had multiple games where I am just annoyed by Vindicta, so I'm very happy to see the Vindicta ban just come alive right there. And then I'm kind of surprised about the Sinclair ban because Sinclair more than recently has been gotten nerfed significantly that it's a lot harder to participate with this hero. I mean, Rapid Form is still very good. It's an important hex, right, during team fights, be able to target multiple opponents at once. But again, currently as Sinclair as he is right now isn't necessarily in the best form that he is. And speaking of being able to see the best form that they are, Yamato is going to go ahead and get picked for the side of No Name Avengers.
No, Yamato is a great pick. Vindicta, seeing Vindicta ban 2 as well, a great laner. So all three of these characters, in my opinion, are some of the best laners in the game, and it looks like they are targeting that laning phase really hard right now. And then you said Sinclair's getting being nerfed quite a bit, but yes, I agree he's being nerfed a bit, but he is so absolutely strong in lane. Having that Vexing Bolt on such low cooldown, that assistant auto-aiming you down like a turret, it is such a hard thing to deal with in lane. And when Vindicta, that tether, and you get that early lead in lane if you're getting those snipes off as well. So seeing those banned out so early is not surprising to me. And Wraith actually coming in the first pick of the University of Toronto. And to me, that's a little bit more interesting because Yamato, Sinclair, Vindicta, first pick, first ban always, but Wraith is a little bit later down the line for me.
Yeah, I think that's also kind of interesting as well. However, University of Toronto is using the empowerment that comes from Wraith, right? Wraith is one of those really good split pushers that you don't necessarily need to have for every team fight. Again, telekinesis, her ultimate ability, is one of the strongest abilities in the game for singling out individuals during fights. So, and it's really good at just keeping enemies at bay, right? So, say for example, I was about to bring up the concept of Mirage. Just University of Toronto goes in and picks up Mirage. Now they're gonna have two really good split pushers right there.
No, definitely. Yeah, I mean, Mirage, I think, they actually got two fantastic split pushers in Mirage. And, after the latest patch, the Walkers gained, about 10% HP on the side, 15 in the middle, or something around that. I forgot the actual numbers. But the Walkers are a tiny bit tankier right now, and having two split pushers to make sure those things go down is probably what University of Toronto is actually going for here. So they're probably going to be focused more on the macro side of things here, whereas No Name Avenger picks up Abrams on the second pick, which is more of a making space, big tanky dude who actually throws down, stuns down, and keeps you down type of character. So No Name Avengers might be going for that death ball type gameplay.
Yeah, and I completely agree with you on that as well, because again, we've seen time and time again how Abrams gets to get played out, right? Abrams is one of those enforcer characters that's just really good at keeping people in check when it comes into the team fighting as well. And speaking of being able to keep people in check, Holiday is another great pick, right? This is a character that's really good at singling out individual targets. Spirit Lasso is one of the most annoying things to deal with because there's really left to skill envelopment just to be able to dodge that, right? You as the individual have to be skilled enough to dodge it, or else that's just an easy pick when it comes in for Holiday.
No, definitely. No Name Avengers really going for that pick meta right now. Actually, speaking about pick, Paradox coming in for the University of Toronto for that pick character. So it looks like they're trying to fill out a little bit more well-rounded on the University of Toronto side, a little bit more than Mirage and Wraith. Mirage taking that early lane advantage, but Wraith is a little bit weaker. Paradox could be in the middle, but University of Toronto trying to round out their draft right now with that Paradox pick, and actually banning out Kelvin, which is one of my favorite / I think is one of the best support picks in the meta right now.
Yeah, the Dome is arguably enough one of the strongest things right now when it comes to healing. I mean, he's currently the only character that can really just out-heal and outperform anyone when it comes to that healing output. I mean, if you're building him strictly support, he's going to be incredibly good at that. I mean, Rescue Beam, Healing Right, Healing Nova, upgrade into that, and then just go full into just upgrading Dome. You are a menace. Calvin is arguably one of the more irritating characters to lane against also as well, because Ice Beam is just incredibly annoying to deal with.
Nah, 100%. I mean, for me as a pocket main, pocket player, I think Ice Beam is one of the hardest things to deal with, and plus how tanky Kelvin can be naturally. And we're talking about that split pushing meta slash walkers being extra strong. Kelvin can actually stop any type of push with his Dome as well. So he getting taken out from University of Toronto makes sense with the Mirage and Wraith pick, making sure those towers are going to go down. And also, I wanted to point out that No Name Avengers actually banned out Mo, University of Toronto picking up Warden here on the second time around. How do you feel about these two characters?
When it comes into like picking Warden is arguably enough a character that I kind of don't really have a notion for, right? For example, there's really two ways of building them. The ones that we've seen commonly build into is this hybrid kind of build where it's built into the ultimate, so that way they can push into walkers to be able to secure it, because again, Warden ult is a scary ultimate. It's really good at keeping enemies at bay because it is a cone effect, and we've seen time and time again, you know, the tried and true Warden strategy of spamming your mouse left and right to look in every direction possible just to get the procs active. But in terms of No Name Avengers banning Mo, I think that's actually really good, because Paradox will swap into Mo. That's a nightmare on its own.
Yeah, no, it looks like, you know, their bans are actually definitely targeted. You know, like I said, I think the Kelvin ban is like making sure Mirage and Wraith are getting those walkers down. No Name Avengers is banning out Mo directly to make sure Paradox doesn't get that swap into a Mo combo. University of Toronto picks up one of the best characters in the entire game, Pocket. Rounding out their team a little bit more with a Pocket Affliction to make sure they have that damage in team fights. And combined with Warden as well, a double entendre of spirit damage ultimates, they're making sure No Name Avengers doesn't leave that team fight alive.
Hey Valve, do us a solid. Can you buff Pocket and Dynamo, please? You know, just asking, just asking for a favor. Please buff Pocket and Dynamo, just a little bit, just a little bit more. The 2% on Affliction could be 3, maybe 14. Who knows? Good 50%. Make it 50%. Why not? just put it at half. You know, make sure like the moment you ult, like they're at 50% HP. Just
maybe an auto win button would be fantastic.
Oh, you hit ultimate and it just defeats everyone.
Yeah. A little bit of lore for you guys. Me and Admiral go way back. We actually play a lot together. We duos together, and then most of what we play, I'm a Pocket main. And the Dynamo comes in for Admiral, who is my Dynamo main, actually. So I'll give it to you, Admiral. How do you feel about that?
I am loving it. As you're literally telling the story, that's our lane. That's literally almost our games every single night.
That's you and me right there, buddy. But I mean, to be honest, it looks like University is running them out a little bit more. Pocket, Ward, and Dynamo, they're adding in more of the team fight, more of the mid game to mid to late game effectiveness in their compositions with, you know, the split pushing from Mirage and Wraith, make sure they have those hyper carries in their team. And then we have the 7, Viscous and McGinnis rounding it out for the No Name Avengers. And honestly, the 7 right now is insanely strong. And to me, McGinnis is actually a very strong character as well. So No Name Avengers actually picking up just all around strong characters overall.
Yeah, and I agree with you. And then even though 7 just recently got like some heavy nerfs, quote unquote heavy nerfs, because in all retrospect, the character is still completely viable for what he is. Arguably enough, the ultimate is just so good at keeping enemies at bay. It's just bananas in my app game. But regardless of it, going back to the conversation at hand, 7 is just really good at just keeping enemies at bay. That ultimate is one of the strongest ults in the game. It is active. It is just so good.
Yeah, I'm getting something from production. It looks like we're going to go to an interview, I believe.
All right, yep, here we are. I'm here with the man himself, Deathy, the organizer of the event and also the team captain for the No Name Avengers. So as both of those roles, it's been a pretty long day for you. How are you feeling coming into this?
Yeah, I'm a team captain, event organizer, a bathroom guardian. I mean, I've got a lot of roles. You guys have to understand the bathroom has been a little bit of a bottleneck for the event. That's why the breaks are so long between games. We only have one bathroom. But anyway, I'm feeling pretty good. You know, we had our coach Treble James at the hands of the draft, right? He manipulated the University of Toronto into picking exactly what we wanted them to pick. You know, if they ran into our prep, we're feeling extremely confident about this match in the draft as well.
So I know that you said Treble James is kind of your coach, but
Yeah.
of course you're one of the most experienced players in Deadlock
Yeah.
at this point. I'm sure that you're one of the biggest strategizers on your team, but because you've been having so many different roles in this, you've had less time to coordinate with them. How
Yeah.
has that affected your prep time?
We don't feel like we need to coordinate. You know, we're feeling pretty confident. Obviously, big respect to University of Toronto for showing up here, but we are the Avengers. We have the no-name Avengers. I think I've assembled. You know, there's not that many top Canadian Deadlock players, and I think we probably have like 50% of them that are here. We probably have like 50% of the top Canadian Deadlock players.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I was saying beforehand, I'm trying to create a narrative that University of Toronto has like a shot here, but it's really
Maybe.
hard when you got so many big names like the no-name Avengers do. So, you know, we're gonna try, and you know they've got a good shot. They put up a good performance against in their previous
No,
match.
the games
so-
were really fun to watch. The previous
Yeah,
games, they were really fun to watch. It was awesome. Obviously, all the delays and the different things. You know, we learned from it. But here, I think it's going to be smooth sailing. We're going to try to be as efficient as possible. It's going to be a lot of fun, and I'm really excited for this game. And I'm playing Yamato.
There you go. You got the Yamato arc going.
Yeah.
So speaking of the characters that you guys have drafted, how do you feel about all of that? And in particular, anyone who's watched me cast before knows that I have to ask about the McGinnis.
Yeah. Well, McGinnis, we actually wanted to draft McGinnis from minute one. Like, we knew we were going to last pick McGinnis no matter what. And they actually, like, drafted the perfect comp for us to last pick McGinnis into. Like, I was actually kind of upset because McGinnis looked good as a last pick. I was actually thought we were going to last pick it and it was going to be horrible, but unfortunately, McGinnis is actually good this game. And so, you know, Lona is being forced to play McGinnis by some people at home. So we're going to see how that goes. But, you know, team is about trust. And so he told me, I want McGinnis. And I said, okay, my little cookie. And then I gave him McGinnis.
There you go. Team bonding. You got to pick the heroes that you got to pick. All right. Well, we'll see you in the finals here. We're going to get game one underway real shortly. We'll throw it back to production.
Yeah, thank you.
Hi, welcome back over here. You know, honestly, seeing Deathy in person, he looks so happy, even though he has been, well, what I've heard, he has been stressed, kind of taking over the event. You know, making sure everyone's okay over there, making sure they get the venue, making sure everyone gets paid. But honestly, now that it's all done and said, he looks happy. And it looks like everyone's having a great time over there.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that we constantly talk about when it comes to supporting this community is awesome. I mean, we've always had this diehard love for Deadlock. We want to be able to see the game succeed, and because of that, we're willing to put a lot of the effort in just to keep this game alive. I mean, again, we sound like a broken record, maybe, if we're talking about how this is the first LAN event, because it is. This is really important for the members of the Deadlock community and for future members to come, because we want to show everyone what it's like to play this game and what it's like to be a part of a great community.
No, yeah, I mean, it's a fantastic thing to see, you know, finally getting it together. And, you know, it almost actually fell apart, but I'm so happy that it actually got pulled together. But on the side here, I mean, how do we feel about the drafts of between both teams? Like, I think both teams actually have a fantastic draft with fantastic players playing on either side. I mean, we already know that Deathy's playing Yamato, and I think Lona is playing McGinnis actually, and then we'll actually get to see who is playing what here at the top.
Yeah, I really like the drafts as well. I think we talked about as well that it's like these are really good characters in the stats basis of what they're trying to go for. I mean, they are picking both teams have essentially two really good splitters, two characters that are really good at getting people out of fights, and then they also just have the tanky boy that they really need to deal with, right? So No Names Avengers has Viscus for that thing, and then University of Toronto Johnny could essentially build Dynamo in the form of a tank, where it's like he's kind of more of a nuisance just to have stomp.
No, definitely. I mean, I'm looking up here at the laning situations, and I'm seeing like who has the better advantage here in the laning phase. Obviously, we have Pocket in the middle here with a Paradox, and I don't know if they actually switched it up, but we have McGinnis and Viscus on the right-hand side against the Wraith, and is that the Mirage in the same lane together? That's gonna be a double poke lane. That's gonna be kind of tough to deal with. Oh, actually, it might be tough to deal against.
Yeah, I mean, arguably enough, though, when it comes to playing against Mirage right now, they did nerf the radius. Oh, speaking of going ahead and taking out the first fight already, it's going to be Pocket being taken out. You see, Valve? Those are the buffs he needs. He needs survivability. We talked about this.
Yeah, exactly. Minus 15% spirit resistance is not enough. Or it's too much. I'm sorry. It is too much for Pocket. Give him maybe plus 25 spirit resistance.
Make him resistant to everything. Make sure he can just survive every single fight. Make sure he comes alive full HP. That's all.
Exactly. Yeah, but unfortunately, you see Big Fat B going down for the first blood. But we just saw him go full Glock it in the last series, and as a fan of it, I mean, I'm now a fan of Big Fat B. That guy has my heart now, and I'm hoping he's gonna go far in the series.
He has a big heart for a really big fat B. But no, definitely. I think that's something, again, it's like that is kind of like when it comes into a lot of the dynamics for this game. I mean, we arguably talk about how different playstyles really do play into favoritism of a lot of people. I mean, Big Fat B was building into Gake, which is, again, currently a playstyle that isn't necessarily the most popular, but given the right hands, Gake is a beast within itself. And here comes the first parry already. It looks like it's going to go in once more again. The parry misses the engages, excuses, actually manages to retaliate onto the paradox. Kador gets taken out. Warden dropping down to 200 HP, goes on the punch. Deathy comes in one more time, swings and a miss, hits the kill. And that's going to be another trade right there for No Name Avengers.
Oh, honestly, the Ember hand right there turned a bad situation into a better situation with teamwork and chemistry right there. They were about to go down, but they actually did not. Actually, and Deathy actually went down to the Guardian as well to make sure he comes back with full HP, and he does not, I repeat, he does not lose too much there by doing that.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's something that we've also been seeing time and time again as well, how players are essentially just sacrificing themselves to that early Guardian, so that way they can just go ahead and make sure that the enemy team doesn't secure the kill. And here comes Abrams coming in with the slam onto Dynamo. Johnny is going to get punched out here. Here comes the sun, and unfortunately, Johnny gets taken out, just like me and Lane's getting bullied by 2.
No, Johnny, no! That's unfortunate there. Giving a kill to Pop on 7 as well is not a good idea. And also, wow, in the blue lane, getting more double kills here by Deathy. Looks like University of Toronto is actually kind of struggling at the moment here in lightning phase. It's only been 3 minutes and 45 seconds, and we've seen so much action already.
Most definitely, but early deaths aren't necessarily the most scary thing in terms of when it comes to for Deadlock. However, it does provide a little bit of pressure for the enemy team, whoever decides to fall forward for it. I mean, Deathy's just going to go ahead and take on this fight underneath the tower. So it's going to look at the HP on blue lane. That is insane. And as I was saying, insane. Gibbs already is going to go ahead and take out the first Guardian already.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the first few deaths don't matter too much in Deadlock, but it's what you do with those deaths. And since we are playing or watching high competitive play at the moment, they're going to turn those deaths into Guardians taken out. So if you die once, twice, or even 3 times, Guardians aren't going to last long enough for you to take any and come back from that at all. Deathy's actually going in with Yamato, taking Styler out on the Warden.
That early engagement right there. We were talking about this a little bit earlier, that Yamato is going to be one of those characters that you have to be very scared for when it comes into the ultimate. Shadow Transformation is one of the strongest abilities in the game right now. Here goes Death. He goes in with the fight onto Kaito. Kaito is going to go ahead and get the 1v1. Misses the punch, manages to bail out of there, but no, it's going to be Deathy securing the kill.
That Crimson Slash on Yamato is no joke as an ability, to be honest with you. Depending on who you're playing against, it reduces your fire rate and heals the caster for about 10% of maximum health. So it is a fantastic and very strong ability. And he just used that twice further to get 2 kills, and it was fantastic.
Arguably enough, it's one of the more things that people tend to forget when it comes into Yamato. Yamato is one of those characters that all their abilities self-heal. It is the lifesteal of it. And look at this. No Name Avengers just living up to the name of avenging those who have fallen.
Yeah, honestly, this game has already been so action-packed. 5 minutes in, I think we've seen more than 10 deaths, 10 fights, and everyone just spamming their ults, making sure those Guardians go down. And we're going to see the first pause log of the game by Pashi Pop here.
Pashi, unfortunately right now, a little bit of a sticky keys. We got sticky keys active, folks.
Sticky keys, crash things, excuses, who knows?
It's cursed. It's literally cursed. Deathy's right. It's cursed. It's cursed, guys.
It's cursed.
It's cursed. But here we go. Already back into the fight once more. Again, we're going to see Lana go ahead and take this 1v2. The telekinesis is going to get procced out, but he's going to be inside the Q form, being able to maintain that beautiful safety net. This click is just going to get falling right back.
Alive too with Nick with the skid. Pushball trying his best to hold back the Viscous push with the McGinnis Spirit, but can he do it by himself? He's only half HP, and then there's a McGinnis and Viscous just running it down straight in line. But they do pull back just a little bit, just before the Paradox comes in from the side to gank them.
We are seeing a little bit of the pressure here. Decatur is going to go ahead and get on this chase right there. McGinnis is going to go right back. Here comes the whoop-de-whoops. The McGinnis stamina is dropping down low, but unfortunately Paradox is not able to secure the vault. It's going to look like it's going to be Lone Law going ahead and getting out of there safe and sound.
Unfortunately, and Paradox just missed the little punch there into the window. He could have had it all, but fell short.
Fortunately, right there, a little bit of a hardcore situation where they have to rely on it. But look at this, Death. He's going to go ahead and go right onto Misclick. Misclick is going to get taken down to at least half HP. That's a little bit of a scary situation right there for a Wraith in that kind of hands. No telekinesis in the pocket, and a 2k difference between Deathy and Misclick is very dangerous.
Very danger. And we see here with the Abrams just kind of farming away. Make sure, you know what, this left lane has both Guardians still up. So if anything, the Sapphire Flame is holding on to dear life on this left-hand side right here. Because it is the last Guardian, the final stand for them for the first slot.
I mean, they really want to try to be able to see if they can do anything right there. It looks like Viscous is going to go ahead and try to take this 1v2 against this McGinnis and Viscous, but look at Icy dropping down really low. The stun is going to get onto it. Oh no, telekinesis is going to get immediately active onto Gibbs. Gibbs is going to get stunned out for this one. Does not have the gun to be able to do anything of it. Telekinesis does prevent you from firing for a couple of seconds here. Here comes the Walkers being taken out from behind. They did not pay attention to Gibbs. The fight is still on. Cube is going to get immediately active. It's going to be a 3v2 situation here. Gibbs is going to drop down incredibly low. Doesn't manage to get out of it. It's going to be Cage to secure the kill. The Paradox Swamp is going to be immediately activated, but it's not going to be able to secure the kill onto this McGinnis. McGinnis is dropping down very low. Lona goes in for the parry, but no, it's going to be a trade. Misclick gets taken out.
Oh, what an amazing engagement right there. Viscous did amazing damage right before the rocket dropped, actually pushing 2 people away. And we have 7. Punch Pop actually Storm Cloud in the sky, stopping the last stand from Warden to do anything. They actually take out the 7 in the sky, stopping his push onto the Walker, or onto the Gardener here.
Look at this. Deathy wants to be able to secure the blood. Here comes the Avengers avenging the Fallen. But no, Deathy's not going to be able to secure the kill onto Styler. And unfortunately, it's going to be pressured off of it. Deathy's going to go ahead and right back on. The Shadow Transformation is going to be popped onto it. Pock is going to go ahead and 1v1 Deathy. Big Fat B comes in with the big fat damage, but unfortunately, it's not able to secure the kill and almost gets taken out because of it. The stun is going to go immediately onto Styler. Styler's going to go falling right back. Deathy comes in. The parry is out. It looks like it's going to be another slash one more time. Warden is going to drop down tremendously low. 50 HP, and a Dream is going to fall right back into Guardian, but he's going to come out alive for this one. Unfortunately, the nameless Avengers not able to secure the kill onto Styler.
Oh, that's Styler getting out with 1 single HP. Oh, we see the Paradox here taking out Deathy on Yamato, actually. Misclick actually gets taken out on the other side with by Gibbs. Both sides actually get into skirmishes. There has been non-stop fighting here at the Death Slam LAN.
Right now, everyone's literally in lane at the LAN, but here it goes. The lockdown's going to get procced onto it once more again. It's going to be another 3v2 situation here. University of Toronto is trying their hardest here just to be able to keep this Guardian alive while they are going ahead and pushing on pressure onto other lanes. I mean, look at what we were talking about right there. Big Fat B with that big fat damage goes into Gibbs once more again. Gibbs is going to go ahead and proc the ultimate. 220 HP. Unfortunately, he's not going to be able to do it. Here comes the Affliction, but he gets traded out. Gibbs comes right back to secure the kill.
University of Toronto right now is struggling to win any fight at the moment. They're picking one here and there, but as of overall, they're kind of losing the war.
That they are. They've lost already multiple battles just to be able to secure. Again, they're trying just to be able to secure the objective, but they are losing a lot of it for it. I mean, death after death. This is starting to become a little bit scary. We are at 10 minutes here, so soul disparity can come very quickly here. And once again, we're going to go see another fight into this 3 versus 2. Warden and Dynamo holding on to this Guardian for like their life depending on it. But it looks like it's going to be no name Avengers going in for the urn.
Yeah. Looks like McGinnis is, just running over to the urn right now and kind of making some space right now. But we have the Sapphire Flame. 2 position over there. We have Big Fat B on Pocket and Mirage. They're waiting for the urn, but they are at number 2 to 3 here. University of Toronto and No Name Avengers. No Name Avengers actually pushing up with a Holiday. And there seems to be a skirmish on the urn right now.
Another one of D. Gibbs is going to go ahead and secure another kill onto Icy, but it looks like McGinnis is going to go ahead and keep the pressure on. Lone Law is going to go ahead and prove the pressure that is McGinnis. Hater is going to go ahead and chase out Deathy. Deathy dropping down tremendously low. Is going to hide in the corner, but it looks like that. Unfortunately, you can see Deathy's head peek through the window, but unfortunately, no secured kill onto it. Lone Law is going to go ahead and keep some pressure onto it. It's going to be 2 down for the side of University of Toronto. They're going to go ahead and keep this pressure onto the Guardian. Dynamo goes in onto the 7 once more again, but it looks like Templa's going to get out of there with the quarter HP alive from this one. Poshy Pop dropping down really low. Johnny is getting punched out like there's no tomorrow. The parry comes in, but unfortunately, he is not able to parry onto Abrams. Abrams is going to get knocked down by the lockdown. 500 HP in a dream. He's coming out of this alive. The tanky big boy, the blue man, is holding strong.
That is a tanky Abrams that I know. Even getting locked down right under the Guardian, he is still alive and kicking and healing as well.
Look at that man parkouring. Look at him. Look at him.
Hi, friend.
Hey, big man got moves.
Big man's got moves, but right now University of Toronto is trying their best here just to be able to get a footing onto the doorway here. No Name Avengers. Again, this is what we were talking about a little bit earlier. That soul disparity lead is coming in very heavily here. They're almost about 20k ahead of University of Toronto, which is kind of getting a little bit scary for the side of Toronto.
At 12 minutes, that is absolutely insane. They have 19 kills to the 5, and then most 20k ahead. This is looking very bleak for University of Toronto.
Very bleak indeed, but here it comes right now. Lone Law is going to go ahead and 1v1 K-Tor. K-Tor is going to go ahead and go in for a couple little punches. Paradox versus the McGinnis. Here comes the 1v1. Never mind making a 1v2 as here comes Icy once more again. But look at this. Excuses comes in. Here comes the black hole. It's going to go ahead and keep people at bay. Gibbs is going to get immediately sucked into it, but it looks like Gibbs is going to go ahead and keep the fight going for the side of No Name Avengers. He's going to go into the subway. Here comes the Quantum to take him once more again, but unfortunately no, it's going to be a double stun. The Paradox wall is going to be coming up. Gibbs gets taken out by Icy. That's going to be a secured kill for the side of Toronto.
One step at a time for University of Toronto. Taking Gibbs out of the fight right now is actually just the one step they need to take, but they are going to lose their walker for it. But hopefully on the other side, we're going to see a push from a Wraith actually stepping away from against the beginner's Lona. And they do actually end up losing their walker.
They are going to go ahead and go in for another fight hole. They're going to go ahead and trade it out to see where it goes in. No Name Avengers going to come right back and retaliate, but here comes Avengers. Avs going ahead and punching people out left to right. The big blue man is coming in strong. Here comes another Paradoxal swap once more, but it doesn't even matter though because K-Tor is going to get immediately taken out. University of Toronto is down 2 players once again. That was 2 for Walker right there as they go ahead and keep the pressure on. No Name Avengers is going to keep pushing onto pressure for blue lane here. Dynamo can only do so much to clear the way. Unfortunately, Johnny struggling out right here to this 1v2, and it looks like they're just going to go ahead and get the pressure off of it.
It looks like, if you look at the map, No Name Avengers has the map control right here. They have everyone standing up in front and center, right next to the walker, and they're probably gonna make a push here because they are up walkers, they are up slots, they are up in money, and they are up in spirits right now, and they're gonna be taking down that blue walker.
That they are right now. No Name Avengers just also doing a really good job of being able to pressure off onto other camps and locations. They are just going ahead and taking out as much as they can. Deathy's going to go in and once more get onto the 1v1 on the misclick. Misclick is going to go ahead and warp out of there, but unfortunately Deathy's going to be able to keep the pressure onto it. Telekinesis does get active, but the parry is out. Deathy does get parried, but Lona goes ahead and secures a kill onto Misclick.
And it looks like they are making that push for the walker. They do have, University of Toronto does have 1 Wraith down. So they're going to be defending this 5v6 if anything. But it looks like we have AVG pushing on the left-hand side. We have Deathy and Yamto pushing on the right-hand side. So only a maximum of 4 members can be pushing that walker right now. But instead, what they're going to do, they're going to be taking the farm instead of pushing right now because it is the smarter move. We're going to, they're trying to starve out the enemy team and make sure they're not going to be able to farm and come back at any moment, at any point of this game. So, and when they get high enough, maybe 100k, 400k ahead, they'll be pushing that walker anytime soon.
Yeah, right now as we go ahead and go into the steady place right there, I mean, because arguably enough though, it's a little bit boring right now, so it's gonna go ahead and settle down for the sake of it. There's been a lot of fighting just going on back and forth for this time being. I mean, for the 15 minutes, it's been nothing but a hectic battle right there. So if you're out there right now just enjoying this, just understand that it's gonna get a little bit more tamer. But as soon as I bite my wording on that, Deathy goes in for the walker once more again. Is gonna go ahead and take this out immediately. Pashabi comes in once more with a little bit of support right there. No Name Avengers already taking out all 3 of University of Toronto's walkers. This is terrifying for the side of University of Toronto.
Just when you were about to, find some time to get some breath, they took out the walker. And, No Name Avengers still have 2 Guardians up. That means they still have taken out no slots for the University of Toronto. And at this point, with 20k ahead, having no slots, University of Toronto is going to be in a very, very, very behind position right here. And actually, Dynamo Johnny ulting for his life, but ends up actually giving up his life and the ult down as well. Misclick here on the other side of the map, trying to get first swap or anything right now. If anything, he wants to get a single slot for his team, but he's getting pushed off by Deathy and Yamato right now, running backpedaling for his life and actually getting out with his life alive.
One of the more scary issues right now for the side of University of Toronto is the fact that No Name Avengers does have a big significant soul lead against them. I mean, they're just going to go ahead and be able to secure the mid-boss buff, which also, for those who do not know, recently got changed, so only the people who hit the buff essentially get it now. Or if you are by yourself down there taking the mid-boss, you can go ahead and give the buff to the closest individuals next to you. So that's the
yeah. How do you feel about
this.
the new mid-boss change? I don't mind it. I think the old mid-boss was a little bit too strong. Buffing up your entire army, charging into the base with every single person having half timers on revives, I think that was way too strong. This might be a little bit of a better change, you know, more or less, but it's something to get used to. How do you feel about it?
Personally, I think that when it comes into the duration of it, I think it should be reduced by at least a minute. I think it's a very long mid-boss buff, but as we're talking about buffs, here comes the big buffy man just beating on the poor professor. My Dynamo, my Shayla.
He just revived too. He literally just died. And he's looking for more, actually.
AVG is going to go ahead and keep the fight on, the pressure onto it. Here comes the tank already that we were talking about. Enemy Avengers is doing a really good job of just being able to keep the pressure onto it for once more as they go ahead and push into enemy base. Big Fat B, unfortunately, that big round buttocks of him is going to be, unfortunately, be taken out for it. Big Fat B trying their hardest just to be able to play that gun pocket, but unfortunately, it's not going to be able to secure anything for it yet. There looks like Sapphire Flame is going to go ahead and lose the shrine for it. University of Toronto struggling here just to keep their footing onto it. Johnny is just going to go ahead and just get immediately taken down. The Storm Cloud, one of the ultimates that we were talking about earlier, that is just incredibly strong. And No Name Avengers, honestly, is just pushing all their power forward into University of Toronto.
I think Johnny has only been alive for 4 seconds within the last 5-6 minutes, actually. Dying 3 times in a row is not really good, especially how important that Dynamo ult is to the team to actually come back. But it looks like they're actually pushed to end right here. No Name Avengers not getting a single second, a single minute of their time for University of Toronto to actually come back in the game. And it looks like they are going to take down the Patron and going to take the first game of the series.
And there we go, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, all individuals a part of the occult, and the beautiful No Name Avengers is going to go ahead and take the first round, the best of 5. Arguably enough, just incredible performance from both teams, but No Name Avengers doing a really good job of just keeping that pressure on. I mean, this is what we were talking about a little bit earlier when it comes into having those kinds of characters where they focus a lot on the pressure. No Name Avengers was doing that very early on. Yamato is one of those characters just really good at keeping pressure.
Yeah, no, I mean, they put the pedal to the metal and they never let go. They kept it forward and never gave University of Toronto a single chance to actually come back, farm up, take some Guardians, take some farm, take some slots away from them back. And No Name Avengers, I mean, most of them, you know, came from pro backgrounds and they're really fantastic players. And they just, you know, they knew exactly what to do, when to do it, and how to do it to them. And hopefully we see in the next game, we're going to see you know, University of Toronto actually respond to what's happening in the first game. And here we have the post game here. We have Deathy, and you know, with the highest numbers, he has the most souls and highest damage at the moment, with McGinnis with the highest objective damage, and that's not too surprising to me.
Yeah, definitely. And then arguably enough, though, as we were talking about a little bit earlier, even though 7 was still a part of the side for Avengers, it's one of the more characters that we didn't necessarily get to see pop off in a kind of longevity kind of aspect, because typically what we always like to see whenever it comes into the 7 dynamics is 7 just immediately stomps out of it, right? And 7 is just really good at being able to keep pressure, being able to do a lot of different things, being able to split push, being able to get ultimates, being able to get kills. So this time around, we weren't necessarily seeing the 7 do that, we were seeing a Yamato do that.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is about the 7, like, you know, he's fantastic, he's great, he has a high win rate in matchmaking. In a matchmaking setting, games are going to go longer, but in a competitive, organized setting, especially Deathy and his team, they know how to end games and end them fast. And that's what's important. Yamato, a fantastic laner, he has power in the beginning of the game, in the middle of the game, and, you know, in the end of the game if they get there. And 7, he's a little bit weaker in the upfront, but he farms fast, he farms well, and he's a monster in the late game if they get there.
I mean, yeah, and then that's kind of one of the main reasons why essentially this character just kind of received a quote-unquote bit of a nerf. Someone showing off their keyboard there. I get it. the bougie design. Oh, break it down, Toronto. Whoever's shaking it back there.
Is that Excuses keyboard right there?
I think it is. I don't know who was twerking back there, but it was all nothing but clapping when it came into the sound back. But in all retrospect of it, it's all good fun and games, but arguably enough, Avengers is keeping that pressure on. Again, this is what we were talking about earlier, that it's if you have that steamroll meta, that death ball, it's terrifying. There's only so much you can do to stop it.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the drafts here, I mean, this looks like a draft. I'm talking about University of Toronto side. Looks like their draft was looking towards more of a late game. You know, Dynamo and Pocket, you know, they dominate together within the mid game, making sure they have some momentum. And then, you know, with Mirage and Wraith, they do like to get later as well. So if you look at overall, I mean, University of Toronto didn't have that late game, that early game pressure, but No Name Avengers actually saw that and took advantage of it. And, you know, look where it took us here.
Yeah, definitely. And then arguably enough, though, if your Pocket's the one who is the mid fighter, for example, as you were talking about earlier, and it's the one that's essentially doing a lot of the setup for your team, if the Dynamo is not on par with everyone, hi everyone in Toronto, if your Dynamo is not on par with everyone else and being able to maintain the soul differential, I mean, big shout out to Shai here, who talks to me about this a lot when they were in the top 5 when it came into being Dynamo. As a Dynamo member myself, you learn that you have to hit a focal point in order to be useful for your team, because honestly, if you're at 18k and everyone else is at 24k, you're not necessarily being a really good Dynamo being able to keep up. Dynamo activates at 24,000.
No, definitely. I mean, you know, as much of a fan I am of Pocket and Big Fat B and him doing Glocket, that thing is not going to come up as early as you think it can. You know, Spirit Pocket definitely is a little bit stronger in the early to laning phase, but you know, being playing Glocket within a M1 heavy team, we saw how it fell through. Anyways, we're gonna send you guys over to break, and we're gonna watch some replays, and we'll see you guys on the other side. All right, welcome back, everybody. We have the draft for the second game of the series here. Admiral, what are you looking forward to seeing in the draft in this game?
You know what? Something that I am arguably enough very interested to see a little bit more. Shout out to Average Jonas here, who also does play Bebop. I want to see a Bebop. I want to see a Bebop. I want to be able to see something a little bit different. We haven't necessarily been seeing a lot of Bebops in turns because arguably enough Paradox is much better at doing that, of being able to silence a character immediately because of Paradox swap, and then as well as the wall being such like a really strong effort when it comes into that. I think arguably enough though, for the sake of being able to target an individual, I think Bebop's really good at that better than Paradox.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, we've been seeing a lot of strong Bebops lately in matchmaking, not in this tournament so far. A lot of green Bebops, but shout out to Average Jonas, who brought up the ultimate Bebop that I actually had to face the other day, unfortunately. But it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun to play against. And I will tell you what, I am not a fan of Bebops, but let's see it. Maybe I might add some interest into the game.
Most definitely, but arguably enough, as we talk about going into the first bans, I think Toronto's just gonna go ahead and ban out 7. 7 is just gonna get immediately knocked out for this one.
My first ban is gonna be Yamato. So I'll bet you 50 cents we're gonna see a Yamato in the bans before 7.
I think so too. Like, those are gonna be the two highest picks, right? But essentially, if University of Toronto goes out and ban either or, No Name Avengers has arguably secured one of the other two, right? So if they ban 7, it's going to be Yamato. If they ban Yamato, it's going to be 7. So what is going to be the benefit of it if they decide whether or not this is the route that they want to take?
Yeah, and I'm curious to see what strategy No Name Avengers is going to go into. Are they going to change what's not broken, or is University of Toronto going to keep things the same, or are they going to change things up drastically to try to get that wild card surprise chance onto No Name Avengers? And then guess what? We are both wrong. It's Paradox and Vindicta being the first bans in this game.
Again, with the Vindicta first ban, which is kind of interesting. I think arguably enough though, one of the main reasons why we get to see Vindicta get banned a lot of the times is primarily because we've seen God, I'm drawing a blank on the ability's name, the Tether. We've been seeing a lot of Tether just getting activated back to back to back. Echo Shard Vindicta is arguably one of the more popular ones that comes into this.
Not only that, but then the Crow with the innate spirit resistance shred is devastating. You see that with 7 as well, with the innate spirit resist shred. There's not a lot of characters who have it, and when you have it, it's devastating. But especially with Vindicta, it is an AoE. We actually see a Bebop here being taken up by No Name Avengers along with the Yamato, and then a Sinclair by University of Toronto. So it looks like University of Toronto is actually taking that Sinclair out since he's not getting banned, and Viscous right off the bat, and Mirage right after that. How are you feeling about these picks, Admiral?
As I was talking about earlier before, No Name Avengers picking the Bebop. Are we going to seeing a green Bebop? Or are we going to be seeing an old Bebop? Arguably enough, though, the two strongest current forms of Bebop that we have been seeing. The funny, goofy one, which is the Average Jonas one, which is the old Bebop, because nothing says fun in the sun like being CC chained for like 3 seconds because of lightning scroll. So, you know, that's always fun.
Yeah, no, I mean, those are the fun ones, but maybe we might see the boring meta gun Bebop. And then, you know, looking at the No Name Avengers draft, they don't have a gun character, so it might actually be that. And we have Yamato, Abrams to make sure that the front line is good. And then we're picking up Lady Geist to, again, make themselves a little bit tankier, a little bit harder to take down. This No Name Avengers lineup looks extremely tanky right now with Bebop. Even if he plays gun, bomb, green, whatever, this is a tanky lineup. I'm not gonna lie to you.
It really is. And then terrifying it is as enough. They have, look, they essentially have 2 characters that just have get out of jail free cards, right? We have Lady Geist, who's just really good at, you know, lifesteal. The swap, the ultimate is one of the more scary things about it that you just have to respect Lady Geist for, as well as lifesteal when it comes to her abilities of being able to you know, essentially suck the life force out of someone else. And then Yamato, which is just really good when it comes to Shadow Form. Shadow Form is one of the more scary things that you always have to respect of it as well, because the moment you die of a Yamato, you got to understand that Shadow Form is going to be one of those things that just keeps a Yamato alive.
Oh, we get 7 taken in for University of Toronto, furthering strengthening their numbers with one of the most overpowered characters in the draft in the game right now. 7, like we said, has that innate spirit shred, but also has that farming capabilities and power with his Stormcloud ult, and Pocket right after that as well. University of Toronto looks like their draft is trying to be well-rounded enough so that they won't be losing any team fights, any split pushes, or laning phase. Their lane phase looks actually not that bad, but No Name Avengers on my end just looks like a lot stronger, picking up Holiday right at the tail end right there.
I was going to say, the No Name Avengers not picking the Holiday yet is kind of interesting, but as I was thinking about that out loud, they actually decided to go ahead and pick that. Holiday is really good at just being able to go ahead and stop certain characters. Holiday, if you build a tank Holiday to survive the 7 ultimate, that's just going to be a Holiday going in, warp stoning in, lassoing, spirit lassoing the 7, and then just, you know, whisking them away into the great here unknown, because let's face it, whenever you get picked off by a Holiday, it's not fun.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right here. I'm looking at it now. No Name Adventures has that run at you, hold the W key down comp with Bebop Holiday chasing kills. They have the double pick characters who can kidnap anybody, and then Abrams, Lady Geist, and Yamato just punch him down and make sure they don't escape alive.
Yeah, and I think that's just something that No Name Adventures was just really using when it came into the last time. I mean, they didn't necessarily were focusing so much around building for the Holiday. I mean, arguably enough, when it came into a lot of these fights, it was the Yamato and Abrams just coming from downtown and just providing just great pressure onto University of Toronto. And speaking of being able to go ahead and get pressure onto it, we got Viper, someone we don't often see get picked.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, with all the M1 nerfs on all the other characters, Viper has been untouched lately in the patches. So, you know, naturally, she kind of moves up in the, you know, the pecking order. And I think Viper is a great pick here because No Name Avengers needs that, you know, consistent damage and tower damage and along. So Viper fills all the holes that No Name Avengers was lacking throughout the entire draft, and one of the most the most hated characters in Deadlock at the moment, with how annoying she can be.
You cannot convince me that they need to not nerf Viper's passives. I'm tired of gun passives. I'm so tired of them. Valve, stop making characters with gun passives, please.
That's the hard carry kind of thing, you know. You need the gun passes. You need the guy who pews really, really fast. And we have Kelvin picked up at University of Toronto. Their draft looks a little bit tanky, a little bit more defensive. It's more of a step back, making sure we farm up, making sure our walkers are alive, compared to the No Name Avengers of running at you, holding W, and making sure you don't ever see the light of day.
I think University of Toronto picking the Kelvin for the sake of like being able to sustain themselves is a really good choice. However, I think that's something that they also got to understand as well, is that No Name Avengers is currently going to hold W against them. And if they're really relying on the Kelvin to stop that, Arctic Beam is good, Dome is good for keeping your teammates alive, but when there's like 6 characters hauling after you, what else can you do other than just, you know, pray to the cult and hopefully believe that essentially you get to survive out of this, you know, pray to the Sapphire Flame, if you will.
Yeah, definitely. All right, we're gonna go right over to an interview, so we'll see you on the other side of that.
Welcome back to Toronto. I'm here with Styler from the University of Toronto. Styler, obviously not a fantastic result in Game 1, but you are playing against the best of the best. So how are you guys feeling? I saw that y'all were all smiles and laughs out there, you know, having a good time.
You know, well, they're finally letting me play my best hero, Magician. I don't know if everyone here knows, but during the qualifiers, I was clipping Deathy's team. I destroyed the first team. Your first team told me, sorry, we just couldn't let you play Magician. Deathy's team, they also told me, you're the biggest threat, we can't let you play Magician. But, you know, after the first game, I talked to Deathy, I talked to Pashi Pop, Lona as well. And I told them, you know, let me have some fun. So I guess they thought, you know, they feel bad for me. They're just going to let me play it, right? So I'm going to try to put on a show, I guess.
There you go.
Kill
we
them
got
without no
entertainment for you.
Yeah, kill them without any line of sight. Get some clips. Yeah.
There you go. So it's been a pretty long day so far. We've been here several hours. You've already gone through one intense best of 3, and now you're coming in for a best of 5. What's keeping you guys energized?
Well, we realized, you know, this is like probably the best team we'll ever play against. Like, I played in an Eterna 6 lobby yesterday, right? I had like Crayon Buds on my team, and you know, this is like 10 times harder than that.
Yeah, organized play is always going to be tougher when you've actually got people willing to work together and come in with team strategies rather than just a, you know, regular ranked queue. So the last thing that I have before we'll go into the game, we saw this earlier. You pointed it out to me. You've got this mouse. It was what did you say it was? How did this get made?
It's a G-Wolves Fenrir ASIM.
It's a you were telling me about the production process. It looked like it was 3D printed to
Yeah,
me, but you
it's
said it
not
was
3D
injection
printed.
molded.
Yeah, it's injection molded.
So
it's like a smaller mouse company. Not small as in, the mouse like.
Well, it is small though.
Yeah,
It does fit in
this
the
company.
palm of my hand.
Yeah, they mostly make small mice. I think Opicum uses an HTR, so that's also another mouse by the same company, similar size. But yeah, I got this mouse like a few months ago. It replaced my main mouse. Honestly, like the shape just works really well for me.
It's really lightweight too.
Yeah, it's like 20 grams.
Yeah, you can. I guess flicking must be pretty easy with it.
Yeah.
So we'll see how you're able to do with it on your signature magician as we go into game 2 here in the finals. You've already secured the second place prizing, so that's it's going to be consolation prize at least. It's a not insignificant amount of money. So
And before we start the second game, I'd like to shout out Crayon. Shout out Cruz. Shout out Loving Snack. Shout out everyone else who's been a part of the Deadlock competitive chat. High MMR replays. That's where I spend a lot of my time, actually.
yeah, always good to have people of the community willing to help you out. So
Yeah.
we love you guys for that. So we're going to throw on back to production here. We'll go into game 2.
Thank you for that beautiful interview, Soren. Well, I mean, here looks like everybody's getting set up for the game 2 of the series. How are we looking at this game you played out, Admiral?
You know what? I think Avengers is just gonna go ahead and run it down, right? We keep talking about the holding W strategy, right? And when you're picking characters like the roster that they have, that's just a hold down W, right? Make sure that you just keep walking past the enemy, keep going for objectives, keep keeping that pressure on. They don't have necessarily the best split pushes at the moment, but they do have a composition that's really heavily favoring them to go ahead and go in for the early fights. So I think what we're going to be seeing is we're going to be seeing some really early fights again. At max, I think we're going to be seeing about like 6 deaths at 5 minutes. I don't know by which side, but I think we're just going to see an equilibrium of just both teams losing lives.
Well, I hope you have enough air in your lungs because it looks like it's going to be non-stop battles and non-stop fights, just like the first game. Maybe more, maybe less, but I think it's a little more in this game.
I'm gonna have to hold my breath halfway through again to this thing.
No, yeah, I mean, I think you got it, man. I think you got it. But honestly, University of Toronto, they don't want to go out so fast. And like Styler said, he's been watching a lot of high MMR gameplay, and he's been watching a lot of these players play themselves. Maybe he might catch something, out there, right there. So I think University of Toronto might actually come back here. I hope they do. I want a good match. I want a good series out of both of these teams.
All right, so do I, and I really hope that this next match really kind of sets the tone for them a little bit. I think when it came into the first game always sets the tone for everyone else, right? They essentially have to learn how to adapt, overcome, and survive, and be able to keep this competition going. So I think the first round, if anything, kind of proves that both of these teams really just need to understand how both of these, how they're going to be playing against each other. So I really think that University of Toronto has kind of opened up their textbooks a little bit here and are kind of reading into how these players are going to play against them this time.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, it's a best out of 5. So the first couple, maybe the first 2 are just warm-up games to them. Maybe they're testing waters, maybe they're experimenting, and we're going to see some crazy things later. But right now, we're seeing a little bit, kind of a very similar draft. And like Styler said, he's going to be playing his main character, Sinclair, the Magician. So I'm excited to see if that character is actually going to put him over the edge and catch no-name Avengers off guard.
Yeah, I hope so too. I think if we're going to be seeing Sinclair for this one, I think I would like to see Vexing Bolt Sinclair a little bit more than I like to see Rabbit Hex Sinclair, because right now, currently how it stands, punching is not the best. They did nerf the turning radius of it whenever you go into it, so it's a little bit more difficult to fake out punches. However, Rabbit form doesn't allow you to parry. I think Valve, listen out to me. I think it'd be funny if the little rabbit puts his little paws up and goes in for the parry. You have no idea how funny that would be just to get parried by a rabbit.
No, that'd be hilarious. Imagine just getting parried and there's a little flip for you at the end too. But honestly, I think Vexing Bolt Sinclair is the meta right now. That thing does 1,000,000 damage, especially as a pocket. You get blasted to oblivion by 1 or 2 Vexing Bolts, and I kind of want to see that in this game.
I think it is funny though that you bring up the whole pocket thing, because arguably enough, one of the downsides that just comes in with pocket is just getting immediately annihilated by one spirit ability, just because pocket's incredibly squishy.
Yeah, exactly. And pocket players refuse to buy resistance. Have you ever seen one? They'll buy nothing but mobility items. I think in their minds, and I know in my mind, if I can't dodge it, I don't deserve to live.
I mean, you got okay. But for someone who does main pocket, it's like you have Suitcase, which is arguably one of the more annoying abilities in the game.
Yeah, and someone's like, "Oh, get spirit resistance. Why not? Why not warp stone and E shift?"
Just majestic leap across. Get out of there.
Just run away. All right, we're gonna go straight into the second game here. We're gonna have AVG on Yamato in the blue lane. Well, let's see if these names stick at the top. I think Deathy was playing in the last game, so he might be playing in this game. Actually, we're gonna get. Yeah, okay. The names are actually not correct here. So we have a new updated names. I'm gonna read it out to you guys right now. We have Deathy on Lady Guys, AVG on Yamato, Pop on Viper, Excuses on Holiday, Gibbs on Bebop, and Abrams on Lona. I mean, Lona on Abrams. And on the other side here on the Amber Hand, we have Icy and 7, Misclicked on Mirage, Big Fat B on Pocket, Styler on Sinclair, Kator on Kelvin, and Johnny on Viscous.
No, I think the names just got fixed as you're reading them out, so thank you to production. Always goated as ever.
Thank you guys. You guys are amazing. Keep it up.
Ready as we go in for the early lanes right here. We were talking about how essentially when it comes to Viper just being one of those nuisance characters that's it's just annoying, right? Viper is a bully character. Viper is really good. It's one of the characters that did not recently got touched when it comes to the Mouse 1 meta, because we are seeing again, time and time again, that this character just comes back at the worst of times. So there you are.
Yeah, no, every time I have a Viper in my games, you know, we will dominate in the lane. Viper, I don't think, has one of the best laning phases in the game. Very squishy, you know, only has gun. And he has the execute on the poison. But then if you leave the Viper alone for like 20 minutes, next thing you know, the Viper is stronger than God himself.
that's the what is it, the criminal charm of Viper. She just goes ahead and slithers away. I'm kind of interested to see exactly what they do with this character, because arguably enough, I'm really annoyed by this character.
Yeah, no, I mean, let's see how annoying it can be in this game with Pop in the helms.
Definitely. And look, as we were talking about a little bit earlier, with the University of Toronto just falling back a little bit, No Name Avengers, again, holding down the W key and doing really good at pressuring them off. No Name Avengers is just doing a really good job of, again, holding it down. We've seen time and time again that this is going to be the strategy when it comes to the fights. They want to be able to secure early kills so that way they can get a little bit of a soul advantage, so that way they can put University of Toronto at a disadvantage, and they're just going to go ahead and keep poking each other out for the time being. I mean, it is still early on. It looks like University of Toronto is going to go ahead and respect No Name Avengers a little bit more this time around, now that they learned their lesson of the early fights.
Yeah, no, I mean, if you look at the timestamp from the first game, at 3 minutes and 45 seconds, there was an all-out war going on in all the lanes, and we have a skirmish here going on in the right-hand lane here with Sinclair and 7 actually taking a lot of damage. Icy almost getting taken out by Lona on Abrams.
Styler is doing exactly what he was talking about, just being able to keep himself at bay. We are seeing Styler build into Vexing Bolt a little bit early on with that extra charge, giving him 2 Vexing Bolts so that way he can keep the pressure on. Vexing Bolt, one of the more skillful shot abilities in this game. It's arguably one of the more tougher ones to hit, because it is some of those abilities that you have to predict in order to be able to secure a kill. And being able to secure a kill here, they go on to it one more time to be able to do it once again. Big Fat B is going to go ahead and go for the fight, dropping down tremendously low, but Big Fat B comes out alive. The Suitcase coming in clutch to be able to save them.
Yeah, and actually on the other 2 lanes, I believe Kator just got taken out, and Icy taken out on the right lane as well. I don't know by who, but you know, Icy was actually low the entire time, but I guess Styler couldn't really help his friend right there.
Great damage right there from Styler, almost taking out Lona for that one. But again, here we are seeing the early trades. No Name Avengers is going to go ahead and might be able to secure the first Guardian, but no, it looks like they're going to get immediately pressured off. Here comes Deathy going in for this 1v2. Goes in for the fight once more again, jumping off the stairs. A little bit of a parkour double jump situation. Lady Guys being able to drain them incredibly low. Mirage dropping down tremendously low. Misclick is just a couple bullets away from being taken out, but it looks like they're not going to be able to secure the kill. University of Toronto is being put onto their hind legs here as they go ahead and get pushed right back into the Guardian, into the early Guardian. Deathy already destroys the first Guardian. No Name Avengers is already taking the lead.
University of Toronto actually lost 2 Guardians, both in the middle and on left-hand side lane right there. And No Name Avengers has all the Guardians still up. So it looks like the same story from the first game. Right at the 3-minute, 45-minute mark. After that, all hell breaks loose and everyone gets taken out. All the Guardians get taken out. The timers seem to be running short at the moment, and Magician actually kind of run away from his life against Lona.
That it is right there, and here it comes. Seven is going to go ahead and get hooked and knocked right back up. Abrams is going to go in for the punch once more again. Here comes the laser beam onto Icy. Icy is going to go ahead and get dropped out to tremendously low HP. The stun gets managing to keep him alive for a little bit longer, but no, it doesn't even matter though, because Kibbs is going to be able to secure the kill onto this one. Poshy Pop is going to go in from behind, and that's a bit of a Viper flank that we were anticipating as they go in for the fight once more again. Look at this parkouring snake, the slither slather, the jumps, the move, the double jumps to be able to go ahead and break the stun. This is going to go ahead and knock them both up. Here comes the proliferation hitting both of them. It's going to be able to go ahead and stun out Sinclair. The fight is still on. Abrams is going to go ahead and side slam onto them, being able to keep a little bit of pressure onto him. Lona goes ahead and actually gets the stun onto it. Styler gets taken out. Johnny as well traded out, and it looks like University of Toronto is going to go ahead and get pushed off of Guardian for this one.
Holy hell, everything gets taken out right now. I mean, Lona getting that double kill, that double stun, and he's actually trying to push for that final Guardian here.
Arguably enough though, Gibbs going in for the hook one more time. Here comes the Storm. The Storm is going to go ahead and do some great damage just to be able to keep everyone at bay. Gibbs and Lola are at half HP, but it doesn't even matter though, because look at this. The resistance for Gibbs is just to be able to stay alive. The knockup is going to come in, but not be able to secure the kill onto him. He is taking, he is surviving. Vexing Boat, here it comes. Will it be able to secure the kill? No! Pushy Pop actually walks into the shot, preventing Styler from going ahead and getting that secured kill, but Icy is actually going to be able to secure the kill onto Gibbs. It's going to be a trade be traded once more again. Look at that damage that they're just doing on those Vexing Bows. Styler is going to go ahead and get more pressure onto it. They're going to go ahead and push onto it once more again. Here comes the Charming Hex once more to be able to do something on it. The Rabbit Hex does not manage to land onto that Abrams, but Pushy Pop is going to go ahead and fall back a little bit, dropping down to quarter HP.
University of Toronto saying, no, you can't beat us this fast anymore. We're actually going to try to go for the Guardians. They're getting some picks off. They're actually trying to make and come back at the moment, and actually getting a hook off, or hook. Gibbs getting a hook off on Sudden right here.
Ooh. Here comes already. The audience participation is going to go ahead and get that swapped ultimate. The bomb stacks early on. Gibbs just going ahead and keeping the pressure on. Here comes another beam once more again. Look at that damage. He's just being able to get them off of the Guardian. If done properly here, they might be able to go ahead and secure this Guardian objective. But look at this. AVG is just going to go ahead and fight out Johnny. Johnny's going to be in ball form. Unfortunately, he's just going to get immediately stunned out. One of the more annoying things about that ball formation is that the infinite stun technique that you can do. Here comes the parry! Misclicked! Unfortunately, misclicked the punch. It's gonna get parried out for this one. The fight is still going on. Daffy gets pushed into the Guardian. Guardian's gonna be immediately taken out. But look at this, the team effort on it. Look at the effort that this team is doing. No Name Avengers is keeping the pressure onto it. Shadow Transformation still in the pocket of AVG. AVG goes in once more again just to be able to go in for the fight. But it looks like they're gonna go ahead and use it just to get out of their safe and sound. But never mind, as we go ahead and put back out to Gibbs. Gibbs putting the name onto Bebop, hooking down Icy and securing a kill. That's another bomb stack for Gibbs.
University of Toronto, every effort they make to try to push that Guardian, it's taken out. It's getting shut out. It's getting swamped out right now. And it looks like they're actually going to keep trying. This pocket here, big B. Going for a big kill right here. Big fat B.
Big fat B doing big fat damage.
Big fat damage. I mean, that's what Pocket does, right?
What is it? That's what Pocket does in the 1v1. When the Pocket's getting jumped by 5 people, Pocket does not do that.
Yeah, no. Especially with no name Avengers, just running it down altogether.
All right there. University of Toronto already going to get traded out for it. No Name Avengers is going to go ahead and avenge their fallen. But once more, again, we are seeing the pressure that No Name Avengers is just doing. I mean, they are keeping the entirety of University of Toronto at bay. They still have Guardians up. I mean, the more scary part that they just got to respect is just being able to go ahead and see if they can go secure this Guardian. And speaking of which, Icy goes in and finishes it off. Looks like it's going to be a fight for this one. Gibbs is falling back onto it. Here comes the Vexing Bolt one more time. The stun is going to get procced onto Gibbs. Gibbs is falling right back into this one. The pathway is going to go ahead and be able to kill them off. It looks like they're going to go ahead and rotate right around. The bomb stack is going to get immediately triggered upon death, and Gibbs is taken out.
Looks like University of Toronto actually making moves and actually capitalizing on whatever position they have right now, taking out Gibbs after the Guardian. Usually people kind of like leave after the Guardian, but no, they said they wanted more and they actually got more.
That they did as they go ahead and keep the pressure onto it once more again. Excuses is going to go ahead and take this fight out to Misclick. Misclick is just going to do some great damage onto him. Excuses is dropping down really low. This is the scary nature of Mirage, that if you just stand out of the open, those passives are going to go ahead and land. Here comes the Seismic Slam. The cube is on. No! Actually goes in for the parry. He's going to get immediately knocked down. The hook from downtown. Gibbs secures the hook onto him, but it's not going to be able to secure the kill. Dropping down to half HP. The damage is on. The beam is out. 170 HP in a dream. Comes out alive, barely. Unfortunately, unable to secure the kill. However, No Name Avengers doing great pressure for the side.
We finally see some objectives come up right now, the 10-minute mark. This, by the way, all of this happened before 10 minutes, and I'm not gonna lie to you, that was a lot of action before pre-10 minutes. I know in my matchmaking games, nothing happens between 0 and 10 minutes, but here we had at least 20 deaths, 4 Guardians get taken out, and a whole lot of fighting. And let's see what they're gonna do with the urn here.
I mean, our games consist of burger boxing for the first 5 minutes, and then nothing else.
This is burger boxing for 10 minutes.
Everyone's just duking it out for the sake of the game, but here you go. Deathy goes in for once more of a fight. Once more again, here comes onto the engagement, onto the pocket. Big Fat B is going to go ahead and just ghost form out of there. You know, Danny Phantom out of there. Do. Big Fat B goes in for the engagement once more again. Here comes the ultimate onto Big Fat B. Oh, the Kelvin Dome, as we were talking about it for once more again. Deathy is in a very predictive situation here. Is going to go ahead and get immediately taken out by misclick into 1v3 situation with no ultimate in hand. Deathy is just going to go ahead and fall right out of it.
Deathy's actually taken out, but Gibbs has his hands on the urn right now, pushing it over. They're going to actually be maybe looking for an urn 5v6. They do have the resources for it. They're actually 7k ahead. And, you know, with this movement, Mirage is looking to take that Guardian on the left-hand side. Actually, Deathy is actually trying to take out, and he does take out Johnny on Viscus here. Or, I'm sorry, that's AVG on Yamato, taking out Johnny on Viscus.
Speaking of which, AVG is going to go ahead and pop the Shadow Transformation onto it again. They're going to go ahead and fight for this urn. AVG is just doing some really good damage. Here comes the Petrification onto Pocket. Pocket's going to go ahead and pop the Suitcase. Suitcase is going to get him out of there for this fight, but it looks like they're just going to go ahead and fall right back into it. This is going to be the urn fight that they've been looking for here, as we were talking about a little bit earlier. Deathy's going to go ahead and fight for the engage onto Misclick. Misclick down to this 1v2. Doesn't have Tornado in hand. It's going to get lassoed, and unfortunately for Misclicked, is going to get immediately taken out once more again.
Ooh, it's trade for trade. I mean, misclick. They're trying to do something over there on the left-hand side. And Gibbs, who got the urn, by the way? I wasn't actually paying attention. There was just too much fighting. But if you look at the top, I'm pretty sure No Name Avengers actually got the urn. So, University of Toronto trying to make something out of it, did not get much out of it.
Unfortunately, no, they not. University of Toronto is going to lose Icy for this one. That's a little bit scary for them here as they go ahead and go push onto this blue lane, or the mid lane here. And oh, the stun goes in for the parry. Exus is unable to go ahead and do it. Look at this back and forth. This is so goofy.
What's this guy doing? Is this ping pong? That's me when I get stuck in my parking spot.
That's me trying to get out of my parking spot. But here we go already. The fight is already going to go into the engage. The bomb stack is going to be parked into once more again. The precise beam is not going to be activated once more again. Misclick is going to drop down to quarter HP. The beam is active. The damage is on. Gibbs is doing some really good damage onto the walker, but it looks like they're going to be able to secure the fight onto this one. Misclick once again dropping down tremendously low. They do not respect the pressure here. No Name Avengers doing great form for this one, but look at the stun barely missing onto Excuses. Excuses doing great damage onto it once more again, but it looks like University of Toronto is not going to be able to secure and defend their walker. No Name Avengers already taken down the first walker.
You know, even though No Name Avengers is only sending about 3 people to the walkers, if you look at them around the map, they actually have 3 of the other members actually solidifying any other pushes they're trying to get on the other side. So even though No Name Avengers is getting these walkers, University of Toronto can't get anything in return for it. So there are no trades going on.
Not there or not. However, this is one of the things that we were talking about a little bit earlier when No Name Avengers is just going to go ahead and keep the pressure on. Here comes the sun onto this Holiday. Holiday in the closet, trapped inside the juke closet. It's going to be a 1v2 situation here. Holiday surviving for the life is going to go in for the punch. Holiday comes out of this barely alive, unable to secure the kill. Unfortunately, it's going to be a trade betray. Lomo comes in from out of nowhere. Seismic Sam is going to get immediately propped. It's going to use it to get out. It's going to get immediately chased down by Icy, but it looks like it's going to be a trade betray. Avengers literally assemble for the sake of that moment, avenging their fallen teammate. And Pashimov is going to go ahead and take the damage onto the walker. Walker is going to go ahead and get taken out immediately. Unfortunately, Kater is not going to be able to secure and be able to pop the dome to keep the walker alive. The fight is still going on. Johnny comes in from right behind for him. This one, Pushy Pop dropping down to half HP. It's going to fall right back. Here comes AVG coming in for the fight from the backline support. The rescue beam does get procced onto this one. The fight is still going on. The dome is going to get immediately procced onto it once more again. AVG dropping down to half HP. It's going to proc the Shadow Form. Goes into the 1v2 fight once more again against the Kelvin. Kelvin is going to go ahead and keep the fight alive. The healing is still active for this one. AVG is still down to 1v2. Here comes Pushy Pop from behind. Never mind. The Avengers are assembling once more again to keep the fight going. Misclick is going to get immediately taken out. Creature's gonna get traded in. Bebop comes in for the fight once we're getting the Spirit Lasso onto Sinclair. Styler gets taken out. The fight keeps going.
University of Toronto losing 4 members, and Johnny's actually at 1 HP right now. Icy's the only one alive. He does have Stormcloud, but I don't think it's enough to be holding the No Name Avengers back from taking any part of the base at the moment.
That was just nothing but back-to-back fighting.
Back-to-back
example,
fighting.
the Avengers, No Name Avengers, coming in for the fight once more, time and time again. University of Toronto is having to backpedal a lot of times here back into Walker, but they are not respecting the damage that No Avengers is just providing onto them.
No Name Avengers holding that W key down like we predicted. Honestly, that lineup right there, I don't think that I've seen a single moment of farming from No Name Avengers for at least 5 seconds. I mean, now we see a little bit of farming here, but after all the Walkers, after all the Guardians, and after all of University of Toronto gets taken out, now they find some time to farm.
Yeah, that they do. They're going to take a little bit of a deep breath. They want to be, respect it a little bit, but it looks like No Name Avengers does not care about the respect for the farming. Here comes the double pin onto it. Abrams being able to secure 2 pins onto it. Stormcloud, unfortunately, not able to do a lot there. Lona by themselves gets taken out for this. So No Name Avengers already losing one of their big tanky boys. It looks like they're going to go ahead and retaliate once more again, living up to the name Avengers. Gibbs comes in from behind, secures the kill onto Icy. And it's going to be a trade kill once more again. University of Toronto is down 3 players already. And No Name Avengers is going to go ahead and put you right down.
University of Toronto actually trying to push out as much as they can, fighting right outside the base. They actually almost got something going on for them, but it kind of got shut down yet again by pushing too far out. And it looks like No Name Avengers actually going for the mid boss right now. It's for the perfect time. You have 3 people down, and they actually still have University of Toronto still does not have all their slots or any of their flex slots up right now, so this is a perfect time to take advantage of that moment.
That it is right there. Look at this. We're going to be seeing... There's a Veil Walker on the Bebop. This is already nightmarish as it is. And on the Abrams.
Honestly. Yeah, we have the Rejuve on Deathy, AVG, and Pashi Pop. Probably, I think those are the three highest damage dealers at the moment right now, so... Honestly, it's going to be, for any fight, it's going to be 9v6 at the moment, and that the 3 Rejuves that they have are the ones I really wish didn't have Rejuve at the moment if I were fighting them.
AVG having Rejuve is just another Shadow Weave transformation in the pocket of Yamato.
Yeah, that guy has like 3 lives. He might as well should be a cat at this point.
God, don't bring up the cat. Don't bring up the Calico meta.
Oh, no,
please.
no, meow.
We don't talk about that meta anymore. That meta doesn't exist. Speaking of which, here comes the bomb stacks already. Our Veil Walker's going to get procced out for his surge of power, immediately going to get active. But look at that. Johnny's just going to go ahead and Q form just to be able to prevent the damage. The hook comes into the team fight. Here comes the Viscous Ball form. Johnny is going to go ahead and use it just to get out of there, just to be able to survive a little bit longer. K-Train's going to get immediately taken out. Here comes the parry once more again. The life steal onto it. It's going to be a trade kill once again. Icy is going to get immediately taken out by Deathy. And here it comes. No Name Avengers keeping the pressure on once more again. They might be able to go ahead and push onto this to secure the Guardians for it as they go ahead and push both lanes into it. The hook comes out, not able to secure anything. AVG secures the first base Guardian already, and they go ahead and keep the pressure on as dominoes keep falling.
Yeah, it looks like University of Toronto's having trouble defending the base right now. No Name Avengers is going to definitely break that base down. Pushing in right now, looking for a fight, looking for whatever they can at the moment.
That they are, as they once more go again and again. Time and time, fight after fight, No Name Avengers is holding it down. University of Toronto struggling here just to be able to secure at least another kill for it, but the soul disparity is stagnant enough that it's not going to be able to do anything. Big Fat B is going to get immediately taken out. The Storm is going to be procced on the side of Icy. Icy doing whatever they can just to be able to make sure that Toronto stays in the fight for this one. It looks like Pushy Pop is dropping down really low, gets taken out, but they keep forgetting that Rejuve is still active. No Name Avengers is coming right back. They're coming back with stronger forces, just like at the end of Endgame. Icy is not able to secure another kill. Pushy Pop comes right back for this one and is able to secure the kill once more, time and time again. University of Toronto on their hind legs. Big Fat B managing to secure 2 kills for the side of Toronto. No Name Avengers again down 2 players. However, they're still able to keep the pressure on. Pushy Pop is still alive. Here comes the Dome. Dome is going to be able to keep them alive for just a little bit longer, but it doesn't even matter though, because look at that. Pushy Pop is still doing great damage onto the objective. The weakened state of the Admiral Patron is still on. Deathy as well in the fight, still alive. Here comes the once more again. The engagement is on. Admiral Patron dropping down tremendously low. They're not going to be able to do it. But yes, they do. No Name's Avengers, take it.
And they were holding out right to the very end. I mean, I love to see a Dome still coming out. I saw the Pocket fighting for his life, even though it for sure death, for sure destruction of the Patron. They're fighting till the very end, and I love to see that.
Yeah, unfortunately, right there, like we were talking about a little bit earlier, Pocket, when it comes to the spirit damage, very squishy boy.
No, 100%. I mean, like we saw him go down like about 14 times. Maybe I don't know what the deaths were, but then we saw AVG on Yamato going down 0 times. Actually, during the entirety of that game. Honestly, I think it predicted the way we said it was going to, a non-stop fighting, W key holding, and just battle skirmishes everywhere, left and right.
Yeah, definitely. I think this is one of the things that we were talking about a little bit earlier, is that when you have that meta, when you have that steam ball roll comping meta, you have to abuse it. You have to get the early picks, you have to get the early fights, you have to get the early objective, and then you want to keep that objective pressure on. Because these are characters that are really good at steam rolling, you have to keep them active. If not, they are going to fall off. I mean, if there's a moment that you're hesitating, that's going to be the moment where the enemy team is just going to take advantage of you.
Yeah, I mean, if you saw those post-game damage numbers, Viper. We were talking about Viper earlier, how annoying she can be and how powerful she can be. The top of the damage charts with 23,000, and Yamato on AVG on Yamato getting that early game lead had the highest souls and took advantage of the early game. So, you know, it was the tale as old as time, or the tale as old as the last game. You know, they got that early game advantage, pushed it, got the win, and they're moving on. It was a quick 19-minute, under 20-minute game, and that we're gonna see a lot of that in this series of Deadlock, I believe.
Yeah, definitely. Again, we are seeing a lot of this, as we talked about a little bit earlier, burger boxing. We like to see these early fights. They are the fun engagements. They set the tone. They arguably do. And it kind of sets the tone for the audience as well to understand which teams are going to be playing aggressively and which ones are going to be playing a little bit more passively. So I really hope when it comes for this next matchup, Toronto picks a much more turtle composition. Arguably enough, we haven't seen a Lash. Lash is something that I think is really good at being able to turtle with, because Lash Ultimate is arguably one of the more annoying things. You and I understand how much I get annoyed by it, and arguably enough, even though I play Dynamo, I still don't like Lash.
Yeah, no, I mean, no one likes a Lash on the other team, but when Lash is on your team, typically they might miss, depending on the matchmaking, right? But I also want to see a Lash. Lash makes things kind of fun. Throwing the team around left and right is going to add a little bit of, you know, hype to the game, maybe. So hopefully we'll see a little bit of that. Hopefully we see a little bit more Sinclair. I want to see a little bit more from Sinclair. That was a fun game to watch and a little bit different than the last one, but you know what? I think the third one might be, hopefully they're gonna come back with the University of Toronto here.
Yeah, again, this is just because we are seeing necessarily No Name Avengers taking 2 rounds doesn't necessarily mean University of Toronto can't come back the next one. I mean, again, this is what another dynamic that just comes in for esports. Esports is one of those things that's just different every time you play it. Just because one composition works most of the time doesn't necessarily mean that another player can't pick another composition just for the sake of being able to, you know, that it might work as well. So hopefully, I think University of Toronto can take effect for this one and change exactly how they want to see. And hopefully, I really, again, just because of the name of the event being Death Slam, we need to see some Death Slams.
I agree, and maybe the teams will hear us right now. We want to see some Death Slams from everybody. Maybe Deathy can play some Lash.
Maybe Deathy. Look, we know our residential Lash player. He's currently playing in another tournament at the moment as well. But arguably enough, he's hopefully not throwing.
Hopefully, but there's probably someone one out there that he's looking out for.
There is that one. There is that one individual.
Always looking for that one. All right, we're gonna move on to break for everybody, and we'll see you guys on the other side. Hello, hello, and welcome back, everybody, to the Game 3 of the final series of the Death Slam LAN tournament in Toronto. What are we going to see here, Admiral? Are we going to see a comeback? Are we going to see something changes? Are we going to see something crazy? Are we going to see something that we just saw?
All right, I am heavily expecting to see a Lash, right? We want to see this turtle composition. I think University of Toronto could really use this turtle composition, because if they really focus on doing something else, whereas they're playing to play the whole W comp, I think that University of Toronto needs to change their meta. They need to be able to change the composition for that.
Yeah, I agree. If you're listening, we want to see Deathy's Death Slam in the Death Slam event.
And also, Deathy, if you're listening to it, give us a good shake back there if you can.
And we need a raise.
For the sake of this, everyone just donate to support the stream, because honestly, that is the best we can ask of you. Keep supporting the community, keep supporting the players. Deathy, I know you can hear me. Please shake it back there. I'd appreciate it.
No, definitely. Deathy actually put in a lot for this tournament to happen. He put in a lot for any of these Death Slam events to happen. I believe he fronted some for the venue and the whatever. So if you guys want to donate sub, whatever you guys need to do, make Deathy happy, and he's gonna keep doing these events for you guys.
Definitely as well. Again, we are here because of the community. We love the community. We want to be able to keep helping grow this community. So arguably enough, Deadlock isn't just dead just yet, because there are so many players just like us who love this game.
All right, and then going into the draft, we're going to see Viper banned out first by the No Name Avengers, and then Vindicta by University of Toronto, with Sinclair and Abrams being picked up by University of Toronto, and we have Lash first pick by the No Name Avengers. Hopefully we see Deathy's Death Slam in this Death Slam tournament, and we have Moan Cabral second pick. And Yamato coming in for University of Toronto. Looks like they want some Yamato action for themselves, because maybe they see that Yamato is a key to the winning.
I think it's funny that we talked about how Deathy should be the one picking up Lash, and arguably enough, they're the ones who pick him.
I love it. I love it. Hey, he's listening. The big boss is listening.
That he is. I mean, let's just see how this goes. We haven't been seeing a lot of Lash recently. Lash has kind of also fallen off a little bit too, which I think is kind of weird, because Lash's Death Slam is still a very strong ultimate. It's just like one of the best team engagers there is right now. So I think it's a little weird that we haven't been seeing a lot of Lash.
Yeah, I mean, one of the strongest items in the game right now, Counter Spell, counters a lot of Lash right now. I mean, it's a 3200 item for, it does too much. It blocks abilities and gives you spirit and stuff like that. But we're gonna see 7 banned out by No Name Avengers as well, so they don't want to see that 7 anymore coming in from either side. And University of Toronto banning out the Kelvin, who actually did a lot the last game, but the University of Toronto didn't actually want to see that. No Name Avengers actually pick up Viscous for their support.
Yeah, definitely. And then, arguably enough, it's like how you're speaking about like the spell shield being one of the things that it's like a 3k item that essentially just counteracts everything that Lash does. Again, if you are going to be playing a composition that is much more turtle heavy, where you're waiting for them to be playing into it, at that point it's more in a sense that Lash is just really good at being a nuisance more than anything else.
I'm looking at it right now. University of Toronto is trying to do that No Name Avengers draft. I hope the names aren't switched up, but Abrams, Yamato, they look really familiar. Maybe they got that W key energy on their side.
they're getting their composition ready to essentially do the same thing that they're doing. They're gluing down the W key.
If you can't beat them, join them. Am I right?
Hey, but unfortunately, that just means that we sadly, we will probably be losing the stake for the pocket. But No Name Avengers is going to go ahead and pick the Mirage. So that's going to be their heavy-handed split push, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, No Name Avengers actually opting for a kind of opposite role. I mean, opposite kind of draft that they did the last 2 games. Less W key. They probably are going to hold W key the entire game. I'm not going to lie to you, but they have the option of split pushing and waiting for Lash Wolves or waiting for Moan Krill picks and things like that. And we're actually going to see a Wraith Bebop back-to-back pick by University of Toronto. I think they like seeing the Bebop, so they want to see more Bebop.
They want to do the green Bebop proud, but also of which to retaliation for Avengers picking the Mirage, we got Wraith again for the side of University of Toronto. So we have been seeing Wraith get picked by them, but we haven't necessarily been seeing Wraith pop up.
Yeah, I mean, Wraith is relatively a weaker character in lane. And right now, like, you know, it looks like in this tournament, laning phase is so important to make sure you get that early game lead and snowball right after that. And if you have Wraith in any of your lanes, she is going to have some trouble holding back any of the minions pushing into her side of the Guardian.
Yeah, that it is, and I think that's just kind of also one of the things that a lot of players have to be able to respect for it, because you have to see these kind of like fearful things happen. So arguably enough, I want to see how this goes in for it. We are seeing a Fern. No Name Avengers is going to go ahead and pick the Infernus for them.
I think No Name Avengers looking for that late game advantage here. I mean, maybe they are thinking, oh, these games are going by too fast. Let's let it go a little longer. So Infernus or Mirage, they are still great laners though. Some of the best pokers in lane. I think they got a little bit of nerf, but they still are fantastic to deal against any laner in existence. And they look like they're just kind of play around the M1s right now, and an Ivy to round out the pick at the very end.
Oh god, I love Ivy as a character. Don't like playing against her.
No, I mean, understandable. I know she's a cute monster girl. You can't hate her, but then I understand if you don't like the abilities. But it works really well with Infernus because Ivy actually busts fire rates for anyone she's tethered to, and with Infernus and Mirage, you know, in their back pockets, they got a lot of fire rate going on for them.
That they are. And then something that we were talking about a little bit earlier when it comes into the mouse one composition No Name Avengers keeps doing, we are going to be seeing a Paradox to the side of University of Toronto, so that's going to be another swap. So that's kind of interesting because we already have a Bebop on the side of the University of Toronto, so they're going to be focusing a lot more on picking people off. So Paradox is already going to be holding it down for that.
Yeah, I mean, University of Toronto, I mean, this draft looked like what No Name Avengers had earlier. They did have both the Bebop and Paradox for the first game, I believe. And then they have the Abrams and Yamato for their second game. So it looks like they're doing a little bit of combination of what they see in the past, and maybe it might work for them. Holding down W, maybe they are inspired.
Yeah, hopefully they are as they go ahead and see how they go into this one. So let's just see how this plays out for them.
Yeah, and I believe we have another interview by Soren in the streets, so let's go over to him.
Welcome back to Toronto. We've got Lona here with us this time from the No Name Avengers. Lona, you were picking up that McGinnis in game one. I heard from Deathy that someone back home was making you play that.
Potentially a group of pirates were forcing me to play McGinnis for at least one game here.
Holding your PC at ransom?
Possibly.
There you go. Blackmail gets you an advantage. That's what we're learning here at Death Slam events. All right, well, you did it pretty well. You obviously won that game in a handy fashion. It's a bit of a mismatch, but, you know, that's how it goes when you form a team of really competent players. So how did this team come about?
Deathy had played with almost all of us prior at some point, and because we're somewhat local to the area, he messaged us all on Discord and decided, hey, want to come out to this LAN? All of us said yes, and then we all showed up. That's kind of how it went down, yeah.
Yeah, and one of the things that y'all have been doing really well in these games is taking any advantage that you have and just pushing it into further snowball and ending games. And that's something that I haven't seen a whole lot of teams who aren't at this level do very well. So what's maybe some advice that you can give to people who are struggling to find ways to push an advantage and to actually end the game?
I think it's very important to know what you have to do in the game, like your role, your position. So as McGinnis, you're usually typically pushing for objectives across the map. And as you can see in our lane, we took the tower, and I think we only killed 1 or 2 players potentially at most before the tower gone. Almost got the walker too. That's just kind of how it goes. If you know what you're doing in the game, it's very easy to push your positions. Because when people on the enemy team don't know what they're doing, it's very easy to, what's it called?
Exploit
their weaknesses and punish them.
Yeah. So just knowing like what your character's job is in the team comp and pushing it and making sure that you're doing your job. You hear that, ranked teammates? I'm looking at you. There you go. Hear it from the man himself. All right. Well, thank you, Lona. You're just one game away from winning the grand prize here. If you can take this one home, you feel pretty confident that you will.
I'm pretty confident. We have an interesting draft for sure. I went to get some pizza and I came back and realized Trouble James did the whole draft for us. So yeah, we might be in for a little bit of surprise here, I think.
All right, well, just making things interesting for you there at home. So thank you, Lona. We're going to go into game 3 here.
I heard Trouble James was the one who drafted for them, and maybe he's the one who heard our prayers. But Lona looks good out there.
Look, man, all I heard was pizza. I heard that there's pizza at the event, so you know, I'm just gonna go ahead and fly right out to Toronto just to go get some free pizza.
Yeah, and for us, that's about a 6-hour flight, as we are almost on the other side of the continent. Yeah, continent. But if anybody doesn't know, from anyone at home, we're also at home. Being the casters, we're actually not at the LAN. I wish we were. That would have been cool to meet everybody and get some pizza and, you know, wear cool yellow shirts too. Hello over there, everyone at Toronto.
Look, man, I would have loved to have a yellow shirt. You know, like you said earlier, we would have been looking like minions in there.
Yeah, we'd be the minions. But hey, they might turn into the Winions after this third game.
Yeah, arguably enough though, like we keep saying, again, just because there is a 2-0 currently doesn't necessarily mean that there can't be an upset. I mean, University of Toronto is changing their composition a little bit here to play for more of a focal point against certain characters. Something that we also haven't been seeing as well is kind of like the turtle meta that we were talking about. Again, unfortunately though, Toronto did not get the first pick on the Lash, so they can't necessarily focus on having the turtle composition, but let's just see how it goes as we go into the third round for this best of 5.
Going in indeed, and we are gonna see Deathy on the Lash. It's a good day to be here.
It's a good day. It's a good day to fight it out.
It's a good day to fight it out over the Dead Slam LAN in Toronto right now. How are we feeling about the lane situations going on right now?
You know, I think it's going to be kind of interesting here because University of Toronto is essentially picking the same composition that No Avengers has been doing before. So I think if they're not playing aggressively, they're going to be playing very passively.
100%. And I hope... Ooh, we're going to see some burger boxing here. And Bebop actually gets parried out and gets a couple of punches into him instead.
That he does right there. The parry's going to get procced out a little bit early. Big Fat B dropping down to quarter HP already this early on is pretty scary, especially if you're going against the Mo, who's just really good at keeping pressure on.
Yep. And I just want to say, I think the names at the top are currently correct. So, Gibbs. Yeah, no. Gibbs is on Ivy, actually.
Ah, there we go. Yeah, we'll again, we have some of the best production people
on
30-40
seconds.
Yeah, it's again, production crew on our end, man. They're awesome. We love them to death. They are honestly our bread and butter whenever it comes to making us look good. So we always want to make sure that we give as much praise to them as possible because again, they are goated for that same reason.
Yep, shout out to the producers.
But early enough though, as we were talking about early stages, not a lot of holding down W here. I'm actually kind of interested to see that No Avengers isn't necessarily going in for the burger box that we used to. Oh, that's how I was talking about it. Here comes a parry. Big Fat B goes up for a what's for, but is going to get immediately procced by the burn. Lona is going to go ahead and secure the first blood for this one.
We actually have AVG on Lash.
Ooh. That's a bit of a difference right there. Icy is actually
but at least
on
we
the Yamato.
see. Yeah, at least we're seeing a Lash Death Slam in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, arguably enough that we were jokingly saying like, hey, get Death Slam in there, but look at it, there is the slam.
Yeah, we got it. Looks like Styler is on his back foot right now, trying to push away the creep camp. See Abrams going charged in there too with 1 HP. I don't think he gets anything. Nothing's going on over there, so I don't think anybody's getting taken out at the moment.
No kills just yet, but we are seeing just good poke all around because arguably enough that both these teams are, again, they're essentially trying to secure something early on. They're just kind of respecting each other now. I think University of Toronto is starting to get their footing on the ground here when it comes to No Avengers here. They're respecting the damage that they can output onto them. So arguably enough, it's going to be a little bit difficult for them just to be able to focus on something.
No, 100%. I think they're holding on to whatever life they can, but they are getting poked out. I'm seeing a lot of low HP bars on the top right there for both teams actually. Excuses on 1, Johnny, Airstrike Alex on 1, and Icy as well on 1 HP on a lifeline at the moment.
It is kind of scary here though, especially when you got characters that are really good to like burn you out, passive bad damage. Excuses is gonna go ahead and take out Icy. No Avengers already securing a really good kill lead for them, but early deaths don't necessarily matter though in terms of soul differential. So again, early deaths don't necessarily do anything other than just secure some quick souls for your team.
Yeah, it's all about what you do, and it looks like if you're looking at the blue lane right now, No Name Avengers is taking that death into account and pushing into the Guardian. The same thing here on this side of the map here. Mirage and Lash going in. And we're actually getting an Airstrike Alex trying to go in for a pin, but he gets tornadoed out. He gets taken in the air, getting pegged by Mirage. Misses the parry, but he's going to keep going in, getting some damage onto him. Oh, actually gets the kill too.
Yeah, that tick damage. Again, that's one of the main reasons why Mirage is really good. Again, if this is a character that gets fed, Mirage is one of those characters that's just really scared to deal with because, arguably enough, it is a Gun Mirage. Gun Mirage is one of the more annoying things about the character as a whole. And again, another passive gun ability. So, you know, Valve loves that.
Yeah, that Jin's mark did a lot of work there into the Abrams side, just pounding it in, getting those stacks on, and he doesn't have to do anything other than walk away, turn around, and just let Abrams die.
It's got to look all beautiful and stuff for the sake of the audience.
Yeah, he pulled a Omewa mo shinderu.
He turned around and he spoke the ancient cantation.
Yeah. Shout out to Sori.
We love you, sorry. But here we go already. They're just going to go ahead and get the pressure onto it. AVG is going to go ahead and get a little bit on. Deathy already securing the first Guardian. No Name Avengers already securing the first objective for their team. University of Toronto already on their hind legs here a little bit, just falling back. But again, this is just because it's the first Guardian. Doesn't necessarily mean University of Toronto's out of the race just yet. Here we go already for the engagement. We see AVG coming in for retaliation. Well, now for the Flog is going to get procced onto Icy, but no kill. AVG is just doing a really good job of just roaming around, keeping pressure on for lanes. Big 5B goes in for the fight one more time. Here comes the parry, unable to successfully manage to land it, but it's going to get immediately taken out. Here comes Misclick coming in to be able to support from the team. The card trick is going to get tossed out, do some good damage on Solona, but not enough damage to secure a kill.
No matter how safe University of Toronto is playing, they're losing left and right, losing the Guardian, losing some deaths, and it's just a slow burn at the moment, but they are holding on to something, anything they can. They're actually getting another Guardian taken out by Lona here.
But Lona is again, the Fern is something to be scared of. You have to respect the Fern when you're trying to 1v1 him because that passive ability of just being afterburn is just one of the things that just prevents you from healing. So respect is required. Here comes Excuses doing some great damage onto them. It's currently a 3v1 and Excuses is doing a really good job, and Gibbs comes in with that Stormform Transformation, trying to able to secure the kill onto Johnny, dropping down incredibly low. And Styler doing a little bit of parkour gymnastics, debating if they want to go back in or not.
Looks like most of the members of University of Toronto are actually in the middle lane with Blue here, trying to push and maybe get something, but No Name Avengers has an answer for that, and they're kind of pushing them off. Airstrike Alex actually gets taken out in the other lane, trying to make something happen on that end.
That he is right now as he goes ahead and keeps the pressure onto it once more again. Deathy is going ahead and just doing some damage onto the Walker very early on. Here comes the split pushing already, even though currently both sides are fighting for their correct objectives. No one's really sharing players at the moment. No one's ganking, no one's coming in from different lanes. Everyone's just kind of respectively playing the same position. And look at this, Excuses gets taken out. Johnny comes in with the paradoxal swap. Here comes the death bomb itself. An air package from Gibbs. Mr. Poshy Pop goes in for the parry once more again, but it looks like it's going to be a trade kill for that, and they're going to be able to secure 2 kills. No Name Avengers with the Gibbs Poshy Pop combo.
Nothing's more terrifying than a flying Mo running at you with an Ivy on his back. That's the 2 Bs for one whole special right there.
Our blue walker is
Who needs magic carpet? You don't have to build magic carpet when you got an Ivy.
Ivy is your magic carpet.
They can show you the world.
I can show you the world.
And it's Mo comboing in your face.
I don't remember that part in Aladdin. I don't remember a giant Mo man appearing in Aladdin.
We're watching Aladdin?
No, we're watching Death Slam as Lona goes ahead and secures the kill onto Johnny. Already, we are seeing a little bit of this back-to-back banter, but No Name Avengers still having they still have all 3 of their Guardians up, actually. I'm barely noticing the right lane is still in relatively healthy situation here. University of Toronto trying to keep them at bay. However, No Name Avengers, again, doing a really good job of split pushing. I mean, the damage already from the Guardian on the left-hand side is just going to be it's still a little early, but it's still damage on the Walker.
Yeah, I mean, what I want to see here from the University of Toronto is a little bit more action, a little bit more grouping up right now because, I mean, No Name Avengers, they have that map control, they have that Guardian control, they have the slot control. They needed, University of Toronto needs to pull something out right now and just kind of go for it. They need to just, I think, they're actually getting to a fighter here, skirmish right here. Big Fat B gets a hook off onto Gibbs, not taking him out. He's going to be taken out himself by the double combo here from Mo and Ivy.
It is going to be a trade v trade for that, but unfortunately only so much can be done for that for the side of University of Toronto here. Again, that's kind of one of the things that just ends up happening out is just that composition of being able to get traded.
Yeah, I mean that's the case. I mean, if you're trying to make something happen, you're gonna have to lose your life for it in this format here, especially against No Name Avengers. They're not gonna let anything go for free. If you want something, you got to pay for it, and then if you don't get it, you're still paying for it.
What is it? Oh god, I just had it. The teeter-totter of Deathlock.
the pitter-patter, the teeter-totter, the tick and toe.
the tick to my toe.
The tick to my toe to the tack. Yeah.
Oh, goodness gracious. But here we go once more again. No Name Avengers. Oh, the audience participation is coming in strong onto Deathy, but unfortunately, no, he's going to get immediately hooked out. Here comes the death sign once more again. We get to see it on the B-pop. Here comes the fight. We fight once more again. Deathy dropped tremendously low, but if the Flog is going to be able to keep him alive, he's going to go ahead and get right out of this. Big Fat B is going to get immediately taken out by Gibbs. And look at this. AVG just coming out barely alive. The support structure is on for them. No Name Avengers doing a great job with that team retaliation.
No Name Avengers actually keeping up their heroes and players all alive really well. I mean, no matter how far they get in there, they're getting out alive.
The telekinesis is right on him, but unfortunately is not able to do it. And it's a pause.
Pause lock.
You got a keyboard issue.
We got a keyboard issue. It looks like Prince is at it again. I'm just kidding.
What is it? Sticky Keys is active once more
the
again.
Sticky Keys, yeah, Sticky Keys is back.
Sticky Keys is back, folks. Windows 11, activate your Sticky Keys today. Already for the engagement. The bomb stacks already. Look at this. Pushy Bomb is going to get immediately pulled right back into Walker. Almost has uppercut in hand, but no. Oh, here comes the Inferno Blast once more again, but it looks like they're going to be able to keep the pressure off of it once more just to be able to get their teammates alive. Lona is going to fall right back. Here comes the bomb stack onto Lona. Might get taken out for this one, but here comes the combo onto it. It looks like it's going to be a trade. Big Fat B manages to secure the cure. Here comes Abrams to be able to secure the punch once more again. The stun is on. The damage fight for Earn is active. Here comes Excuses with Ballform. Ballform comes in just to be able to stun against him. Icy goes ahead and takes out AVG. Gibbs secures the Earn for the side of No Name Avengers. It's going to be a trade v trade kill. AVG and Lona being taken out, but it looks like Airstrike is going to get immediately traded out once more again as the Ivy and Excuses come in from behind.
University of Toronto losing another skirmish again. I mean, they do take out the AVG, but it's at what cost at this moment? I think they lost their Earn as well. No Name Avengers. I saw the Gibbs turn in the Earn, so that's just another swing towards the No Name Avengers. And at this point, they still have all their Guardians and all their motivation at the moment.
Yeah, again, this is the pressure that we always talk about before, that essentially No Name Avengers is just doing a really good job. Here comes the Paradox Kinetic Carbine being active, the speed boost over here. Comes the shot once more again. Lona is going to get hit immediately. Good damage, but arguably enough is just poke. It's nothing more than just that for right now. And speaking of being able to go in for the poke, Deathy goes in for the secure the kill once more again. It's going to get immediately telekinesis in it, and it's just going to secure the kill.
100%. I mean, you would think the University of Toronto is going to do that whole W and keep fighting type kind of comp, but it looks like at this point right here, they're on the back foot right now. Instead, No Name Avengers is holding W, even though they have the M1 characters. Deathy actually gets taken out by Air Striker Alex getting chased down and dies in the Jew closet.
Unfortunate right there for the Rapid Form coming in barely onto Deathy. So as we talked about before, Rapid Form, you have to be able to predict it a little bit now. Rapid Hex is one of those things that it's just not an instant ability that just kind of secures the stun onto them. Now you have to be able to lead it a little bit farther, but as we go in for this 1v2 situation, Icy is going to go ahead and fight out Gibbs and Excuses. Excuses is going to go ahead and do some great damage. Here comes the stun. Shadow Transformation is over, dropping down to half HP. The engagement is still on. Airstriker comes in from behind just to be able to support his Styler as well with the audience participation in hand, but unable to do anything with it. But it doesn't even matter though, because look at that, Big Fat B is gonna get immediately taken out.
Every time you say audience participation, I always look at chat. I'm wondering, huh? I keep forgetting that's the name of Styler's ability on Sinclair.
The tornado landing onto the Paradox high above the ground. Johnny's gonna get immediately taken out. Looks like they're gonna go ahead and secure this Walker. Deathly doing great damage onto it already. Here comes the air dash already. Icy coming in from behind, but unfortunately right here comes the stun. Walker stomp, unable to get the stun onto Deathly. Deathly secures the Walker, and they're gonna go ahead and take this fight onto this Yamato here as they go ahead and push at the blue lane. Once more, the hook from downtown, but it doesn't matter though because Ivy Stoneform is gonna be there. Here comes the telekinesis onto Ivy once more again. She's gonna get lifted out. 200 HP. Here comes the Size Slam once more to be able to keep the pressure on. Bebop is gonna go in for the chase once more again. Here comes the batter up punch. The parry is active. The parkour. The punch again. The slam. The death slam. The smacking. Gibbs is down.
They finally take out Gibbs in the corner. They had to put him in the corner and slap the crap out of him. So, and they actually get taken out Deathy too with a couple of slaps. Air Striker Alex getting his punch on, getting 2 characters out with his fist.
Funny enough, we are seeing a literal death blows being pushed into this one. So I think it's kind of funny that we went from burger boxing at 5 minutes to burger boxing at 15.
This is far past burger boxing at the moment. I think this is a burger death match. Hold the fries.
Hold the fries. Yeah, can I get a double please? Hold the fries.
Quarter pounder, extra onions, baby.
Royale with cheese. But here we go already. Johnny's going to get taken out for that one. No Name Avengers already keeping the pressure onto it. Looks like they're just going to go ahead and circle right back and push onto for mid lane here. Broadway is going to be for the fight once more again. Icy is going to proc Shadow Transformation, but it doesn't even matter though because look at that. He just gets immediately melted out. Excuses is going to get hooked right into Walker, but it's going to come right back out to it. Here comes the Sandblast. AVG secures a kill onto Misclick. No Name Avengers. Looks like they're going to be able to secure this Broadway Walker. University of Toronto on their Highlands once more again, down 2 players. And I think No Name Avengers is just going to go ahead and respect it here as they go ahead and take farm and go for side objectives. I mean, Earn is still up, and here comes the buffs as well from the side of No Name Avengers.
Yeah, no matter what, as much as W key they are holding and how many kills they're getting, they have to respect the defenses of the University of Toronto because they are not just going to sit around and let them take the Walker. So they're going to step back, take some farm, get ahead a little bit more, take objectives. There's so many things to do on the map. And once they've taken it out, they'll go back to, you know, beating the crap out of them.
As they go in for it once more again, the punch into with the slam. AVG is going to go ahead and get stunned out for this one, but it doesn't even matter though because look at that damage from that flog. Ace Striker Alex is going to get taken out. University of Toronto secures a Guardian. The Paradox of swap is in it, but it looks like Johnny's going to go ahead and get procced into it once more again. The swap does get procced onto it. Johnny's going to get hit with the afterburn. The stun from the Viscous ball for him is going to proc. It's going to be a nice assist for them, and AVG is going to get taken out.
Looks like Styler's looking for a death slam of himself, but he actually misses. And he gets ground slammed into the dirt by AVG instead.
Slam for slam indeed. And it looks like No Name Avengers is going to go ahead and take another Walker here as they're doing great damage. But here comes the combo from Pushy Pop. Pushy Pop is going to be able to do it. And look at this. They're playing from behind. Pushy Pop goes in for the punch of the Walker.
That's a punch of death right there, and I love to see it. No Name Avengers roaming around the map here, looking after the taking the Walker, looking as much value as they can. It looks like they're kind of farming. Looks like they're going to be buying. And actually, it looks like they're going to be taking mid boss. Just a little bit of damage. Lona said hello to the mid boss himself and kind of left.
Ooh, Deathy's going to take the 1v1 once more again. Icy's going to go ahead and practice Shadow Transformation, but it doesn't even matter though. It's going to get taken out. Deathy at half HP. Here comes once more again. The Vexing Bolt actually stuns out the Ivy from going onto the rope, and because of that, Stylus gets the kill onto Deathy.
Ooh, Styler getting afterburn in the back, and he actually gets taken out by Lona. Lona looking for more kills here. He's looking at Big Fat B himself, and he's chasing past the Guardian. He doesn't care. He's gonna pop his ult right now and getting stunned. Big Fat B in the corner, but Big Fat B actually gets out behind the cages, behind the bar, and gets it alive. And almost burns to death actually. And 3 of the members of the University of Toronto are actually 1 HP. Misclick actually gets taken out on the other side of the map by Pushy Pop with a 5-streak kill.
Pushy Pop already doing good just to be able to secure the kill. And look at this, the Death Slam does manage to get procced onto it. Unfortunately, right there, AVG goes out and secures another kill for University of Toronto. Is down 3 players, and No Name Avengers is just pushing out for the objectives. I think they want to go ahead and start off mid boss for this.
Yeah, I think so too. And then if I've looked correctly on the map, the No Name Avengers finally lost their Guardians. I don't know if they lost Guardians earlier, but I think they finally lost the final ones. But they did. University of Toronto actually did get traded out for that, so they might lose the mid boss for all of that.
That they might, but it looks like No Name Avengers is just going to go ahead and go back to secure. Wow, that was actually really good movement to be able to do that. Just swish from Deathy.
The red, you know, he's Deathy, man, master of movement. But we're looking at Styler here. He does have a bunny, AoE bunny, which is actually pretty good here in the mid boss pit. Here, he's coming in actually right now, and he's gonna get 2-3 people in his bunny. But oh.
Big Fat B secures, goes ahead and secures one, but here comes the Death Slam onto it. Big Fat B is going to go ahead and get immediately punished for going ahead and stealing one of the mid-boss buffs. He's going to get immediately resurrected, but look at this. The stun positioning of where Excuses is at is going to go ahead and just stun him to eternity.
Let me show y'all how it's done.
Excuses in that little corner, just like the parking lot we had earlier. Make sure we're getting stun. Wraith actually got a walker, and he's gonna go on to Deathy here in the corner, ulting him and actually trying to put him down. But it looks like they are in the middle of a battle here, and Deathy's actually coming out on top with his healing. And Deathy actually coming out with the win in the end.
Unfortunately, right there for the side of Misclick there. Misclick not having enough cards to be able to secure the kill onto Deathy. Deathy, again, that passive gun damage is one of the things you just got to respect. I mean, with Quicksilver Reload, Deathy pretty much just has infinite ammo for the sake of that entirety of that fight. I mean, by the time he has to reload again, the bleed stacks, the passive on Jin's mark is just going to go ahead and secure the kill for him.
Yeah, I mean, that was a little bit of a, you know, aim labs moment as well, but Deathy has no trouble with that.
Deathy, remember, folks, aim labs is free. Right?
Remember, guys, aim labs is free. Viz.
You mean the top one Grey Talon main?
Oh yeah,
Visionary?
top one Grey Talon. Yeah, I mean, you know what? I need a little bit of aim labs myself. There's a reason why I spam pocket, guys. I cannot put a mouse on any head in the game.
Look, man,
I am not one to talk.
We love this. We love this. I mean, this whole just poking a little bit of fun about our skill quality. I mean, arguably enough, I play Dynamos. What's the point of aiming with Dynamo when his gun does 13 damage per bullet? And speaking of going ahead and do 13 damage per bullet, the Paradoxal Swap comes in once more again as they go ahead and go in for the fight engagement. Here comes the charge on Pashy. Pashy's gonna go ahead and fall right back, but the telekinesis is gonna get parked into her. Here comes the Death Slam, secures onto Paradox. Paradox is gonna go ahead and get taken out immediately. AVG secures another kill for the side of No Name Avengers, and the pressure keeps turning on. All this to fight for the urn. Deathy secures the kill onto Icy. The retaliation is on. Here comes the Seismic Slam once more again. Airstrike is gonna go ahead and follow up, but unfortunately he's gonna get immediately taken out by AVG once more again. The low from Johnny. University of Toronto is down 3 players. They're gonna go ahead and take out a Shrine and might as well go ahead and drop the Patron.
No Name Avengers actually taking out 3 members of the guns. They don't lose any RG for the moment, and they are taking all the objectives they can. Shrine gets taken out. We get another one taken out. Misclick gets comboed in the corner of his spawn, and Patron is going to go down and transform. And the game looks like it's going in favor of No Name Avengers.
No Name Avengers still has the mid buff here. They're going to be able to proc it off for this one as they go into the last fight once more again. Here comes the Rabbit Hex onto it. Pusha Pop is just trying to be able to see if he can get this Magician off of the high ground. It looks like he's going to be able to do so for just a quick second here. Styler poking them down with Vexing Bolt, but it doesn't even matter though, because look at this Big Fat B is going to drop down to tremendously low HP. The aerial positioning is there, but unfortunately they're not going to be able to secure enough damage onto it to prevent the No Name Avengers from pushing onto it. Gibbs is dropping down tremendously low again. Here comes more Vexing Bolt. The automatic fire is coming in. Patron is still dropping it down incredibly fast. They're not going to be able to secure a kill onto it. Here comes AVG with the slam once more again. The tornado form. Abrams comes in with the slam onto this Bone Crow, but no, it's going to be No Name Avengers once more again, securing the round.
And that's going to be 3 games for No Name Avengers, and I believe the best out of 5, we're going to see the finals champions in No Name Avengers here. How do you feel about this, Admiral?
Yeah, it was really fun. I want to say, like, arguably enough, we got to see some interesting compositions. University of Toronto again changing their composition to keep No Name Avengers in check. I mean, arguably enough, we did get to see a lot of the same compositions normally, like we saw Seven, we saw Woodward. But I'm very happy that we got to see the Lash.
No, I'm very happy to see the Lash as well. I'm glad we saw a huge composition change from both teams. And unfortunately, that big change wasn't enough to give University of Toronto an advantage in this last game of the series. No Name Avengers taking it all in a 3-0 sweep. And honestly, you know what? Very deservingly so. Those guys worked hard. Those guys played hard. And then they are here to have fun, most of all. And you know what? I think I had a lot of fun watching this series.
Yeah, and arguably enough, so did I. This was a really fun series just to be able to catch up on. Again, time and time again, we keep talking about the community aspect that a lot of players do when it comes to supporting Deadlock. It means a lot to us whenever you guys come in and support us when watching these streams and watching the production quality that we have. Again, to our goated production crew who makes us look good.
100%. You know, shout out to them. You know, and this is all, you know, because of Deathy. Let's give him some props, even though he did just win a tournament of himself. But you know what? Production has been fantastic here. We've been fantastic. This is actually only my second day here. This is the second event I even casted for this production team. So, you know what? I would have been here without them. So, honestly, I had a lot of fun here. I wish I was in Toronto. Looks like everyone's having a good time over there. Everyone's getting to know each other. And honestly, I'm sure they are having as much fun as we are watching it from the sides.
Definitely. I also wish we were in Toronto as well because we'd be enjoying in the riches of the pizza party that's happening right now.
Yeah, no, you know what? I heard they're going to a bar after too and hanging out, so it'd be cool to hang out with everybody.
Well, hopefully they will one day be able to join us here on the West Coast. But unfortunately, until then, Death Slam is going to be in Toronto for the time being.
But then, you know what? This is the beginning of something beautiful, guys. We have our first LAN concluded in Toronto. Props to everyone who actually got it to make it happen. Props to Deathy, props to Akashi, production team, Griffin, whatnot. And you know what? I think we're going to see a lot more to come. I know I want to do something in California if possible, but till then, let's go see Soren with this interview coming up right now.
All right, here we are at the end of the day. University of Toronto putting up a good showing against some of the best that NA has to offer, but unfortunately, it does go out with you guys in second place. You did make second, though. Well done.
Yep.
So the thing that I want to focus on for this interview is like following up with you guys, because you put on some really exciting matches today. What do you have planned for future?
Well, I mean, I think that, you know, hopefully Valve keeps on developing the game and, you know, turning it into something that a lot more people are interested in. But yeah, you know, we're planning on doing some other events, you know, like we're hopefully expecting there to be the new collegiate series coming up soon. So we'll definitely be in that, so stay tuned. But besides that, you know, yeah, just hoping for some more attention onto the game. You know, would love to do some more community tournaments, things like that. So, you know, there's like more stuff like this, you know, like maybe even more LANs in the future.
Yeah, if we can swing it, you know, this is something that's been really fun for us. I can never really make any promises, but this is something that if Deadlock does get larger, we'd love to do again. Of course, that'll be up to Deathy and the crew. I'm not the sole authority on that. But if people do want to keep up with what University of Toronto's Deadlock team is doing, where can we do that?
Well, yeah, so we have our own community Discord. So if you want to come by, say hi to the players who played today, you know, I'm sure that Twitch chat has a lot of questions for some of us. I've been momentarily looking at the comments in between our drafts, and yeah, we got some interesting, how should I put it, comments about our team. But you know, if you want to, you know, talk to us directly, maybe, you know, we'll send you guys one of our numbers, and yeah, we can go from there.
There you go. You're able to keep up with the University of Toronto esports. If you like their Deadlock community, we just showed the link on the stream there if you want to keep up with any of them. But congratulations on your performance today, taking out second place in the considerable prize pool for this. So well done.
Thank you.
All right, we'll give us just a moment. We'll have Deathy in here, and he'll give his side of the interview, and then we'll close off. So I don't know if we have like a break screen prepared. I'm sorry, I'm confused there. But if we do, we'll go to a break, and we'll get Deathy in here in just a second.
Thank you, Soren. And honestly, I think we're going to see more of University of Toronto in the future. This is the future of Deadlock, everybody. They're still in college. Once they graduate, once majors are going to come out for Deadlock, I'm sure we're going to see some of these players on the big stage if they keep this up.
Yeah, definitely. Arguably enough, I love the collegiate support structure for it. I love that we got to see a college team be able to perform here. Again, most of my background comes from coming in from the collegiate scene, so arguably enough, I love seeing the college teams come in and play and participate because it shows that they are capable of being able to participate in such a high level of game.
Yeah, I mean they're going up against some of the best players in Deadlock, some pros, former pros, retired pros, and content creators. And you know what? I think it's a great experience for them to actually grow as players, and I think they're going to do great things from here.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I think it's nothing else but up from here. I mean, again, Deadlock is not out yet. It is still currently enclosed, so only time will tell what exactly happens. I mean, hey, they say that there's going to be a big patch coming. As far as we can tell, it could literally drop within the next hour, tomorrow, today, tomorrow, next week. You know, the supposed leak of the day that every single time it changes. But again, the game is forever evolving, and right now where it currently stands, the community loves and supports it, and for that same reason, we are always glad to welcome new people into this ever so evolving game.
100%. And honestly, I'm so excited for where Deadlock is going to go. Remember, guys, in the future, we're going to look back on these moments, looking back at the first LAN, looking back in the, during the times of matchmaking, you're going to see the same names every game. So remember these moments, treasure them, because we're moving forward in the world. And I just want to say thank you guys for everything. Shout out to A-Zone Gaming for their venue, and shout out to Deathy and everyone in the production team. We're going to move on to Deathy coming up soon.
All right, here we are. We got Deathy, the captain for No Name Avengers, the man pretty much all day. So, I mean, y'all took home first place. It might have been a little bit expected, but, how do you feel after that?
I can't beat the allegations, the money laundering allegations, create, the tournament. I didn't mean to host this tournament. The guy just canceled, and now I'm the TO and the winner. So obviously feels a bit rigged. I do want to mention, for those that don't know, the prize pool distribution. I don't know if we talked about it at all. Everybody's leaving here with money. So everybody's getting money. Third place is getting money too. So the distribution is 55%, 30%, 15%. So even the third place team is getting a little something. It's not a ton of money, but I think they're going to get maybe a little over $100 per player. I can't remember exactly, but it's definitely not nothing. I feel pretty good, obviously, like the Deadlock matches, even though they weren't very close matches. It was really fun playing on LAN, and I think the LAN itself was less about having the highest level of Deadlock quality, and it was more about hey, we proved that even if you want to be a scumbag and just cancel an event 30 hours before it happens, we're not going to let you we're not going to let that stop us. And I think that is really beautiful. And I know that some people in chat are we're just beating up collegiate players, and there's some truth to that, obviously. But I think all the collegiate players still had a good time. They're all good sports about it, and so it's easy to type from home. But I think everybody that was here had a great time, and I think that's the most important thing as well.
Yeah, it's not about the money. It's about sending a message, as the saying goes, Yeah. And of course, we want to shout out the A-Zone Gaming. I know they did it, the casters just now, but they gave us a pretty good deal on coming here today. And of course, they've let us ransack their snack pile.
Yes, indeed. Well, we are paying for that, but yes,
sure.
We included free snacks for all the players. We're still paying for it, obviously, but the guy at A-Zone's been very generous and everything. So definitely check him out if you're in Toronto. It's a very chill, kind of small, homey vibe, and I had a lot of fun. We had some technical difficulties, but other than the technical difficulties, and they weren't really the owner's fault, everything was great.
Yeah, it's been a really great day here in Toronto. What's something that's been a really big highlight of you about this event so far?
Yeah, I think for me the biggest highlight is just how much people are willing to do to make this happen. I mean, you flew in from Florida. We have Ansonex behind the camera, from those who know him from his YouTube videos, who flew in from Boston, you said? Or
yeah, Boston.
Yeah, Boston. So we have people that flew, people that went, I went on a 6.5 bus journey. So a lot of people went from different places. The majority of people were fairly local, but still there's a lot of motivation to kind of get this sort of stuff. And obviously the donations as well to kind of save the event last second. We raised, I think we're over 6,300, maybe 6,400 at this point total. for the event, as well as all the gifted subs and everything that happened today, just shows that the Deadlock community is really, really eager to support each other, even though Deadlock is obviously in a bit of a, I don't want to say a rough spot, right? But like, you know, until something big happens, the game is kind of going to just stay stable and maybe with a slight decline. We all know this, and yet we all love the game so much that we'd rather stick to it. Even in a time where there's really not a lot of money to be made with Deadlock, people are still sticking with it. Like, you know, for me, Deadlock is do or die, right? If nothing happens with Deadlock, I mean, I'll just go work a 9 to 5 again.
Yeah, it's still an alpha build, so there's still a lot to come. And if you want to keep up with Deadlock events, we do have a Discord, the Death Slam events. If you want to keep up with what we're doing with the Death Slam League, future Deathy's Death Slam tournaments, or anything else that we happen to put together, feel free to join the Discord and keep up with all of that, as well as you know, potentially participate if there's opportunities for people to join. So feel free to come in, check out, maybe chat with some of us. You know, a lot of us are active there in the Discord, so we'd love to see you there. But for now, I'll turn it over to Deathy for some final comments.
Yeah, one of the final comments I have is if you're a tournament organizer watching this, or anyone that has any future plans, especially involving physical people, don't joke around with tournaments. If you can't host it, if you can't make it happen, don't pretend like you can. And if you do, I'm going to make sure, you know, I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure that you don't have a platform. And once again, thank you for everybody for saving this, because this could have been a disaster. And like, really, like, it's really disgusting what he did, and I'm going to make a YouTube video about it, and I want everybody to know all of the details, so stay tuned for that. It's going to be a lot of fun. But to end on a positive note, you know, because let's not all be negative in life, to end on a positive note, obviously this was the first LAN, obviously it was cuffed, and there was a lot of things that could have been better, but it was a ton of fun. It was awesome to see Deadlock players, and it makes me really, really excited for the time where we get an actual Deadlock LAN. And now I'm like, now that I've, you know, had hands-on experience, I'm like, well, I could actually host a LAN in the future and, you know, make it even better, you know, and I know like the kind of logistics that are required, the kind of budgets that are required. I have a much better idea of that stuff now. And so that's really exciting. So I, you know, I'm not saying I'm there's a chance that we dabble in LANs in the future at that Slam event. Who knows? We're more than open to it. And basically Death Slam events in general, we're always willing to do whatever the community wants. You know, if it's good for the community, we'll try to find a way to make it happen. And so I'm really excited about anything that might happen in the future, whether it's a LAN, whether it's more online tournaments. There's a Death Slam Invitational that was, the qualifier was happening today, as well as, you know, the actual tournament's happening in 2 weeks. So that's going to be really fun. And so basically, even though we don't have a major update at the moment, you know, there's still a lot happening, and we're still making things move forward. So I'm very happy about that.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you all for joining us here online, or if any of you were in person and had to leave early. We really appreciate any involvement that we get here from the community. All of the donations, all the messages of support have meant so much to us. So we really thank you for being a part of the community here. It's been really great support. We thank you all. But for now, I think we'll say goodbye. So
thank you guys so much for watching, and yeah, we'll catch you next time.